Hello, people. Hello, people. I hope you are well. Hope you are well. Yeah, again, I was back up. I was back up here. I was back up here. And all of a sudden, I've come into Streamlabs. I've come into the studio that I've set up from last night. And lo and behold, nothing is working. Lo and behold, nothing is working. Again, this is why I'm trying to come off this, but let's see what we can do. Let's even see if people are over here, man. This is bonkers, man. I've almost had to set up the live again. Look, I've almost had to set it up again. No. So where's everyone? Oh my god. Oh yeah. So where is everyone, people? We are having an absolute mare today, bro. I swear to God, man. We are having an absolute mare. What is going on here? What is going on? We are having a mare, people. Let's see if anyone comes in. I'm just hoping that, people are not. I'll sort the description out after. Let me just at least get the right bloody thumbnail up. This is bonkers, man. This is bonkers. Let me know if anyone's in the building. One person in the building. Put a message in there for me, man, because I set this up. I set this whole live up and I've come into the studio and it just disappeared. It just disappeared. So I need to send this out again. The internet might be a bit bad. We are having an absolute mare today. We are having an absolute mare today. Absolute mare. Big up Footy Reacts TV as well. Big up Lebo or Lebowski 25. Let me say that instead. Hope you're good. Hope you're good. Do me a favor, guys. If you're coming across the stream, I need you guys to share it out because I set up 2 streams yesterday. One for the news at 11 and then to come straight into the intervention. I was meant to send the people on my last stream to this studio, and lo and behold, I'm trying to press go live and it's asking me to put all my details in again. I don't understand. I don't understand, guys. I don't understand. Why are we getting all of these technical issues today? Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. Let me just look at one thing. Yeah, look, there's 7 people waiting. There's 7 people waiting. And you're in the wrong one. Oy. Gonna have to delete that one, guys. In the wrong one. Come back out, come back in. Let me come back out, come back in. All of a sudden, Streamlabs has given me a whole new link. I've already set up. I already set up the link and now I've just been given a whole new link. And we are not happy about that whatsoever. Whatsoever. So I need you guys to come and join me, man. Come and join me, man. Just trying to send it out. Just trying to share it about. Come and join me. Come and join me. And we're struggling today. I don't know what's going on. Like I said, man, just one thing after the other today. One thing after the other today. Views doing trick shots, bro. One thing after the other today, bro. Like, I done the redirect from the news to go straight to intervention. And I've gone downstairs, get myself a little cigarette, come back upstairs. I've gone to press live and it's telling me to set up a live. I'm like, why do I set up a live when I've already set the live up? Then I've gone onto my YouTube now and I see that there's 2 interventions and 7 people are waiting in one and no one's in this one. And this is the one that I'm live on. This is, I don't know what is going on, man. Sam Allardyce will become Arsenal's manager. Bring it on, bro. Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. That's what I will say. And it's absolutely baking in London today, and I'm sweating already. So I might have to find something else to put on. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, how we doing, man? How we doing? Big up Mr. Battered, big up Mr. Robbo, big up Lebowski. Thank you for passing through. What an absolute nightmare. What an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare, people. And I'm literally just like sweating. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a nightmare. But I tell you what I am gonna have to do. I'm gonna have a quick little change, mate, because I'm done. Give me like 1 second, guys. Let's get some comments in the chat for the people that are here. Robbo, Mr. Battered. If you don't mind, I need you guys to share it because Streamlabs has just made me go into a whole nother link. So I set up a stream yesterday and I can't even use that. Man said, mad hot. I was just getting some nature. Bro, I'm done, bro. I am done. Give me literally 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Oakley dokely. Oakley dokely. We got the mental asylum thing on, but you see this is really thin. So like I'm big up like all the people that live in hot countries, like when they wear those long things, it really keeps you cool. So I've just taken off like a t-shirt with and a hoodie with like synthetic material. Get this on. I'm feeling mad cool already. Yeah, but big up everyone in the building, man. 5 people in the building. I wouldn't say it's great, you know what I mean? Not for an intervention, but it's nothing but love for the people showing love to me. We have had a bit of a mare this morning, guys. We've had a mare. Like I said, I set up both streams that I was gonna do today last night, just after 12, coming on for 1. I set the streams up, and yeah, the first one was all right. Everyone could find the same link, everyone could find the stream. And then this one, especially I've tried to send people over. Now all of a sudden there's 2 different links. So when I keep telling you about performance issues from the thing that I use, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is what I am talking about, guys. So yeah, I'll be in the comments in just a second. I'm just trying to roll up my little smoke. Like I said, man, if it's slow, if it's a slow day today, excuse me, if it's a slow day today, then I don't know, maybe I'll come back later on, or maybe I don't know, do an afternoon thing. I don't know. Big up, bro. Didn't get the notification, bro. It's like I said, it's all gone wrong. I set both of these streams up yesterday, and I tried to send you guys from the news straight to the intervention. And like I keep saying, like I've gone to press live, and it's telling me to put a title in. I'm like, what do you mean put a title in? I've set it up already. Nope, didn't let me. So I had to basically set up another live quickly, and now it's giving me a whole new link. So I do apologize, people. If you are watching, please share it on X, Instagram, share it on WhatsApp. Let's try and get some people in if we can. But if not, then we will rock out with the people that rock out with me. So big yourself up, man. Big up Vigilante. Big up Mr. Battered. We're at 29 to 35 C and about 75 humidity most days. Where are you, bro? Are you in Liverpool? I know you're a Liverpool fan. Where are you, bro? I'm in London at the moment, and this is absolutely like stifling. I might even have to open the window, so you might hear some of the noise outside. That's the reason why I keep it closed. And then obviously when the wind comes in, it kind of blows my green screen behind me. So Jesus Christ, but it is so hot. I'm literally gonna have to do it in a minute because I am sweating trying to do streaming in the summer, man. Or maybe, do you know what I might do actually? If this is all a bit shit, then we might keep this going for a little while, and I might just go live on the phone in the garden. What we saying? I might just do a little afternoon, half an hour outside in the garden, man, because this is bonkers. I am absolutely baking. And what Vigilante said, big up Mr. Robo. Yeah, man. Like I said, there's no notifications coming out because all of a sudden Streamlabs just gave me a whole next stream. That's not why I asked for. Why did I waste time setting up a stream last night if I can't even use it? So my apologies. What's your type of drip and shoes that you wear? Big up Mally. Are you talking to me, bro? I'm 40 odd. I'm trying to change up my shit now, bro. If you're talking to me, I'm trying to change it, bro. I'm not trying to buy trainers and all that. I'll have a few pairs of trainers. We're trying to get some grown stuff, bro. I'm not very tall either. I'm like 5'8", 5'9". So you know what I mean? To be walking around in trackies and things like that, and Air Force and all this other bollocks, bro. I get taken for a kid, innit? Especially when I walk around. And when people look in my face and see the wrinkles and the grays and all that, they're like, oh, okay, this ain't a kid. But you know what I mean? If I like tracksuits because I like to be comfortable, but if I'm wearing tracksuits, people think I'm road, innit? And even though I come from the road and I am, but we're not anymore, innit? You got to grow out of that shit sometimes, bro. I got kids now, bro. I'm trying to teach them to not be road, innit? You know what I mean? So don't be wearing no Nike Tech fleece. Don't be wearing all this bollocks, wearing balaclavas for no reason and mask over your face and shit. Then you're going to end up getting stabbed in London, bro, even for wearing the wrong shit. So I'm just being honest, man. For me, myself, man, I'm going to start trying to change up the drip a little bit, man. I actually haven't been shopping for myself in a long, long time. For myself. I pay bills, I buy herb, I pay for my internet and my phone and all that shit, and then that's it, bro. Can't even remember the last time I bought a fresh new pair of trainers, bro. I just don't buy for myself like that. I'm always buying for other people, bro. But yeah, if you're young, obviously do your thing, wear what you like, but just be mindful of, like, sometimes, you know what I mean, you can get into some bollocks just for wearing the wrong thing in the wrong area. You know what I mean? I tell my little boy that all the time. He's 14. Don't worry about no Nike Tech fleece, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? What, like, you know what I'm saying? And mind who you're going out with and things like that. But big up, man. Big up, Mr. Battered. Doing well, my friend. What's the starting topic today, bro? Obviously, Tottenham is meant to be spending big this summer, apparently. So obviously, I wanted to get you guys' thoughts on that. I wanted to get who you think Tottenham might target. I wanted to know if you actually think the story is a load of rubbish, whether they're just going to go back to what they're used to and you know, buying cheap, buying generic. So I don't know, guys. That was the main thing I wanted to try to chat about. I mean, obviously, we can talk about Arsenal, we can talk about Liverpool, we can talk about Fabrizio, we can talk about whatever. This is what the intervention is here for. This is what it's here for. But we're getting a couple of people rolling in, but I'll get to the comments now. I just had to roll my joint. I'll get to the comments now. Mad hot. I was just getting some nature. Yeah, big up Mally, man. It's crazy hot, bro. So I'm thinking if this one don't take off, if people are not coming in and it's looking like it might be a bit of a slow stream, then we might end it early and I might just go and do a quick little something in the garden. Especially now because I'm getting to all the smoking inside, got smoke outside. Like, bro, I'm probably going to be coming out of here anyway, bro. I'm telling you that. But big up Mr. Battered. Mally, you based in London? I believe he is. I think I answered that question. Yeah, East London. Big up all my East Siders. I'm in Northwest London. Yeah. All right. Nice. Welcome to the heat. At least you don't have the humidity of Singapore. Is that where you are, bro? Oh my God. I went to Singapore once in my life, yeah. Not like properly there. But when I went to Australia, I had to fly from Heathrow to Singapore. That was like 12 hours. And then I was in Singapore for a couple of hours until I waited for my connecting plane. Then I had to go and do another like 7 odd hours to get to Perth. So Singapore was lovely, but the humidity was absolutely bonkers, bruv. Bonkers. Big up Mr. Battered, man. Also, I think I read that one. Can't go wrong with Big Sam. He has 100% win rate as an England manager, bro. I was saying Big Sam, people's laughing at me, but look at how we're playing, bro. We're playing long throws, we're playing corners, we're playing set pieces. We got nothing but fridges. I'm telling you. Big up Everest, man. Hope you're well today. Just woke up. Big up everyone. What's the topic? Well, today we're just all over the place, bro. Singapore. Big up Mr. Battered, man. We're all over the place, Everest, because I wanted to do an hour just going over the news and stuff so I could free up some topics for the intervention today. But everyone's still in their bed. So I'm like, is it a color thing? Like, is it an underbelly color? Like, I don't know what's going on. Where is everyone? Because I know if my broski Shane was live, they'll be pumping over there. So I don't know. But all the people that are here messing with your boy, nothing but love, man. Each and every time. You should try OBS, a streaming site. OBS, bro, it's like having a music studio, bro. If I go and get OBS, it's like fucking having Cubase or Fruity Loops, bro. I'm 40 odd. Like having to learn a whole new program, but I don't know. I see Lee was using OBS. I know Robbo uses OBS, but even Robbo's trying to come off of it and go to StreamYard. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can do everything you need on OBS and it is free, but you actually have to be knowledgeable. All plugins and this, that, and the other. And bro, it looks mad. It looks mad. Even I'm not even gonna lie. I'm using Talk Studio, yeah, on Streamlabs. But if I go to Streamlabs desktop and it all comes up in green and I've got to put in cameras and I've got to put in scenes and it gets technical, bro. I can't even do it. But I do want to learn and I do want to get the best setup I can get because I ain't going anywhere, guys. So even if I have to come and rock out with 15, 20 people every day, then that's what I'll do because I ain't going nowhere. You know what I mean? I'm feeling like DG today. You know what I mean? Hated and underrated, but it's all good. It's all good because I know what I do. But yes, you know, if anyone does have any help for me, any advice, if you know how to use OBS and things like that, bring me in. Each one teach one. If I know something and you ask me for it, I'm gonna tell you. Each one teach one, man. Bring me in. And of course, if any of you guys have clips, you know, like Mr. Waffle and things like that, because I don't always have time to edit and make clips. I'm trying to put up a few shorts of some of the under the lenses I've done with some of my guests, and that's still taking me all day. So if any of you guys have got any clips, you know, Top Gooner shit or songs, anything like that, send it through, man. I'll put my email on my page today. Send it through. It said Google says there's 23 Celsius in London, bro. Yeah, I didn't even check what the weather is. I'm just sitting in the room upstairs and it's absolutely baking. It's ridiculous. Mr. Batter saying Everest, big up. Mr. Robbo saying 5'9", that's barely taller than Aaron. Yeah, Aaron's 5'10". Everyone keeps saying that he's 4 foot something. That's why when they kept talking about, I'm like, are they talking about me? But you see the thing with me though, Robbo, yeah, is I'm an only child, innit? Like I've got a brother and sister. But you see, with my mum, I was the only child, so all I did was fight. 5'9", man's got the heart of 7 feet, bro. I'll tell you that. All I do is fight, bro. Not now, but then. Okay, like smart casual. Yeah. For me, because I'm old now, bro. Obviously, when I was younger, I like tracksuits. I like all of that shit. But as a big man now, bro, with gray hairs, I can't be walking around in tracksuits like that. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe if it's a casual thing, go to the shop, come back. But nah, not for me, man. That's all for the young guys now, the young G's, you know, like that. It's almost the same weather here in Bangladesh. We're having 31 to 34 with 65% humidity every day, and our air quality is always terrible. Yeah, oh my god, bro, and with no aircon as well. You lot must be in pieces, bro. Absolute pieces. We don't have aircon in London. Not like that. You got to pay for it. We don't usually need to use it, but we do get these couple of days in summer. And I say couple of days because it never lasts for too long. Couple of days in summer, and then our summer's done. Our summer is done. Big up Mali. The kids these days just roll around in back. It's done, bro. Done. Bally's, big jackets. You know, man's lot hot settings, all of that kind of shit. And I get it, but like, why? You're not in a gang, a lot of them. And what are you trying to do? Get get confused as a gang member. Like, it makes no sense. But there you go. There you go. Big up Mr. Batty. He said, oi, speaking of Aaron, his Shane and Lee Gunner diss track is fire. Oh, has he actually made something now? I've not seen it. I've not seen it. I have not seen it. I know he was on yesterday. I woke up this morning and actually got a message from him, funnily enough, saying, "Oh, jump on for a bit." But obviously, once we had done our little emergency meeting, I directed to him. I was watching at the start, but then obviously I had to go downstairs, make something to eat. You know, by the time I only saw his message this morning. So if you are listening, Aaron, or you do see this on playback, no disrespect, I just didn't see the message. I would have jumped on if I saw it. Big up, man. He said Everest, yeah, man. Classic Asian humid weather. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Hyper protagonist, big yourself up, my bro. Hope you're good today, man. Saying views, smash the likes, people. Yeah, man, we're having a slow morning, but half of it is my fault as well. I'm saying my fault. I set up 2 streams yesterday, and then when I've tried to direct to the second stream today, they're saying there's no stream there. So then I had to set up a new link, and then I've gone onto YouTube. I'm seeing people waiting in the link that I couldn't get into, and it won't let me get into it. So I had to start a new one. So I do apologize. If you could share this out for me, guys, X, Instagram, WhatsApp, you know, it will be very much appreciated. Everest is saying Thomas the train engine will get some backing from Levy, but not enough to make any significant impact. Typical Spursy level transfers. That's a good point. What do you guys think about that? Let me put the link out. I mean, I don't know if anyone does want to come and chat. Like I said, it will depend on you guys how long this intervention is today. If it isn't too long, then what I might do is I might just go on my phone and just go and have a quick little Q&A or something in the garden, because that's where I'm going to go and smoke my joint anyway, and it is absolutely baking out here. Man said the only views, yeah, only views, bro, only views. You want to see some corned beef, some mince meat, some of the hairs on the chest? Yeah, I ain't even got to the hours yet, you know, to get memberships. I thought you would have to pay for this normally, $1.99 a month, bro, for only views. You know what I mean? Hold on, bro. That will get air horn. That can go. The only views down. If you want to see more, guys, if you want to see more, $1.99 membership. You couldn't even do that anyway. But what you could do is, you know what I mean, if you wanted to see more, you could hit the QR code. You know what I mean? Hit the QR code, or you're welcome to buy a man a coffee. What's man talking about? You know? With the only fuse gown on. And what's going on for the text? Are you guys seeing any text on the screen? I'm telling you, Streamlabs is all over the place. One more month, guys. One more month, we will be going over to something that performs a little bit better. I'll tell you that, man. But yes, we have got the only views. I like that. Only views. I like that. I'm gonna have to use that. Man saying that's fair. It is fair. Only views, feet pics for £50. I won't even charge that much, bro. You know what I mean? Buy me a coffee and I might send out feet pics, but you're not going to want to see my feet. I used to play semi-professional football. You know, I don't think I could sell it for 50p, let alone £50. But big yourself up. Anything could happen over here, guys. It could turn into only views. It could. It really could. You know what I mean? But big up Everest, man. Big up Mali Views is one of the hardest working people. For your time will come. No, you can't, bro. And this is what people are telling me, and people that I respect massively have told me, bro, just keep going. Like, we see you. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm like, bro, like, what is this, man? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what is? I don't know. That's how I first got into it. You know, everything kind of becomes about YouTube. You start getting into your own head. People ain't fucking with me. You know, am I not funny enough, or am I trying too hard? All of these little insecurities come into your head. But yeah, it's different for everyone. Everyone's time comes at different times, and everyone has different forward. And people that are much bigger than me have said to me, bro, you got to appreciate the people that do fuck with you. Concentrate on them. So here we are. And I've had someone that's got thousands of subs tell me, bro, people are fucking with you. I'm like, I don't always see it. It doesn't always translate. They say people are fucking with you. People are using your stuff. People are using what you do. I'm like, wow, okay, fair play. Like I said, if it's broskies, if it's like someone like Shane saying the whole you want to know, like that's nothing. If it's someone like my broski, it's nothing. I don't even look at it like that. They're my friends, they're my bros. Like, of course, if I say something you find it funny, say it. I'm happy to influence. But the reason why I'm even saying it is because I was in my own head as well. What the fuck's going on? People are unsubscribing, people are subscribing. You know, not enough people are coming through the lives. Well, I'm saying not enough, but I'm seeing more people going through other. I'm like, what's going? But it happens. I've seen people with 55,000 subs and they've got 6 people in their live. So do you know what I mean? So I gotta stop getting in my head. And the reason I'm telling you this is because if you want to do YouTube, if you feel like, don't feel any way, just do it. Just do it and resonate with your people. Resonate with your people. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. Can't get into your head, man. Can't get into your head. But big yourself up, Mally, man. And like I said, make sure that you do continue with your content, bro. And do it for fun, because that's when you're gonna get the best out of it. Big up Mr. Battered. Your ad gonna say, you wanna see something? Exactly, bro. You wanna see something? And I can say bubbles, bubbles. I can bring bubbles in as well. You might see a human foot pick and a monkey foot pick. You might. Do you know what I mean? You want to see something? Big up Hyper. We move. We keep it moving, bro. We keep it moving, bro. You need to start using TikTok more. Yeah, I know, bro. I know. But do you know what I have as well on my foot? Like, I need to get more space because I'm always having to delete apps. I'm maybe going to use TikTok on the desktop a little bit more. What I was doing is, even with what I'm using now, I can go live on YouTube and TikTok at the same time, but it's hard to keep an eye on it. That's the first thing. And the second thing is if I move to StreamYard, I don't know if I can multi-stream. I think you can multi-stream to Twitch and to Kick, but I don't know if I can to TikTok. But yes, I am aware that I do need to start using it a little bit more. Big up Mally. Everest, Arsenal ain't winning nothing, so better to change the channel's target audience. Look at what Sophie Rose did. Nah. I'm never going to change the target audience, bro. Never, ever. The one thing I have done is I've called it Views on Sport. And because that's what it is. Obviously, it is an Arsenal channel, but it's Views on Sport, sports as a whole. I'm never going to change supporting my team, never going to change talking about Arsenal over here. You know what I mean? So, and Arsenal will win something. It will just take a long time. So to say Arsenal ain't ever winning nothing, we're not the third biggest club for no reason. But we're not going to stay that way if we continue down this line. We're having people like you saying Arsenal ain't ever going to win nothing. Like, do you know what I mean? And there could be some truth in it, but we will. We'll win. We'll win something again. It's just what we're going to win and when we're going to win it. You know what I mean? We do have periods in our history where there's little bits of famine. So I get it. But no, I'm never going to change the subject of the channel. I'm never going to become a corporate man. Hi, and welcome to Transfer Daily. I will talk about transfers. It's football news. I'm on YouTube. I need content. Of course, I'm going to talk about it. But if you think I believe any of this shit, then you need to give your head a wobble. That's what I will say. I'm going to report on the news like everybody else. And that's it. I don't believe it though. I definitely don't believe it. But big up Vigilante. I'm not going to change that. I'm never going to stop talking about Arsenal. Never. You know what I mean? Because I want better for this club. I'm never going to be a corporate man either. You know what I mean? I might play the game. We might talk about transfers. If I make some money off YouTube, then great. I'd love it to be my job. But we need more people on this side of the fence talking with my message, not blind faith, believe everything. You know, Arteta's my boyfriend, Arteta's my dad. None of that stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm always going to keep it a buck with what I'm saying. Big up Hyper. He said, stay organic, bro. Too many content creators say I ain't that guy and quickly become that guy when they grow. And I've seen it. I've seen it, bro. Big up Chinks in the building. Well, oh yeah, big yourself up. Hope you're good, man. He's saying big up Hyper. Catch Chinks next week, Tuesday, guys. We're Saturday today, so it's next week. It's not long. Next week, Tuesday, 6 p.m. Chinks under the lens. We want to hear his Arsenal story. We want to hear something about him. He does other stuff. He's got his own channel. Mods, let's get the links in the channel, man. Let's get the links in the chat, I should say. Chinks, Mali, let's get your link in there. Anyone else that does a channel, let's get your links in there, man. And make sure you guys come and join me on Tuesday because I need you guys. Obviously, a lot of you guys come for the intervention because we're talking a load of rubbish and we're talking about whatever you guys want to talk about. But when I have my guests, I need my viewers to turn up. I need you to show some love, show some support, and just be a bit patient. And also put some questions in for the guests as well. But before I move on, Vigilante, what are you telling me today, bro?
Big up, bro. How's it going?
Everything good?
Yeah, man. You like the background?
Yeah. Just having a little quick look at it now, man. Look at this. Look at this.
You know what that
Is it
is?
rugby.
You know what that is? That's 4 World Cups, brother.
Is that rugby?
Yeah, that's 4 World Cups, my bro.
Yeah, there you go. Rugby.
In 25 years.
There you go.
And
4
we won
World
the last one just to mud these top gooners with 10 injuries to our main squad. We won the last World Cup. How's that possible?
Wow.
A World Cup, you know?
Well, exactly.
Nice and gold.
Exactly. Big up, man. Big up all the. Hey, listen, I've never got into rugby, but I know it's a very, very tough sport, man. I know that much. But there you go. What does it take? And they were just saying it. You know, they were saying on the stream yesterday on Deluded stream. And big up Deluded Guna every time. I was cheeky. I did ask for him to come on under the lens, so we might be getting that soon. Big man like Deluded, and hopefully we can get myself on his platform as well. Obviously, he's mentioned it a few times, but it's just, you know, he's a busy guy. But hopefully we're going to get him. But anyway, I digress. We was watching his stream yesterday, and he had on Aaron Talks Arsenal, Dabrowski. He had on
my camera's gone a bit weird.
No worries.
I'll join back in.
Yeah, sweet. African Guna, and a next Don that I've never seen in my life. Never seen this Don in my life. And like I said, if I was doing Top Guna bingo, I could have had a full house within 10 minutes. But we beat Man City. You know, I can, you know, he's got us competing again. You know, I can go and watch the football, but we're second. I would have got a full house in minutes. A full house in minutes. Like I said, apologies for the setup today, man. Everything's just going mad. Big up Chinks, my Jenna, each and every time, man. Make sure you subscribe to Chinks' channel. He's just got over 500 subs. He does streams, so make sure you show him love. And he will be here Tuesday, 6 p.m. So we're going to run that, and then we're going to jump straight into Clean Through one-on-one with Dabrowski Shane. So content is going to be coming, people. We are going to be here regardless. Big up Wahaha. Spurs do really good transfer business every so often. Ericsson for 18 mil. They do. I feel like they do better business, definitely in terms of selling, than what Arsenal do as well. And that has been the talk, guys. Thomas Frank is going to get back this summer. So firstly, do you think it's true? Yeah, do you think it's true? That's the first question. Do you think it's true that Frank is going to get back this summer? And then if it is true, who do you think can come in and improve Spurs? Who do you think their targets are? And I thought we'd talk about something different today because we know what Arsenal do. We're differing, that, you know, we're differing, we're dallying, we're fart-arsing about. I don't want to talk about that shit today because all it is just like PR and rubbish. I mean, obviously, if we have to talk about it, we will. But I thought we'd speak about Spurs because they never usually push on. Now they're saying that they're going to push on. I mean, what do you think they're going to do, Vigilante? Do you think it's true? Do you think that they are going to back Frank this summer?
Yeah, I think they are.
Do you want to elaborate a little bit, or
Mate, I'll tell you why, because he actually plays good football and he knows what he's doing. And he'll go in there and he'll shake things up and he'll get them playing in a completely different way that actually benefits them. And don't be surprised if he tries to take Eze from Palace with him.
Facts. I want Eze. And I've been saying I wanted Eze from we didn't win the season. We didn't win the league last year. I'm like, can we have Eze?
Hold on, bro.
Yes, all right. Can you get me Kudus? Can you get me Elise? And these are all Premier League players, not world class, but potential, and would improve Arsenal straight away. We can then go on and challenge. But what do? We don't do it. I mean, you're right, Spurs. I mean, I did hear that Eze was linked to Spurs. I did hear that. If anyone else in the chat knows anything else, let me know. But Eze will be big for them. I mean, who else do you think could come in and who's on the market? I mean, who do you think that if Spurs are going to go big? Who? I mean, what are the kind of players do you think that they're going to go for? Not just you, Vigilante, but everyone in the chat as well. Go on. What kind of players do you think they might go for, bro?
I think they're going to go for a more competent striker than what they've got. They'll probably get rid of the pigeon.
yeah. But I'm thinking, Eze. There's talk that they might come and try and hijack this Mbeumo deal. I don't know, if there's any kind of legs behind that.
That's likely, but I was thinking with the Eze thing, do they really need him when they've got Maddison?
I would say so, because for me, and even though I think Maddison's probably done better than Odegaard, at least for the last season just gone, he's a bit hot and cold, isn't it, Maddison? So
Frank might get a different tune out of him with a different manager.
He could. This is what we're here to talk about. So what do you? So, all right then. So Vigilante. So who do you think? So we're saying Eze, but because I think he's been linked with them, so that's the only reason I brought him up. But who do you think Frank might go for? Do you think he'll try and get Wissa? Do you think he'll try and bring in Mbeumo? Raid his old club. What do you think he'll do?
I think he'll go maybe a Mateta, because they'll need someone that is actually good in front of goal, that can be a threat. Like I said, they'll offload the pigeon. They'll get maybe in Mbeumo. If they can upset that deal and hijack it, they'll take it.
I think so. I think Mbeumo actually wants to go to Man United though, so I don't feel like Spurs are in the hot seat to take him. I mean, they have got the Frank element, so that might change his mind. They have got Champions League, so that might change his mind. But I feel like Mbeumo's kind of like Cunha, like he's got his heart set on United, and it don't really matter what else happens, which is crazy to know that they've still got Paul like that. But big up Mali saying you can multi-stream on Twitter as well. That's what I'm trying to say. I need to learn all of these things, bro. But it's just literally me out here on my own. I was trying to make my own thumbnails before. You can see the thumbnails have changed because I'm trying to pay for them now. I'm literally a one-man band. There's no one in my corner. So any of you subscribers that want to see the channel grow, if you've got any advice, any help, anything you can do to help me, I would be very much appreciated, innit? Because it's literally just me out here, bro. You know what I mean? Not getting no cosigns, not got a big team behind me, nothing like that. I'm doing everything myself. So yeah, man. Any help, anything that you can do to help out, let me know, people. Big up Mr. Battered. He said, well, facts. They always sound pretty well to do, Spurs. Quantity generally over pure quality, but they also sell well. They do sell well. That's the one thing I'll say. I wouldn't always say they buy well, because sometimes they buy play. I'm like, what the fuck? And they've actually spent more money than Arsenal have in the last however many years. And you're looking at it like, really? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so them, just like Arsenal, don't know where to put their money. The talent ID is pretty shit. Like, let's just be all the way honest. But big up Mr. Battered. Mali saying Sophie Rose. Bro, I don't even know who the fuck that is. Is that a porn star or something? I don't even know who that is. So you're going to have to let me know. Big up Static. Hope you're well today, bro, man. Hey, Views, you want to know something? Keep doing your thing. You're the legend, bro. The YouTube legend out here, bro, in these streets. Man says Sophie Rose has no soul. This must be one of those Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips type of people, innit? If I'm wrong, guys, correct me, bro. Anything can happen over here. If I'm wrong, correct me. Big up Everest, man. Mali, so many Chelsea fans are OF models. It's crazy. Oh, what? So is she a Chelsea fan and an OF model? Jesus Christ. You see what I'm saying? For girls, it's easy, bro. If you're a girl on the internet, then you're halfway there. Especially if you show like bikini pictures or any kind of... You're gone, bro. You're gone. Look at that bird. And I'm not going to lie. I'd definitely put her away. What's her name? Bella. And she goes to the Arsenal and she's like... She just got a whole body painted or whatever. I'd smash it. I'm not gonna lie, but that's all I'd do.
That fat bitch, bro.
No, she's not fat, bro. She's not fat. Definitely not fat. But she's a bit of a plonker, and I think Lee Gunner had a little bit of a run-in with her. You know what I mean? She is a bit.
That wasn't good. That was really bad.
She's a bit of a plonker, but I hit it. Like I am not gay. You know what I mean? I'd hit it, but you're a plonker. We know why you're big in the Arsenal space. Because you turn up to the ground.
She's a you-know-what star, bro.
Well, there you go. OF, bro. Say it, bro.
No. She's the next step up.
She's a porn star. You can stay, bro.
Yeah.
But it's a safe space over here, bro.
I thought that's a certain word you can't say on YouTube,
Yeah,
bro.
bro.
I
Fuck
didn't
that.
know.
But I don't want to say Everest. Yeah, not it's me, Everest. I think you know what I'm saying. I don't want to say Mikel bin whatever. I don't want to say things like that and other stuff. But to be bun all that, bro. This ain't a child's channel. You get me? If
I
she's a
don't know
porn
what's going on with my camera, by the way, bro.
bro, I know you anyway. It's basically mainly for the new people, but obviously going forward to try and make the quality of the show a little bit better, I will start requiring people to have their
Yeah.
camera on.
It normally
Just
does
because it
work.
looks, yeah, no, I know you're having problems today, bro. So don't. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about going forward because it just makes for better quality. I'm pretty sure everyone saw the tier list when everyone was doing the tier list on YouTubers, and that was something that stuck with me. And when you go onto a live and you're seeing everyone and there's no one on camera, it's not as good as looking at someone where there's a full panel. So we are going to be aiming to get there eventually. But I'm not trying to dig you out, bro. And you're someone that comes on all the time. I know you. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit different. Big up Static. He's bigging up Battered. Mally saying it's mad. It is. He's also bigging up Vigilante. Man like Chingers. Yeah, Chinks in the building, man. Big up Chinks. He's going to be here next week for his Under the Lens. So please come and show us some love for that. Battered saying, Everest, why do you know so much about Chelsea OF, bro? What are you saying, Everest? Have we got a little membership going? Huh? I didn't even know who that Sophie was. I didn't know she supported Chelsea. But when she got a name like that, Sophie Rose, I just thought, oh, she's one of those Lily Phillips kind of people. Do you know what I mean? Big up Binks. Just stay true to yourself. That's the key. That's it, bro. And that's what I am gonna do. That's what I am gonna do. You know, and I'm telling you guys, you know, I do want to make this a job, innit? I used to cut grass, I used to cut hedges, I used to work for Harrow Council. Yeah, maintenance, unblocking drains. I fucked up my feet, I fucked up my back, I fucked up my knees. I got signed off. So I want to make this work, but it's never going to be hi and welcome to Transfer Data. You're never going to look at me and say, oh, this guy's just making money off Arsenal. Never, ever, ever. I promise you that. Big up, it's Everest. He said, Mr. Battered, I watch them for research purposes. Hold on. Man said research purposes, you know. Man said research purposes. I get it. But to be honest with you, with OF, I've never understood it, bro. If you want to watch something like that and have a bit of hand to gland combat, then just go on Pornhub, bro. Go on the free ones, bro. What the fuck you paying for? I don't. This new generation is mad to me, though. That's what I will say. Big up Mally. Hey, bro, just go on the hub, bro. Why are you gonna pay membership, bro? You don't even get to see. I don't know. I've never been on there, bro. I don't know what it works. I don't know how it works.
There's no need for any of it, really, bro.
I'm paying, bro. You know what I mean? If I want to have a bit of hand to gland, I go on the old hub, mate. Like, what the fuck?
You got a missus.
Yeah, or even that. Do you know what I'm saying? What the fuck, bro? I don't know. But there's Chinks's link. Make sure there's 20 of you in there. Make sure at least 5 of you go over there right now and subscribe to that link. Subscribe to Mally as well. Subscribe to Vigilante, who's on with me now. He does gaming. He does streams as well. Don't be pagans. Go and show some love. Big up Chinks, man. He's saying, yep. Big up Tuesday. Locking people 6 p.m. We will be there. He's also bigging up Mally for putting the link in. Big up, man. You know, it's always love around here, man. Big up Hyper. Can't lie, at a distance, I thought Berbatov jumped on stream. Is he talking about Vigilante? Hey, they're saying Berbatov, you know? That's not even bad. That's
a new one.
That's a new one, Berbatov. But if you go and watch True Gooner, go and watch my bro Josh. He gets the Neto, Pedro Neto, bro. He looks bad like Neto. And a little bit like...
That was madness. Do you see that stream on his the other day with Luca kicking off?
Yeah. I was in the chat, bro. That
was crazy.
I was about to put popcorn emojis and I thought, let me not. But I wasn't.
It was one. It was like I'm getting the chocolate bar and making a coffee and watching this.
I'm telling you, I did sit there and watch it and I did have a bit of a giggle. And I don't know, man. And the thing is, Lucas said something that I always thought was the case. And this is why I feel a little bit bad, kind of like, because he said I'm autistic. And do you know what I mean? And I'm just like, do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to take the piss because you're autistic, and also, but I also want to let you know that what you do, bro, is obvious, and people are picking up on it. And I don't know if you're watching this now,
Mate, I have ADHD that's classed on the autism spectrum. I don't behave like that.
Hey, my son's got ADHD. Yeah, he's got ADHD, and he's even going to be getting checked for autism. But when you look at him, you'd never know. So I'm like, what are you talking about? And I even say to my own son, because you've got ADHD, I'm not going to enable you to have an easy life, or you're not going to do your homework, or you're not going to listen to what I say, or have any discipline because
Facts.
you've got ADHD. That's not ever happening under my roof, and he don't get treated any way different. However, when someone like Luca comes on and says I've got autism, and he does the things that he does in everyone else's chats, I go live now, you okay? I go live now. You're basically self-promote. You can't be live yourself, not even engaging with your audience. You're going on your phone or your laptop, you're going into other people's live while they're live and you're live, and then you're saying I go live. It's not YouTube etiquette, people. And I've told him that in the most nicest way as possible. Aaron's told him, Shane's told him, everyone's told him. He says sorry, and then the next day he'll be doing it again.
I told him 5 times, bro.
So I'm not trying to. Listen. I'm not a bully. You know, he's got autism. You know, I'm not. You know, and that's why I just tried to leave it alone and not mention him that much. But to be honest with you, bro, like it's very annoying. It's very rude. You know what I'm saying? You've got 8,000 subscribers. Why are you coming to smaller channels saying that you're going live now? Like, I don't know, man. No disrespect, but I hope you hear this, bro. I really do. Just do you, bro. Have some etiquette, have some manners, and no one will be onto you. But it's been going on for a long, long time. I've had people messaging me on Instagram. Why are you making that guy a mod? Why are you making this guy a mod? And you know me, I'm a nice guy. If you guys show me love, I'll show you love. When you come into my chat, half the people are mods. Everyone keeps telling me, take them off. Why have you got so many mods? Because I'm just a nice guy, bro. It breaks my heart. If I take it, I took it away from Jordan, and I'm feeling like I got to give it back. Because I feel guilt in my heart, bro. You understand what I'm saying? But with this whole Luca thing, I just got to be real, bro. Because I've told you, and I've tried to relate to you, and I've tried to tell you in private as well. You know what I mean? And you're not listening, bro. It might be the autism, I don't know, but that's about as much as I'm gonna say. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to take the piss. I don't want to come across like a bully or anything, but it's just YouTube etiquette. You know what I mean? You don't come on the next man's live and say you're live and you're trying to take his audience, basically. You might be able to take a next man's audience just by going live. My absolute brother, Shane Guna, I brought him in. Now he's got better engagement than me. That's just how it goes. If he was to go live right now, half of you might go over there. But that's because of people like him. That's because of the work rate that he does. That's because they gravitate towards Shane somehow. Not because Shane's in there saying, I go live now, you okay? Sharing his own link. Not because of that, because people fuck with Shane. Just like if I was to go live and someone else was on and everyone came over to me, that's because they fuck with me. Just like if Lee goes live now and I've got 18 people in it and all of a sudden that drops to 8, that's because they fuck with Lee. I can't get mad at that. I'm not going to go into Lee's chat and say I'm live now. So that's all I'm saying, guys. That's all I'm saying. There is such thing as YouTube etiquette, and you have to follow it, people. Otherwise, people ain't gonna fuck with you, and that's just the honest truth, man. That's the honest truth, man. Big up, Mr. Batter. He said, Vigilante, big up. He said, love the images in the background, man. Winners. Yeah, man. I'm pretty sure, man. South Africa in the building. Godfrey was in here. I think Mr. Batter's in Singapore anyway. Everyone subscribe to Mali. Big up Static, man. Absolute legend on these YouTube streets. Make sure you're showing him some love as well. Show Mali some love. There's the link, people. It's me, Everest. He goes, that's South Africa's rugby team. It is, bro. Standards. That's what it looks like, bro. Do you know what I mean? Big up Vigilante for that. Mali's bigging up Static. Static, he said, Vigilante, I guess you are a fan of South Africa rugby team.
I'm South African, bro.
Hold on. That gets a clap. No STDs. 1 sec. South African. There you go. It's what we call standards, guys. It's what we call standards. Spurs won a trophy, still sat their manager, bro. That alone should make, if you support Arsenal, that should make you feel embarrassed. Big up Mr. Bad Everest. I get it. You researched the mountains. The research is very important. It needs to get done. Static saying, Mally, you're welcome. We love that, man. Just manners, man. Just manners. We love it. Big up, it's me, Everest. Even that fraud guy or whatever, who is a guest in Northside's channel, can fill the top Gooner bingo in minutes. We were talking about Tony Claude Gunner, the one with the glasses. Is that what you're talking about, bro? Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Tony can have balanced opinions. He can criticize the team, but he definitely does crash out and back the team, and he definitely does crash out, and it can come across a bit top goonerish at times. But I have heard lots of things from Tony where I'm thinking, okay, that's quite sensible. Like, Tony's a cool guy, man. Like, even though we don't always agree in terms of football, he is a cool guy. I have been on his platform. He is someone that showed me love very early, so I will never disrespect him. But yeah, we don't agree on everything, 100%. But I will give Tony the benefit of the doubt, because I have heard him say some pretty smart things as well. Do you know what I mean? But yes, we don't agree every time with the football, and I could definitely get a full house with a bit of Tony Claude. But big him up. Make sure you go and subscribe to him. Show him some love. Anyway, Spurs are after Mbeumo. This is the stories that's going around Wahaha. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that they've got a good chance of getting him? You know, have any of you guys heard any Spurs news about targets? Because all I've been hearing about is Ange getting sacked, Frank coming in. I heard about Eze. And like I said, when I checked the papers were saying that Spurs are going to allow Frank to spend money and rebuild Spurs. So I am interested to hear about who they might be looking for, whether you believe it's true, what kind of money they might have to spend. You know, that's what I want to kind of talk to you guys about today. But we can talk about anything. Of course we can. Big up Static. He said, views. I won't be around for Tuesday, especially for your show with Kyle, as I have a lot to do as well as work. I just thought you should know. No worries, man. I appreciate that. So Carl Walsh Gunner, he's going to be on Monday, 7 p.m., I believe, or 6 p.m. Go and just check the playlist for that, the upcoming. Carl Walsh Gunner, the Volcano. Finally, he's going to be on Monday. Then Tuesday, we're following up at 6 p.m. I think Carl Walsh is 7 p.m. on Monday, 6 p.m. on Tuesday. Chinks, definitely someone that I'm happy to have on the channel and get him over. And obviously, he doesn't have the same opinions as me, and I don't want it to be an echo chamber. So make sure you if you can be there, I really would appreciate you guys, man. I'm calling you guys my viewers, and I need you to act like that, even if there's only 20 of you. My core bunch, my viewers, you know, like that. Yeah, DG's got his DG Nation, Hooks has got his village. You guys are my viewers. You know what I mean? I need you there. And if you've got questions for Chinks, roll up, put a Q by the comment, and we will read it. You know, just be a bit patient as well, because I do like to hear from the guest first, and then we get into the chat. But big up Static, man. You always support, you always leave a comment, playback gang. Like, you never have to explain anything to me, bro, ever. Big up Mally. He said the midfield and the attack should be where they buy. Spurs, yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, obviously Vigilante said, why would they get Eze if they've got Maddison? But I feel like they need depth, because I feel like Tottenham had a lot of injuries last season. Do you agree, Vigilante?
They did.
They did.
Nearly as many as we did, or if not more.
If not more. And they had their whole back line out for like months. You know what I'm saying? So they need depth as well. So just to kind of counteract what you said about Maddison, which is a good point, by the way, you know, you don't really want to dislodge people, but at the same time, this ain't a youth club, this ain't family members, you know, it's football team, it's a business at the end of the day. Every player needs competition. Even the management, you need pressure, otherwise you're not going to perform at your highest. So yeah, for me, Eze would be a good move for Spurs, because you need depth, and he could maybe push Maddison out. That's how bad it is, and that's what we need at Arsenal. So when people were talking about Mbeumo, where would he play at Arsenal? He ain't going to displace Saka. He's not there to displace Saka. He's there for competition. And when we look at Saka and how he's played since he's come back from his hamstring injury, he hasn't looked the same, guys. Am I going mad? Vigilante, has he looked the same?
No, he's done. That injury has ruined him. But he doesn't want to run. I was watching him the other day. Every time he goes to, like, you know, that explosive burst of pace he would have.
Yeah.
Gone. He doesn't want to take players on. He doesn't want to be tackled. He looks hesitant with the ball.
It's mental, and it's not just mental either. Because Shane, my fucking brother, he said it again, bruv. Don't try and say it's all in his head when he's got like a 15-inch scar down his leg, bruv. How is that all in his head? Do you know what I mean?
You can see it in his face, mate. All right, I had to zoom in on it. I paused it a few times. When he went to go and run, you can see it in his face. He must have felt a pull, and he's like kind of like grimaced, and it's just like that's not a good sign.
It's not a good sign. And then what do Arsenal do? The moment he's fit enough to touch grass, we're throwing him onto the grass, bro. Like suicide, just throwing him straight out the window. And then he goes to England and they have to send him back. He's not even fit. Do you know what I mean? Or he's not fully fit yet. So he might have picked up another thing towards the end of the season where we keep trying to play him. Even when we went out the Champions League. Like it's... So this is on Arteta for me. This is really on Arteta, man. But like I said, we need depth. And every player, even Raya, if you wanted to bring in Kelleher, yeah, feel afraid, because that's what's going to make you perform better. We need competition. We don't need anyone to know, like Odegaard, you can absolutely stink out the place and still get to play next week. That's what I don't need at the club. That's what I don't need at the club. Big up Mohammed, man. Nice to see you back in, my bro. I've seen you a couple of times here, man. I appreciate you, my bro. Honestly. And Bremo is a good signing. I don't know about Wissa, to be honest. I think Wissa's a great signing, bro. I think Wissa will be great.
And he plays a little bit onto the Saka thing, bro. I blame the board a bit as well and the club for not protecting him. And for the medical team not actually speaking up, because I remember, I know it may not mean much, but I did a 4-course PE, and you study these sort of injuries in GCSE. Saka's injuries are 9 months to full match fitness. He was 3 months. 29 wasn't rushed back.
No,
I wonder why.
Wonder why, bro.
Because Arteta knows he wouldn't save him from anything. Exactly. Whereas if he throws Saka on, there's that slight chance he may save his ass. And it's just the most spiteful thing to do. Same with Tierney. He wanted to go in Jan, you could see that. But Arteta knew he would walk into Celtic and win trophies. So he was like, no, I'll be a spiteful cunt. I shouldn't use that word, but...
Use what you want, bro.
I'll keep him here so he doesn't win anything. And that is purely why Tierney was kept at the club.
He don't invert, therefore you can't play. You know, this absolute psychopath that is leading our club at the moment, he is literally the reason for all of our unhappiness. Absolutely. But I would take Wissa on the left. I would absolutely take Wissa, especially if I was Spurs, coming back to play with Frank. You know, imagine if they get Mbeumo as well. Like, I would take him. He's better than Martinelli. He's better than Drossard. Like, what are we doing? 14 likes.
They go for Ollie Watkins.
Who, Spurs?
Yeah, what if that happens out of nowhere? They just go, no, we'll take Ollie Watkins. He's a half-decent striker. He's more competent than what they have.
Yeah. That's a great point, my bro. That's a great... And if they do, then well on them. Because I'm not saying that I want Watkins now. I would have bit your hand off for him in January. But at the same time...
I'd take him over what we've got now, bro.
Yeah, I would. And I was just about to say that. If you're telling me Watkins or Sesko, then 100% it's going to be Watkins over Sesko. So I get it. Big up Everest. I get it. But yeah, and wouldn't that all of these plans, all of these be excited, all this other shit that they say, and then we get to the transfer window and we're acting like we've not even started to do any work. Do you know what I mean? Everyone else can get their business done quick and fast, and we're still dithering around. If we'd done all of this homework, why is Simmons and Sesko not walked through the door yet? Whether I want Sesko or not, if you've done all this homework, why has that not happened? Why is Zubimendi not here yet? And then I'm hearing about the whole new business year in July. What are we, good fucking Samaritans?
Yeah,
good
it's bullshit.
I don't know about any of that.
Because like I heard on Aaron's stream last night, and he made a very good point. Why not post data check?
Post data check. Not even just that. There is such thing as pre-contract agreements, which you sign, which are binding, and which means you don't move now, but when the window opens, you move. That's all I would. If you would have just showed me that as Zubimendi, I wouldn't have been happy because we needed players last season. However, I could know for a fact this guy is going to be playing at our club next season. The same for Gyökeres or even Sesko. He wants to stay. He wants to protect the club. He wants to have respect for the club. No problem at all. Sign this pre-contract agreement. We'll see you in the summer. And then there's no room for interpretation or anything. This is why I feel like the club just lied to us all the time about all of the work that they do, all of this groundwork and all this other rubbish that they say. It's just lies, bro. Because when it's time to act.
Sorry, bro. You know the thing that's really stressing me out? Look towards the end of the season, we're struggling just to field a full 11.
Yeah.
That really concerns me. That's why I made the comment the other day. We could end up in a position like Lampard did with Chelsea, where you had to look at the academy just to replenish the squad.
Yeah, exactly that. And we do that, Vigilante. We do that. ESR, Saka, Lewis Skelly, Ethan, all because he's. All because
we're gonna have to field more of them, bro.
Yeah, all because
he's backs against worried the wall.
All because he's backs against the wall. But let me hear from Everest, bro. What are you telling me today, mate?
I'm just chilling, man. I'm sweating like a pig, but I'm chilling.
Same. Oh my god. Yeah, your heat's probably a lot worse than us, and it's usually always cold in London and in England. So the moment it gets slightly hot, we're all just done out. We're all just done for. But what are you telling me football wise, man? Obviously, we've been speaking about a few things. You got anything to say about Spurs? About anything we were saying?
Well, I think they'll get one signing that is like up to here, like a marquee signing. Otherwise, I don't think they will get anyone notable done, because Levy is really cheap. He mainly focuses on the weekly wages, and if you want to bring top players, you need to pay the top dollars. But he's not going to give them the top wages. He's very stingy. So
right.
That's historically what I have seen from the past few transfer windows. They might bring someone in like a Richarlison for a big type money, but at the end of the day, either that player will flop or he'll get injured, or maybe they might miss on their targets because of not paying enough wages. That's like their own circle going on. Despite they have gotten Champions League previously several times, and yet they haven't done anything significant in the transfer business. So it's hard to think positively about them. But obviously, they have fulfilled their target of getting a title in 17 years. So they can at least celebrate getting the title, beating Arsenal to a trophy, to a European trophy, blah blah blah. That's their whole mentality. Most Spurs fans are always thinking about Arsenal.
Yeah, rent free in the head. Chinks, what are you telling me, bro? You good?
What's happening, lads? You good?
Yeah, man. Good as can be, man. Baking up. I don't know what you're telling me, bro.
Can you hear my fan?
No.
Oh, good. That's what I was worried about. I was on stream yesterday with the fan off, sweating like a pig,
bro. Absolutely. That's why I had to change, bro. I'm gonna have to open this window in a minute, or just lock off the stream soon because it's getting mad. What are you telling me, though, man? You good today?
Yeah, man. I'm good, man. I can't complain.
Yeah. What do you think about this whole football stuff? What do you think about this whole Ange thing? Maybe going to Al Ali. Maybe do you think he could work in the Premier League at all?
I feel sorry for him, man. I think that's harsh, man. I think sacking the man who's bringing a trophy after 17 years just shows how, like, it's we people slag our manager off all the time about not winning stuff. You get someone to deliver you something in 17 years. I think it just depicts how, as a people, how entitled and ungrateful we are, and how far we've got. Like, we just got. How you gonna 17 years, and you're just gonna sack him like that? Our managers get second in the year, and he gets slandered everywhere. Your guy gets 17th and does what all our fans want our manager to do, and you still sack him. It's like there's always a constant moving of the goalposts.
Right. So and what do you think about the comments that Pep made as well? Because obviously I tried to use that to caveat it. Yeah, because Pep's obviously come out saying, boy, if I was like at Munich, Madrid or Barca, and had the season I just had, finishing in champs with a final, he would have been sacked. So I mean, obviously what you're saying is right. Also, I feel like what Tottenham done is right as well, because 22 losses in the league they could have got relegated this year. But however, it is a very, very sticky situation, and that's why I want to get the views from everyone else, because yes, I'm like Lamar, bro, 50-50. I feel sorry for him, but at the same time, 22 losses is mad. Even after they won the Europa, they came back to the league and lost. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't know how that's gonna how they would fare.
Sorry to cut you then. Pep said what now? That he would be
If he was at any other big team, like a Munich, a Bayern, or a Barca or Madrid, he would have been sacked after the season he just had, where he got to the final.
So he's saying Man City's not a big team?
No, he's not saying that. He's saying that after the year he's had, he would have been sacked, even after the whole 4P and all that credit in the bank. Yeah, and even now, after January, they came out and asked Pep, "Oh, you man could finish second, and you could still take over Arsenal after the bad season you had." He said, "No, it don't matter. We've had a shit season. We're nowhere near the leaders." So that's his standards. He's not saying Man City ain't a big club. He's just saying the way he's performed this year, if he was at another big club, he would have been sacked. So I mean,
ain't that disrespectful to Man City?
I mean, you can interpret it like that, but I don't think no one's looking at it like that. I think most people that are not apologists or enablers are looking at it like, or most people like me that get called the standard police. Yeah, I'm looking at it like that's standards, bro. Look at what happened to Ancelotti. Look at what happened to Inzaghi just this year. Look what happened to Conte. He just won the league and he's no longer in the job.
Yeah, but then all of those examples just back up why what you're saying is kind of offensive to Man City, because you've given loads of examples where in this situation where a big club don't get what they want to win, they sack the manager. So what did he caveat it and say at the end? Oh, big up my club. My club is great for not treating me the same.
Don't you think it's funny though, Chinks? Don't you think it's funny that the only thing that you have clawed onto is the fact that it might be disrespectful to Man City, not the actual thing that he's saying? That top coaches, if you're not performing, you're out of it. Because that's what I've grabbed onto, and you've just grabbed onto the fact that maybe he's disrespecting Man City.
No, so maybe he's a hypocrite then a bit as well. Then no.
I mean, maybe. If you want to grab onto that point only,
no, because you know what it is here, views. Because I do podcasts, I listen to people speak, and there's always there's what people say, but then in what they don't say, there's a message in it. So people always tell you what they want to say because that's the point they're trying to get across. But with you saying that, there's other things which you're not saying that come off the back of what you've said. Do you get what I mean?
It does make sense, and I hate when people say, "Does that make sense?" Because I'm not stupid, so it does make sense. I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
it's like me saying views are. And how can I word this? Our views. Anyone on this channel, anyone on this stream, not called Everest or Vigilante, is a prick, or is not a prick. Like we all know, I'm calling views a prick, but the way I word it, because I didn't say it, but no, you just called me a prick without. Do you get what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. I know
the analogy's a bit all over the place, but
no, I totally get that. But then why do you think Pep will come out and try and say Man City's not a big team? That's the team that he works for. That's the team that when his wife divorced him, he stayed in England, bro. So I understand your point, and it's a very valid point. It's a very valid point. And depending on what side of the perspective you're coming from, because that never even came into my mind that he was trying to downplay City. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's why I need people like you. We need people like you.
You mean something else, bro.
We need people like that because I don't always get it. And you're right. Maybe I could be tunnel vision saying, I'm the standards, please. So because he's saying what I want to hear, big up Pep, man. You understand what I'm saying?
Because you know what you said there, Views? Because you said what I'm thinking. Like, why would he come out and disrespect City? Like, why would you say that? Because even though you haven't been disrespectful to City, what you said can be perceived. So like, when I speak, I try and think about how can this be received. Like, because there's people that I care about that I don't want to offend, so I'm gonna say stuff away that is not offensive in any other way whatsoever. And then if I have to say something that may be a bit offensive, that may offend someone, I'm gonna highlight the people that I'm not trying to offend because I know that we're all human beings who can interpret stuff away, and what you said could lead to me feeling a bit disrespected. So why would you pop up and say that? You're right. Why would you say that, man?
Right, but that never even came into my mind. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like Chinese whispers with the ears and with the eyes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because people are going to want to see what they're going to want to see. When you said that, Chick, that's the first time it ever even crossed my mind. Because I'm looking at Ancelotti getting sacked after what he's done for Madrid. I'm looking at Conte getting sacked after just winning Serie A. I'm looking at, you understand what I'm saying? I'm looking at Ange getting sacked after winning Europa League, right? And nothing's happening to my manager. I'm looking at what Pep's saying because the media are trying to, the way I saw it is that you're trying to give him an out. You're trying to even dunk on Arteta by saying, even with your worst season, you could still finish second. You've still hit a final. It's still looking all right, Pep. What are you saying? And then Pep's come out and said, no, it's not all right. We're nowhere near the leaders. So for me, as standard police, I'm looking at Pep like, go on, big man. That's what I'm talking. And it never once entered my mind that he could even be downplaying Man City. So it's all
Go on, imagine Arteta came out tomorrow, yeah, if you just said, you know what, at all the big clubs in the world, if I finish second, I'd be sacked. Full stop, conversation done. As Arsenal fans, you'd be thinking, yo, what do you say fuck me for? Why are you dissing me, bro? What have I done?
All the people that have been backing him saying he shouldn't have been sacked and he should be getting more time. Right. And that's what we're here for. That's what the intervention is here for. So we can get our points across, innit? And get that angle across. Because like I said to you, my guy, it's purely from my perspective. And it is, I'm not even saying it's hypocritical. It's just, it is what it is. This is how I look at it and how I look at football and life. And you look at it completely different. And this is what we need, because that thought never entered my mind, not once. He's taking a piss out of City. Is Man City not a big club? I never thought that. I just thought, go on, Pep, standard police.
Oh, I hear you.
Talking about? Because that's where I'm coming from. And I'm not scared to admit that. And maybe I could be wrong in certain aspects. And this is what we're here for. This is why I need you and people like yourself that see things different to me to come and bring it up, and bring it up in a logical way. Not just like, oh, because someone on, I'm not even going to mention their name, but someone on Deluded stream yesterday. Did you see any of that, Chinks?
No.
Bro, Playback Gang, Everest. I think you was in the chat, weren't you? So I know you saw some of it.
I only went with the raid, but I didn't stay there for too long.
Right? There was two what you call top gooners on there, bruv, talking about, oh, I can actually go to the Emirates now. I can actually watch football now. Talking like we're playing some Wenger ball. And even you have said things like you're enjoying what you're seeing. But when I look at the team, Chinks, right, I feel like scratching my eyes out. I'm seeing man like Troops falling asleep on live watch-alongs, bro. Curtis Shaw. If you need the cure for yeah, I'm not even joking. If you need the cure for insomnia, watch fucking Arsenal play. When I do my watch-alongs, I call it community service because I feel like I have to do this. I don't enjoy watching this team. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I don't enjoy seeing pragmatism. I don't enjoy never seeing my team go for it. I don't enjoy my team getting back into a game against Liverpool at Anfield, and then the moment you get back in the game, we should have all the momentum. You're bringing on two fucking defenders. I don't enjoy that. That's what.
Was someone injured in that game, Views? Did someone get injured in that game? Because I remember because that game was one of the. There wasn't a lot of times because I know I'm a bit opposite of you because I've done the flamboyant, fluent football for so long. But we've always had like a hollowness to us, like 4-4 at Reading, 4-4. Like, do you know what I mean? That we play beautiful football so it can go left. So this pragmatism, I kind of enjoy being a bit difficult to beat. Pause. But there's two moments in that Liverpool game when we ended the game with Kivior
and Calafiori at centre back.
And Maitland now was like it was pitch patch defense, and I was like, oh, I feel a bit worried here. Was it not injuries or
no? Someone come on at half time. I think Calafiori come on at half time because who was playing? It was Saliba and it was Kivior, and Saliba had to come off. Yeah, and then Calafiori came on at half time. But my point is, we were still 2-0 down at that point, Chinks. We came back into the game 2-2. All the momentum's with us. We haven't won at Anfield since 2012. Yeah, and then what do you do as a manager, bro? You bring on two defenders, and this is what I'm trying to say. And I hear what you're saying. Pause. You don't want to be hard to. You like being hard to beat, that kind of thing. But the whole point is, right, is that if people are going to say we don't care about winning, yeah, we're not putting all the pressure on the manager. We're just enjoying what we're seeing at them. How can you enjoy that?
You know what it is? We're more selfish than you. That's what it is. Because you know what it is, yeah? As much as this sounds corny, you remember that season where we finished second and Reece Nelson scored that mad volley, like, at near the end of the game, and it was fever pitch. Yeah, like that season was very enjoyable for me.
Why not 22-23?
I'm pretty sure it was.
You know what, Jinx?
Sure it was.
I'm gonna let you come in. Sorry, you know what? That season was very enjoyable for me too. You want to know something? You want to know why? Because we were playing good football. We were balling out. So even if you're not winning, the people that's watching it, the people that's going to the thing are saying, "We're playing some good football. I don't know why we're not winning." But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna add something. The first time when you guys were second and playing like the attacking football and everything, I was on the next season in a Liverpool channel. I said that I never did think that Arsenal could get second and do this well, in the previous season. I guess backing Arteta paid off, and you guys had to have patience. At that time, I was actually quite interested to see how Arsenal's trajectory goes. But
Yeah.
then Arteta just suddenly changed his attacking way to become more defensive, like try to control things. And that attack not only stagnated, but also he kind of lost that momentum of going through all of the things. And the most like criminal thing he had done is to sacrifice the domestic trophies. That's one of the things that he would probably regret, because if he had those trophies in the bag within these past 5 years, he
Mm.
would have probably had more of a backing from even like the bottom gunners as well. Like
Even from me.
you're not surrendering any other trophies. Like
Mm.
for example, let me I will, because Tottenham's thing came up because of Ching said that even after 17 years you got rid of a manager who just was here for around 2 seasons,
Yeah.
got you a trophy, but you kind of kicked them off. So I wanted to see what Klopp did, because obviously we were also going on a trophy drought. We weren't winning any sort of trophies since Klopp came. So Klopp came in like the 2015-16 season, right? We finished eighth, but we went to the League Cup final and also the Europa League final, which we both lost both of them. But at least we had some sort of thing. And afterwards, on the next year, we got we got fourth in the Premier
Champions
League.
League final as well.
Yeah, that was in the 17-18 season. But
In
the
his third season.
it was his third season. Yeah, it was his
Yeah.
third season.
I know it.
We
That's what I'm saying. I know it. Go on,
Yeah.
sorry, bro.
Yeah, and we after in the 2016-17 and 17-18, we finished fourth in both the seasons, like back to back fourth. We just went into the Champions League. 18-19 was the game changer when we were second with 97 points, and also we won the Champions League, defeating Spurs.
I
So-
hate this points thing, man. I really do. Sorry, go on, carry on.
Yeah, even I don't, but at least we stood second, right? Our position was second,
Mhm.
and we gave City a huge title run, because
Mm.
they finished in 98, we finished in 97. That means like we almost
1 point.
like did one of the unthinkables.
Hmm.
So that means you can see that we were progressing in the league as well as we were doing the trophy runs. We were getting in the finals, or we lost to Madrid, but on the next one we actually won. So we have to have a balance, right? Because you don't want the club to completely decline in a stage that it's sometimes irreplaceable, or like you cannot build them up from the ground up. Because despite winning the Europa League and getting them to the Champions League, Ange flopped very badly in the league. As a Big Six club, it is in no way it should be acceptable to be in like the 16-17.
This is why it's so hard. This is why it's so hard. And obviously, I'll let Chinks come back in if he's got any kind of response to that. But this is why it's so hard, because there is standards. And like I said, any other season, if the bottom three teams were any better, then Spurs might have been relegated this year. Like that's not out of the realms of possibility, which is sackable in itself. But at the same time, even Spurs fans, and I know a few of them, George, Jacob, I know a few of them, they were even like, well, he's just won us the Europa. That dopamine, when that hit in, they weren't talking about sacking Ange. Do you know what I mean? That's why I just think it's a bit tricky. And the players seem to have liked him a lot. Because now that he's gone, you're seeing them coming out talk. But it's tricky. This is what we're here to talk about. It's very, very tricky because go on.
So you know what it is as well, because this is just my point of why, as much as our board and the people that own our club piss me off as much as they do sometimes, I just use those two drastic examples as why your club can't listen to the fans all the time, because they go mad. Because think about it, our manager got us to, what did we get to, the semis or the quarters in the Champions League? We got second in the league, and we still got people screaming for his head, want him to be sacked. So that's proof that even unless you win the league, you can't talk to me about being sacked. The next best thing is second, and that's not because it's an achievement, it's just factual. So the next best thing, apart from winning the league, which doesn't get you guaranteed from not wanting to be sacked by fans, it's second isn't enough, because people still want Arteta sacked. Winning a trophy and fucking off the league, even though if you did finish second in the league, you could still want to be sacked. So if it's not first, the league don't matter by definition of certain fans wanting Arteta sacked. So winning a trophy don't guarantee you not wanting to be sacked, and doing anything but not winning the league doesn't guarantee you to want to be sacked. So it's just a whole thing of where these fans are just so fickle and their goalposts move and they don't make nothing that's consistent to stand on. Because you want Arteta sacked because he finished second and ain't won the league, but then you want Ange sacked because he's won a trophy and hasn't done well in the league. And it's do you get my point? To a degree.
To a degree, 100%. To a degree, 100%.
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Right. Oh, no. And I totally get that. And you're totally right. You are damned if you do, damned if you don't. But everyone's situation is their situation. That's the one thing I will say. Because Arteta's had everything. I mean, if you can name me 10 Arsenal managers, he's had more than all of them. You understand what I'm saying? How long do we need? Because I know what you're saying. If you finish second and it's not good enough, fans still want him to go. But it's not like this. Wouldn't have been the case if he, as Everest said, if he would have picked up a FA Cup or if he would have picked up a Carabao along the way. Because you've got to have credit in the bank. You've got to have a justification of why you're getting kept at a job for over a decade in modern football. Because it don't happen no more. It don't. You got Thomas Frank.
Quickly, bro.
Of course you can. I forgot you was there.
I was Arteta out from day one. I've never been Arteta in.
Right.
And I will be honest, if he'd got second and won the Carabao Cup, I would have gone, all right, I'm not happy having him here, but I'll tolerate one more season. I've not moved my goalposts.
Right. But I think Chinks is talking
I
in
still
general.
want him out, bro. I get what Chinks is saying, right? And just, on the Pep thing, I see potentially what he said about him being sacked differently. What if he's actually meant he's had a really shit time in his life recently, hasn't he? And City have stuck by him.
That's
so maybe point. Does he mean that he's actually grateful that they've stuck by him in a really bad situation?
So why not say that instead of the way he worded it?
I know it's a weird one.
No, big up Vigilante and big up Chinks for just saying that. Why not say that? Because this is going to be a response to what you just said. So why the club keep telling us shit then, bruv? Why? Tell me that you're QPR then. Don't tell me to be excited.
That's just what I said, right?
Don't keep trying to be a fucking what's his name, the North Korea don on all the season ticket holder. You must come to the games.
Arsenal, you mean?
Arsenal.
Yeah, because it's fucking business. You got. Imagine you're a shareholder, though. Views,
you can't say that then.
No, but public.
I'm a shareholder, Chinks, and I'm going to let you come in. If I'm a shareholder, just like Real Madrid, and the president keeps promising me stars, and you don't get me stars, you're out of here, bro. That's it. That's business.
I know, but that's a different argument, though. But the whole point of come out and say we're QPR, you can't do that because then people's opinions. Like say for example, if the newspaper says it's going to rain next Tuesday and it's going to be the worst torrential rain there's ever going to be, human beings. Tuesday 6 p.m. There's human beings that umbrella sales will go up. It's just a matter of fact. It doesn't matter if it rains Tuesday or not. That's just human nature. Do you get what I mean? So if Arsenal come out and say, "Yo, bro, we're QPR. We're not really expecting much," that's gonna cause people who have support and want to put finances into Arsenal to not want to do that. And then there's gonna be shareholders. Pardon?
Will it?
Will what?
Because you just said if we come out and said we're the QPR, then it's gonna force people. You're right, yeah. But we're talking about as a whole because you know how many people say that they're happy with not winning nothing right now. It's just a vibe.
No, forget the people. I'm talking about the business. So what I'm saying is, if you come out and you say to the public, "Yeah, we're QPR. We're not really expecting much this season," that lessens the brand. And when the brand's lessening, that costs money. So there's shareholders whose shares are going to be worth a certain amount of money on Monday. Arteta's going to say this on Tuesday. Now my shares are worth less on Wednesday. So, but directly by something you've said, you've cost me money. Right. And then I'm funding your operation, and then you're at a detriment.
But you're out here lying to us. Then you're out here lying to us. We're the shareholders at the end of the day, then, right? And we're not even a public company.
We're not shareholders. They're shareholders because there's Kroenke's a majority shareholder now. I think.
But we're not a public trading company. We're not a public trading company, is what I'm trying to say. We're not like that. Yeah. So there's
but it's still got a valuation though. Your shares still hold a value termed on.
The thing is.
But we're not public. Public just can't go and buy shares, though. That's what I'm trying to say. So there is people that own shares in the club, but it's not a public trading company. Yeah.
If you have enough money, it doesn't matter if you're public or not. You can buy shares if the people who have the shares want to sell them. We're not open. We're not on the open trading market of the public or whatever the word is for that. We're not open like that.
Basically,
the share price is dictated by success. If we've had failure after failure, the share price will go down.
So interest as well. And we spoke about this before. Sorry, say that again, Vigilante. Sorry.
If we have failure after failure, our share prices go down. But if we have success, they go up. Look at the Real Madrid, for example. Their share prices are through the roof. Why? Because they win and win and win. Ours aren't that great. They can't be.
They are. There's
And
a,
one
all right,
more
let me get the
thing,
numbers.
When you look at the ticket price and everything,
Lad,
already
you're
people are
focusing
measuring
too much.
Did
I know what
Klopp
Chinks is
not
trying
come
to
out
say.
and call the club
Hold on.
out and say we need
Hold
to
on.
lower the
Hold on.
ticket prices?
Hold on, Vigilante. I know what Chinks is trying to say. It is a business, and you get me. You can't downplay your product because no one's going to buy it. However, yeah, we do have things in the world called interest and inflation. That's something that's always going to be there, and that's due to other companies. But when you've got a company trying to put out a product that keeps trying to release more and more of that product, keeps raising the price on that product, and gives nothing back to the customers, and then expects us to say, "Oh, but it's a business." Don't then get upset when I say I don't give a shit about your business, because I don't go into Primark and ask them about their quarterlies. I don't go into Primark and ask them about their board members. I go into Primark and see, is there a fucking sale on? That's it. You understand? So while Chinks is absolutely right, it is a business. And even someone, La African Guna, he was on Deluded saying, we need to understand that it's a business. Why do we need to understand it? I'm not a fucking shareholder. And that's what you're saying is right, Chinks. Yeah, anyone can go and buy, but it's not anyone that is going to go and buy it, because it's billionaires. It's not just any Joe Blogs from the public. I very much doubt you're going to get any shares. That's what I'm trying to say. And our club is run like a dictatorship. So you keep wanting to come out and say, be excited, and we've got goosebumps for the transfer window coming up. Don't say any of that, bro. I don't know. That's where I'm at as a fan, because you're expecting me to understand all of the business. But why don't you understand that if your product is banging, it's gonna fly off the shelf? If I've got TT Grub, I don't need to send out loads of texts, because the moment people find out, my shit's gone. If everything's working on the pitch, it don't even matter what you're doing outside of football. If our team is winning on the field, do you think it matters that the season ticket prices have gone up a little bit? It's not going to matter. Do you think it matters that a new shirt comes out with Gyökeres on the back? Because if he went and done that, that would be good business, wouldn't it? So I understand exactly what Chinks is saying, but there is a conflicting argument to that as well. Why must I
not investors in the business, bro? You need profit.
Well, I haven't gone to the College of Northwest Arsenal. What the fuck do I need to know about business for? This is a football club. You see what I'm saying? So you keep wanting to tell me to understand business. You understand your fans. Have your fucking finger on the pulse. Do something to make us happy, and then we'll shut up. Get some quality. If I've got the TT Grub, it's flying off the shelf, bro. I don't need to promote it. If you're winning on the field, anything you do outside of football, no one's going to give a shit.
So why did Man U make so much money then this year and they ain't won shit?
What do you mean, why have they made? Because they're established as a club.
Yeah, because Vigilante is saying failure after failure after failure makes your value go down.
Hold on. In 5 years, hold on. In 5 years, they've won 2 trophies, bro. How can you say that's failure after failure? In 5 years, they've been in 5 finals, bro. How can we say that's failure after failure? They've won the Carabao, they've won the FA, they nearly won the Europa League this year. In their worst.
But this season, they've won nothing.
But
they've made more money than they ever did in any of those seasons where you're talking about where they did win.
Can I just interject quickly? Look at it from an investor's point of view. They're going to look at it, right? You've made finals consistently. You've won 2 out of 5 finals. So there's something there that can improve. Whereas with Arsenal, they look at us. How many finals have you made in the last 5 years? None.
So I concede, man. I concede because you're not having a football argument and I'm having a business argument, and that's not even.
You need profit or something to go to these investors. This is what I'm doing.
You're not wrong, but it's like
investment in.
But when my evidence is just like, oh fuck this, listen to the fans. It's the fans. You don't know us. It's just like I can't really have a debate because all of my points that I stand on that are factual just kind of get dismissed.
No. I hear that. But when you say that, why are we not understanding the business? It goes 2 ways. That's my point.
But this is the thing, though. Why do you believe it goes 2 ways?
Because
do you really think?
Why would they be there if it weren't for us? If it weren't for Arsenal Football Club, how would any of these men be here earning money, bro?
Who?
The fans are the lifeblood of any club.
Lifeblood of any business. The customers. No business will be around.
But there's a moment when you surpass that, and then it's just like whether you lot give a fuck or not. There's so many people that will. That's why there's still big waiting lists and still so much demand, and why all of this stuff is. So as much as we want to sit here and bellyache about our personal opinion and how we view stuff, at the end of the day, our personal opinion really ain't that important, because there's so many other more people who are still going to support the club regardless of what we're bellyaching over. So sitting here saying it's a two-way thing is not really a two-way thing between us and them.
All right, hold on. All right, cool. So then why won't they just come out and then just say that we're not that ambitious then? Because if people are still going to go anyway, right? That's my point. We can come back around to that.
Yeah, but then it's still going to lessen the value because of the public image of the brand.
So we just so I don't know, man. Maybe we just need to concede in it, because I'm not an accountant, bro. No one can tell me be sympathetic to the business, bro.
I'm not. That's not what I'm asking. I'm just telling you, when I see an issue, I look for a solution. I don't just complain. So I'm looking at why
to ignore it and to keep.
No, I'm just specifically talking about the one QPR example, because think about it. If you buy a business, views. And you're looking at, because I don't know the Kroenkes personally, I don't know their prerogative, I don't know what their goals are. I knew what Abramovich's was, and it was quite clear and evident. So I'm not making the assumption. So let's just say you're the Kroenkes. We don't know what your goal is, innit? But we know people don't like losing money. It's kind of common sense. You own a business, you employ someone that employs someone. One of your employees is going out to the world and saying publicly, we don't really expect much from us. We're a small club who's not expecting to win stuff, and that's going to directly cost you money. How are you going to feel about your staff that says that?
Yeah, on the business. Yeah, I understand that completely.
That's all I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong. I'm just explaining the logic behind it. That's all I'm doing.
All right. And I think we can come to an agreement on that. I'm not discrediting that whatsoever. I'm just saying that it also goes on the other side, because Kroenke, the guy that actually Silent Stan, the guy that actually owns the club, said I'm not here for trophies. So automatically you're downplaying it from day one. You've come into the thing. So you've got a point, but we've got the biggest guy. We've got the guy who owns everything saying that. But I feel like we're going to go around in circles, because you are right. It is business, and you're right. No matter how I feel, I wake up vexed every day that we're not winning, or I wake up vexed every day that Arteta's still chatting shit. It's not going to change. How I feel is not going to change what happens. So you're absolutely right in that. But the only argument that I will come with is yes, you keep asking us to buy into this product with feelings and culture and vibes and empathy, and when we're so close and all this other stuff that you want to try and lean on everyone to get money out of them. But then you're not really about what you're saying. As you just said, Abramovich didn't do the talking thing. It was all action. But you're right.
I know, and I think this is what the problem with the internet nowadays. Yeah, there's like a whataboutism where every single thing you hear, it has to apply to you. So you're like, say for example, I don't need a new car right now, but there's mad car adverts on the TV. Do you get what I mean? And because I know I'm not looking to buy a car, that advert ain't for me. But there's so many people in the world that there might be someone who wants to buy a car right now who that advert's for. So they're looking at it as we're just trying to reach as much people as possible to the people who are going to adhere to our message. Do you get what I'm saying? They don't really care about us people. They don't care whether I want to see a car ad on the telly today.
Yeah, I get it. And
you get what I mean? Right. So what they're saying is not for us. It's for those people who will believe that poppycock and buy into it.
This is why I'm here, Chinks. This is why Lee Gunner's here. This is why Shane Gooner is here. Because I don't care what nobody says, bro. I don't care what nobody says. You are right. These are the facts. This is a business. They don't care about us like that. But I still care about this club, innit? And the only reason that these guys make money is because of the football. So it can't be the last thing that you address every time. But I understand what you're saying, because you're right. You don't need a new car. You're absolutely right. So it is.
What I mean,
I understand. I perfectly understand what you're saying. And that's the problem, Chinks. We have way too many people that are just happy to go and drink with their brethren on the weekend, wear the same garms, doing synchronized dancing like it's the Willy Bounce or something. This is what they're happy with. Vibes, dogs, plushies. That's what they're happy with. The owner said that, and I get it. And
you know what the mad thing? You know what the mad thing is about views? Those people spend more money than us.
It's their religion. It's their religion. And that's why they want them there. That's why, and you're right. And I feel like we're actually coming to a point where we agree, because they're targeting the real season ticket people, the real people that go there every week. They're not buying their shitty hot dogs. They're not buying the program. They're not going there to have synchronized dances with their pals. They're going there because they're a season ticket holder, and they ain't going to be taking bare pictures and hitting the armory after. They don't want them kind of guys there. So you're right. You're right. Maybe we're just fossils out here that ain't moving along with the times. But I'm from the era where I don't change my team. I was born into Arsenal. My very first picture, I was in an Arsenal kit. I don't change my team. I love this club. You understand what I'm saying to you? I love this club and I want to see my club win. And when I'm seeing my club in the top 10 in the Deloitte money leagues for year on year on year, when I'm seeing financial reports and saying we could spend 500 million and still be in the green, and then you come out acting like we're broke, like it's Iceland. Like, why just for once, Chinks, just for once, is it not in our history that we don't ever really go out and do this, that, and the third? Just for once in our life.
I'm so much of an Arsenal fan, yeah. I'm a bit, maybe I'm too much of a Wenger lover, yeah. But you see the way we did it before when we didn't, because I don't want to buy it. Like, you see, I love Declan Rice. I think he's a great player. I love the fact that he chose us over City, because that's what makes me love him, because you could have went and done it easy, go where everybody goes to win, take all the money and run off into the sunset. So it was a personal choice of us, putting us first. That's pull.
Yeah,
you see, like Arshavin paid for his own jet because he wanted to. That's pull. Money's not pull. You get what I mean? Money's not pull. So you see this whole. If we, I swear to God, yeah, if we would have went out, bought the most expensive squad and assembled the best squad in the world, and just done it the capitalist society way of where you just buy everything, it's not going to mean as much to me as the other Premier Leagues, which we won doing it our way.
Right.
Do you get what I mean?
I get what you mean, and this is what's so good is because we have. Like you said, you have your way and what you like finding the diamond in the rough.
That appeals to me because I'm from a rough place, and to get what I mean, I didn't always win and get the silver spoon. That appeals to me for some reason.
Appeals to me as well. But now we're going to lean into what you said, because football's moved forward. It is business. It is monopoly now, isn't it? So that's the reason why a Man City can then just come in and dash away all the monopoly money, and Chelsea dash away all the monopoly money and get to where they got to get to. And I would love if Arsenal could still do that. You know, someone like Berta could come in and go and find those gems. I would love for that to still be the case. But do you believe football's even in that same space, bro? Because I feel like
hope so, man. I
feel like the quality's got so much, man. I mean,
I hope so, man.
Yeah, I'll let you have your say, and then I'll bring in the other two guys.
Go on, you two. Sorry, I spoke a lot, man.
No, don't be silly, man. You're coming late as well. But I'm just feeling like what we're asking for is old school. Because I even big up Tony at Hammers Football TV, West Ham fan. And I was in his chat the other day, and he was like, oh, you know, the old school West Ham. And they're of an older age. The elite. But they've been here from day dot. Just like Jez, the Godfather, they've been here from when we used to have firms going to football games. So there's always going to be respect for them, man. But I've got to tell you that the game has moved on, even from my era.
Can I ask you? Is there a bit of snobbery? Yeah, because you see, like Chelsea and City. Yeah, I know they've bought it, they've won trophies, we haven't, and all of that. Yeah, but I still don't. I don't know what the word is, but I still don't think
they're not bigger than us.
Not even bigger, like they just ain't got that feel. Like, you know, like, I don't know if it's culture. You see, like West Ham. West Ham don't win stuff of late, and they're not the big dogs and all that. But what they have and what their fans view it as, you can't buy that. You cannot buy that.
Well, we have.
Do you get what I'm saying? And I think we have that. I think Chelsea have it a bit more than City because they've been there a bit longer. But there's that. I don't know what the word is, but there's something that we have that I don't think can just be bought, man.
Arsenal fans would like to say it's class. You know, we always buy cheap. We make world class instead of buying it. We carry ourselves a certain way. When FFP and PSR was going on, you know, Wenger was practicing it before it was even a thing. So we've always carried ourselves like that. And I understand that. I appreciate it. I respect it. But just like, you know, like when you watch any old film or anything, you know, you got old dinosaurs, bro. Old dinosaur plugs still trying to push everything in a boat and still trying to pay off the man at the docks. When you got the new age kids that are fucking, I don't know, parachuting the food in or something, or they're taking it out of you know, they're breaking it down and reheating it. And you understand what I'm saying? Things move on. The game, just in terms of the quality, guys. Yeah, look at the strikers. Me and Shane done it the other day. We were just going through even early 2000s, Crespo and Totti and all the players that were around. The quality ain't there no more. You know what I mean? The game has moved on a little bit. And sometimes I feel like I'm a little bit of a fossil because I'm like, oh, you know, like do a little bit more. But I understand that. We've always been that club, that classy, but we need to move on from it a little bit because I feel like we're getting left behind. If we're going to maintain the third biggest club in the country, if we're going to maintain that kind of classy attitude that we have, we still have to add to it, in my opinion. But
and you know what I think the Bridges as well views, because Everest, you're a Liverpool fan.
Yeah, he is.
And this is why my champion, the people who I rate and respect, is Liverpool, because they ain't done it. They done it their way. They ain't done it just by it, and there's still some integrity and class about the way they've done it. Do you get what I mean? But go on, Everest. Sorry.
Yeah, but the thing is that when we did it, we actually had to bring some significant change in terms of managers. Liverpool don't usually, fire managers like every day, every week, or every 6 months. Or
Yeah, we're
so,
not
right?
Chelsea. You're not Chelsea. I know.
Yeah,
this.
we're not
Look,
Chelsea.
see, and we take pride on that. We take pride on that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Those things add up to something for me. I don't know why.
but the thing is that when we saw that, okay, Benitez gave us the Champions League, but he was not doing any decently on the league, then we went and got Rodgers. And Rodgers was like only the journeyman. He could not finish up his destination, kind of like what Arteta is currently going through. So there was a very huge disdain from the fan base. And actually, I would say like 90% of the fan base was against Rodgers' stay. But the problem with what I'm seeing at Arsenal is that it is so much badly divided amongst like Arteta in and out that they're not trying to even kind of like welcome the idea of a new voice, right? Because people like people like Gunnar or Views or others, they are actually giving you names that are proven winners as managers, but they're not kind of welcoming the idea. They just want Arteta to succeed. And and Chinks, when you mentioned that you were like a very huge Wenger fan, right? Remember what Wenger had, because he had credit in the bank because of his earlier years. It started getting toxic in the. It started getting toxic in the later years, and then the club started. The fans started getting into fights about whether you're like this is this is Arsenal FC, not Arsene Wenger FC. That famous line, and that was getting very, very toxic. At least he had credit. Why is someone who has been 5.5 years in the club, has just won only one FA Cup, and you're still trying to back him no matter what? It is
it's on fan base, man.
Yeah, it's not like you have not progressed. You have progressed, but you have right now.
Thanks for acknowledging that, because people don't acknowledge that, Everest.
Yeah, but the thing is that you're right now stagnating. Second 3 years in a row. I think Arsenal is the very first team in the league to have done second 3 years in a row. That is not a.
We've done it before, and then we went on to win a cup double. So mind out for next season, innit? That's what I will say.
I know, but ain't it like, because this is it's all mixed stuff when you remove, because this is just taking stuff from here, and this must mean this. But when you add the context, because do you think it was easier? There's less teams competing for the title in them days than there are now. No.
But Chinks, you have to remember that at the end of everything, when you're looking back at the history, like maybe you and I won't be there, but our children will be there, our grandchildren will be there. When they're looking at these seasons, when they're looking back at the YouTube clips or whatever, they're just gonna see the table, and they will see that our club, that club we support, they're just second and they won no trophies. No more, not like there won't be any context, there won't be anything. Remember the World Cups. Some World Cups had corruption in them previously in the 70s or 80s. Nobody will talk about those contexts. They'll just be, okay, that country won the World Cup, beating that country in the finals. That's it. Same will be with the league. Okay, we had this manager. Look at George Graham. George Graham's football, people did not appreciate when whoever watched it, but he provided you the trophies, provided you with success. So people still hold him to a really high regard, despite him living on a like that scandal, and that's why he does not have that statue. But he's still appreciated. Same, obviously, Wenger is one of the most successful managers in your tenure.
And his philosophy and the way he done stuff is what it's not only trophies. Why I appreciate Wenger.
The thing, I would say that since you enjoyed the football and you are obviously an old school supporter, you would be looking at that. If you take modern Chelsea or Man City fans, the very recently young ones like the Gen Alpha or Gen Beta, that the newer, younger fan base, they don't care about anything else what their club had done previously. They will just look at the trophies. They will look at the success. They will look at whatever they have clubs had done currently. Same with the Arsenal fans. The Arsenal fans that have grown up at the time of the late toxic Wenger period or the Unai Emery period, where they weren't actually getting anything, but suddenly Arteta came in and they, at first they were eighth, fifth, but then they went to and became second. They're thinking that okay, we're going, like we're seeing the project, we're, the phase thing, what phase is Arteta in right now. So
Mm.
You will have a
Perspective.
different perspective from these younger ones because
Mm.
of their standards, the expectations, the way you have watched growing up football,
Yeah,
the way you
change.
have grown up watching football.
It's
That's
changed.
there's always a caveat to everything, or like the context. But at the
Yeah.
end of the day, trophies matter, success matters, no matter
Mm.
where you go. Because
Mm.
if it didn't, you could have you could have brought up in like Yorkshire, and you could have supported the Yorkshire Football Club. But when you are growing up, when you're watching the television, and you are seeing uh, people from different parts of UK support Arsenal or Liverpool or Manchester United, there are so many fans in London that support Liverpool. Why are
Mm.
they are brought and raised
United
in?
fans. And
Yeah,
and I tell you that
United
the
fans
auntie
as
lives
well.
in Liverpool. I know you've heard that, Chink. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah,
I know Chinks is from London. That's what we used to get all the time. Why you support Man United? Oh, my family lives up there. My auntie lives in
That's
Liverpool. You
bollocks.
can
It's
hear
just because you only care about winning. You're a
Oh, right.
glory hunter to a
yeah,
degree.
but the thing is that
Liverpool's not like that though.
even being glory hunter or not, they are supporting it because they saw Manchester United have success.
Win.
At the end of
Win.
the day, when you don't see the actual success or progress or like the peak performance of any club, you will not actually start backing it. I remember when I was
But
growing up.
sorry to cut in, Everest. This is what I think the issue is, because that's not me, and I think that's what's not to be some big hippie. I think that's the perspective that's wrong with the world, where people only view few things through a lens of a win and a loss and a trophy is all that matters, because it's mad disrespectful and it discredits everybody else. Do you get
Yeah,
what I
I
mean?
hear
Because
that.
there's only
I hear
one
that.
winner every year, and I guarantee you, there's about, I don't know how much teams and how much genuinely believe it, but everybody thinks their team should win everything every year, and it's just like that's just I don't want to be disrespectful, but that's a stupid mindset, because life doesn't work like that, and that's not realistic. And you're setting yourself up for later disappointment, because as history shows you, you're not guaranteed and you're not going to win stuff all the time. So only looking at stuff through a lens where all that matters is winning. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, because everybody's allowed to fan who they fan. I'm just saying, for my mental health and my own betterment, and me being the selfish person I am and wanting to have the happiest life I can possibly have, I don't view stuff through that lens, because I know expectations lead to disappointments. And I'm not having a go at anybody who does. I just care about me. I just care about me and my mental health
I respect
more than
that.
some stuff I can't actually change.
Okay,
You get what I
let
mean?
me come in on that as well. Let me come in on that because
Please be
I
quick, because
respect
I'm
it.
ready, bro. I'm ready, bro. Oh,
I
Lord.
I am I let me tell you my journey of being a Liverpool fan. Right, I I when I started watching football and I saw that Manchester United was the one dominating all the time, I was kind of fed up with it because I was always backed someone who is not like the always the serial winners. Like everybody was supporting Federer, I was supporting Nadal because I saw that no, this guy is actually a hard worker, and I just want to
He
just support
resonates
the
with
guy.
you, innit? Like he
Yeah,
resonates
exactly.
with you. Yeah.
Yeah. So same way, kind of I liked watching Steven Gerrard as a player, and I saw that okay, Manchester United, this team is just they just win everything and
Their
they buy
society,
the
Everest. They're the capitalist society. You just crush the little man and get rich off the
yeah,
small man's
and
labor.
and remember like when they got Rio Ferdinand on a record transfer fee. I was like, these guys just buy
This is
everything, or like
mad, I swear.
they get all the best players. So I was like, okay,
It-
who's the closest rivals or like the all-time rivals to Manchester United? I saw Liverpool, and I saw that Robbie Fowler, Michael Owen, Steven Gerrard, these guys are really good players. Despite them like not being able to compete with Manchester United, they were all right. So I started supporting Liverpool, and my support was justified when we beat that all-time, one of the greatest AC Milan team and got that Champions League. That actually solidified my base as a Liverpool player. As a Liverpool fan. And despite afterwards, I did not win or had like some of the worst players, like when Balotelli was in his declining phase, when Kolo Toure, then like people like Ragnar Klavan, then Stuart Dining, Insua, Maxi Rodriguez. Most of these players did not perform well for our club, and we were so fed up. But obviously I'm not going to change my colors, and I stayed there through thick and thin. But I was so frustrated. And when Klopp actually came, Klopp did. I saw what Klopp did with Mainz. I saw the Champions League final with the Dortmund versus Bayern. I saw when Klopp came, I started having more and more belief. And the very first press conference, he said that within 4 or 5 years, I will get you a trophy. I will get you the league, and he delivered on that. When I saw how he was performing, I started getting more and more optimistic. So that means at the end of the day, despite I was there through the thick and thin of our club, it feels really better when we win something, right? When you win the trophies,
When you
whether
try
it's the
and
domestic.
win. Hold on.
Yes.
When you
Yes.
try and win, because obviously
Yes.
we're going around houses a little bit, and this is what we've got to
Yeah.
put it. This is what I want to put into effect, because that is the aim of the game. Otherwise, why is there a league? Why do people get paid? Why don't we just play it for fun then?
Yeah, there's no like participation.
One
trophy.
person can win, but there's not only one competition, is there? No
Multiple
one's entitled
competitions,
to win every year. But what we should be entitled to ask for as fans who's paying into the club is that you attempt to try and win it every year. You know what I mean?
And-
you attempt to do the best things for your club.
Yes.
But anyway,
and-
sorry.
Yeah, and no worries. And like, even if you're not getting the league, at least go for the other trophies, innit? Because look at how jubilant Newcastle are, Crystal Palace are, Tottenham are, even Chelsea, because they got their Champions League, and also they got their trophy to back it up. They did the complete set or whatever. So everybody will.
I know what he means, because I'm of that volition, yeah. Because I'm not even like all of the rest of the bottom gooners. I'm a bottom gooner. I don't like Arteta. I want my club to win, and pause whatever bottom, all that stupidness. I know what team I play for. Yeah, I'm telling you that's where I come from. Understand what I'm saying? So, but I'm not the same as these other guys. Someone saying, "Oh, you got to win me the champs, or you got to win me the league, or you got to go." I was saying last year, just win me the Carabao, just win me something. How have we won 14 FA Cups? That's meant to be our competition, and you don't take it seriously. So this is why I'm looking at you, bro. Because I'm not saying it needed to be the biggies, it needs to be back-to-back leagues. But give me something to tick over. Give me some trips to Wembley. Give me something to feel proud of my team for. You see what I'm saying?
No,
Especially when... Go on.
Sorry, because you know what? I'm not disagreeing with you and all of that. Yeah, I 100% agree with you, and I want to win. I'm not downplaying trophies or trying to discredit trophies, innit? You know what it is? Maybe it's more reflectiveness then, because sometimes, yeah, like did he? I don't remember. I don't remember exactly, but did he? I don't think he played a weekend squad against Newcastle when they knocked us out of the FA Cup. So as much as we're up, because this is that thing, you know, you're a big club, you're dominating, you're all of this. Sometimes you lose, bro.
No, sometimes you just lose.
Like, I feel like Newcastle won that game. It's not like we didn't try. Do you get what I mean?
You're right. The point I'm trying to make is for as long as Arteta's been at the club, he's never taken these cups seriously, bro. He hasn't.
No, not because he's won one, so I could say I agree with you. A majority of time of him been in here, because I'm being English now and critical. Majority of time he possibly hasn't. But the year he won it, maybe he did.
That was his first time he come in. It weren't his team. Now you've got to build your team, and you've not got past the second round in a half a decade. And we're talking about the FA Cup, not the Carabao, because this year it's like he realized that you've got to win something. I think he knows what's going on. He knows what the fans are saying. Because there was hooks, there was other. I'll say names. I don't care. There was these men saying, "Win me the league, win me the biggies." I'm telling me, just win me. Send me.
You cannot justify winning a trophy 5.5 years ago as he's one of the credit in the bank for not winning anything else for the next 5 years.
No, that's not what I meant. He said Arteta's never taken the FA Cup seriously. That's the only thing I was objected to. My bridge was majority of the time he may not have, but he's actually won it. So factually, I just thought that was incorrect. I'm not trying to justify or discredit his point. I'm not trying to discredit Views' point, because I agree to a degree, but just the never part is the only thing I took issue with.
Well, maybe so.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I mean, you can look at that, and Everest is right as well, because the modern fans, 5 years, half a decade. You know, I can get licked down by a bus tonight. You know what I mean? When I walk up my yard, like, are we a petri dish? Have we got?
You're more than likely not going to get hit by a bus.
Right, but it's possible, isn't it? Just like
anything can happen in war.
Hold on. Just like it's possible that we might buy a world-class player, but it's not likely, is it? Because it's something that we never bloody do. So there you go, touche. You know what I mean? Things are possible, but are they like?
Is Zubi world class? I don't
No.
really know. I don't watch much
No,
other
not
leagues.
for me, yeah. Not
Okay.
for me, yeah.
What do
not
you
for
think,
me.
Everest? What do you think of
Lads,
Zubi?
Lads, can we actually get a proper definition of world class? Because like that word is being thrown out like willy-nilly by everybody. So many people modern days are called world class without actually having any credit in the back.
You know
What
why?
has
Because the
Real
standard
Sociedad
is dropped.
actually done to
The
be
You
standard
know,
able to?
what my thing is, yeah, my simple definition, which some people say is wrong, is you have to be top 5 in your position in the world. If there's not a lot of depth in your position, it has to be top 3. That's my definition. But some people want to add, you have to win stuff, you have to do that, you have to. I just say, if you're one of the best in your position in the
That's
world,
good.
that's me.
Now we're defining it, and Everest can define what his idea of world class is in a second. For me, winning's definitely got to do with it, but you've got to be consistent for 4 or 5 years. If
Yeah,
you're a striker
operating at that level, innit?
at highest level for 4 or 5 years.
Sorry
So
what would you say the time period? It can't be one season. It has to be like
no, I just said 4 or 5 years.
or
No,
4
no.
or 5 seasons.
Yeah,
at least
2 is
4,
really-
minimum 4.
Okay.
Minimum
Okay.
4. That's why I'll put Harry Kane in world class bracket.
Me too. Before the Bayern Munich thing, he was world class to me as well.
And he was here for more than 4
Yeah.
years, and he's scoring 20 goals every season. That's
I
world
agree.
class.
I
That's
agree.
world class for me. The winning does count, but for me, you have to be consistently outperforming for 4 years minimum. For me, 3 years, all right, but 4 years. That's why, and I don't even call Saka that, because ever since he's come into the Arsenal team, he's been carrying the whole squad, probably for 4 years. But I don't put him there just yet. But he's in the argument because of that argument. You
It's not
understand?
it's not disrespectful to throw him up. It's a debate. It's debate worthy for Saka. It's not solidified pause, but it's I agree. I agree.
Yeah. So for me, that's my definition. Everest, what's your definition of world class, bro?
My definition comes from the reference point of Steven Gerrard, right? Because Gerrard, apart from the Champions League, never won any other trophy, not even the league. But like, no matter which fan you talk to in the Premier League or whatever, they will always have the Gerrard versus Lampard versus Scholes conversation, and they will have Gerrard in almost all of the World 11s most of the time. So what does that actually mean? He was consistently being in the top 3 midfielders in his era, in the time he was playing, despite not winning significant trophies or anything. That has to be in the mix. Like you said, for 4 or 5 years, you have to be at the top 3 or top 5.
Carrying your team, because that's what Gerrard done. Moments as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Moments, like carrying your team. Like it's all on him.
So so like Cole Palmer. What's he done? 2 seasons at Chelsea, and I don't count the Man City stuff really. He only had a few appearances. So people talking about him like he's world class. It's just stupidness. It's way too early. That's the word, premature.
It's premature. He's got potential to be. And you're ticking certain of the boxes. You're carrying your team. If you're the guy that people look to make something happen, just like Saka. But we're not quite there yet. As you said, you didn't play for City. This is your 2nd season for Chelsea, and a lot of people are saying he fell off a bit this season. Not me, because I still watch football. You know what I mean? But give me 2 more seasons, and we start having debates. We start talking.
I'm glad you put that time thing on it, because like if it was only a season, man will call you world class after 1 season. I'm thinking, right, me choose world class then. Like, do you know, if one season
it cannot be 1 season.
Kevin Phillips,
because when it comes to like music, would you say like the things that are called that are one-hit wonders? One-hit wonders are not like those are not like world-class musicians, right? Someone who has just made 1 song and got famous for it. But you will say like even though we may have our own preference of music, you would say like Ed Sheeran or Adele. They are
still recognized. Great analogy.
These singers are timeless because they have been winning awards year after year. They're being backed by obviously mainstream media, and as well as they're talented. So they have been doing this success for several years, and they are already solidified their position. So just 1 year or one-hit wonder cannot do anything for it.
That's a great analogy. And you know what that reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of a point that Chinks was making before. Maybe this whole fucking conversation is just mute, null and void. You understand? Because it all comes from perceptions, don't it? Because he's right. Because I know lots of season ticket holders that are bottom, just like me, pause or whatever. You know, and they're like, they see things very much the way I see it. But then I'm seeing other people like that, Harry Semiu and people like Christian that go on AFTV. These men are just there for the vibes. These men see things completely different. They feel like, oh, I can go back to the Emirates now. I can have fun with my guys. We can sing in unison. We can all wear the same garms. Like they're looking at it. So it's all just perception, isn't it? It really just is. It really just is. It's just how you look at it, you know, and what you define as acceptable. For me, you know, I don't define going 21 years without winning a major acceptable, but I understand that yes, as Chinks,
have we done that?
We've 21 years.
So what's the major then?
Majors is the Champions League or the league. Yeah.
Okay.
I do listen. I'm not ever in my life downplaying the FA Cup. That for me is a serious trophy. The same. You've only got a chance to win 4 trophies. You can't downplay any of them. But when I say major, we're talking these are our domestic home trophies, yeah. But I still feel like the FA Cup is still big. I'm not downplaying that. But most people define majors as the big is, or the league, or maybe if you win the UEFA, or you win the Super Cup, for instance, which ain't a Community Shield. It's played under proper rules. Do you understand what I'm saying? The Super Cup is the Super Cup, which Spurs could go and win this year.
Maybe it's a bit of snobbery, and it sounds so weird coming from an Arsenal fan. I put the Champions League above that. I don't really see them Club World Cup, Super Cup. I don't. Of course, they count as majors, but I don't put much weight on them. I think the Champions League has that weight for me.
Yeah, and the Prem. That's for me. They are the majors, but I will put in the Europa. I will put the Super Cup in and around that because you only get to the Super Cup if you win one of those competitions.
So Europa's a major.
It's a bro. If you can get into the Champions League from it, how can it not be a major? You can't even get to the Super Cup. It's the winners of the Europa and the Champions League. If you really think about, even in the Premier League now, Chinks, and I'll just kind of throw this towards you, we're calling it the Champions League. Back in the day, it really was the Champions League. You had to be the champions to get into it. So the reputation of the competition comes down when all of a sudden we've got 5 teams from the Premier League in it. You understand what I'm saying? So
does that make it more difficult to win, you reckon, or not?
Possibly. It makes it for business wise, it's more money, it's more competition. So I understand all of those things, but if I just kind of take myself out of the silliness, I've got to say that the Europa League is a major still, bro. If you can get into the Champions League, the pinnacle of club football, by winning it, it's got to be a major. And you can't get into the Super Cup without winning the Europa League. And that is, for me, is the only thing that still has integrity, because it's the winner of the Champions League and it's the winner of the Europa. It's not runners up or who come third, who come fourth. It still has that bit of integrity. So for me, that's why I'm still looking at it like it's a major trophy, bro. You get back to the pinnacle of club.
It don't have the same prestige, though, does it?
Of course it don't. Of course it don't.
Because you weren't good enough to get into the Champions League the year before, so you went into the sub tier. Because you like, say for example, if we made up an English Cup and the league winner played the Championship winner, played the League 2 winner, and like, you know what I mean? No one would give a fuck. We all know we won the Premier League. That's the bread and butter. The other guys done well to win their league, but it don't really matter though.
I understand what you mean, but that's domestic levels, bro. So it's English teams playing English teams. When it's across Europe, it's a bit different. These are the tiers of the competition. No one really cares too much about the Conference League, but it's still a proper trophy. It's still got proper rules in place. It's not the Community Shield. If England actually had a Super Cup, say for instance, where what the Community Shield's meant to be, the winner of the league versus the winner of the FA Cup, for instance, if it was actually played under proper rules, because we've had foreign teams playing the Community Shield, bro. If you actually took the Super Cup,
like Swansea.
No, not Swansea. I can't remember what the team was. Foreign teams, like a complete from a different country. Yeah, and we've
sorry, what tournament are you talking about? What one?
The Community Shield. The Community Shield.
Swear down,
bro.
Yeah, that's nonsense. I didn't know that.
It's played under friendly rules.
Charity Shield, right? And previously there was I think Lee Gunnar kind of like went through the history, and at that time it was seen like someone like Osasuna or something. They probably played over here.
And that's what.
Sorry, just on this point, because I see someone in the comments say that the Club World Championship is serious and they count it, but the same thing where we're talking about how Osasuna allowed, we've got fucking Major League soccer teams and Auckland, we've got semi-pro teams in there. You can buy your way in, so surely that knocks a bit of weight off of it.
Of course, I don't look at that as a major. Okay, cool. And plus Chinks, that's only just been established in like the last year. Do you know what I mean? But with even the FA Cup, even though I don't class that as a major, that's been around for all of my life. That is tradition. If you win the FA,
I think that's the first. It's the first cup competition, I think.
Yeah, like that for me, I even look at that somewhat like a major, because in my eyes, we've won it the most. That's our competition. I rate that competition. It's been established. The point I'm trying to make is if they said, if you win the FA Cup and whoever wins the Premier League, you actually play in that Community Shield or whatever, but it's a proper game. It ain't friendly rules. It ain't a million subs. You know, you only get to play in that game if you win the FA Cup. The winners of that play the winners of the league. We've been in the Community Shield bare times without winning nothing. Like, that's when you're taking away the integrity of it. You understand?
Why is that though? Is that because the team that won the league won the FA Cup as well, and then whoever's second has to play them?
Everest, you know, I think there's a couple of little jumbles around, like the team. Yeah, so if one team got Europe and another team didn't, or you know, certain teams can get kind of pushed out of the I don't even know what the word is, pushed out of the reckoning or whatever. Like look at Crystal Palace. They might not get Europa League because of the fucking
ownership, the ownership or something.
Yeah, so say they might not get it, that might then give another chance for another team to get it. That's fuckery. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think Brighton would get it instead of them.
So
that's insane.
So you're right. So other teams have got to play in the Community Shield because of other little fuckery that's gone on. So the integrity goes. But
you know, do you agree with that rule though, Views?
No,
because the person who owns Lyon owns Palace, and you're not allowed to have two teams in the tournament. But I kind of do, because look at this. You know, Man City will buy a player for this club and then just throw him over here. Yeah. Say, for example, let's just hypothetical scenario. Yeah, Lyon and Crystal Palace make it to the final. Yeah, the owners. Are you not going to lean on some? Can you see how maybe some owners may lean on one team to let someone else win?
Yes. No.
Eradicates that.
That's a good point.
Go on.
Listen, I that is a good point. But the problem is, this is like Crystal Palace was not at fault for this, right? The players were not at fault for, you know, going to the FA Cup final and winning it, because the players would always obviously want to go for the major trophies. And Europa League, based on Crystal Palace's history, who have never won anything in their lives, and they've just won their first trophy, and obviously they want to aspire for a European trophy as well. So you cannot actually punish the players who performed out of their skin and bones in order to get to the final, win it, and then manage to get the Europa League qualification.
Right.
And you do not want to punish them just because their owner did like a stupid thing, right? Because their owner probably didn't even think that Crystal Palace would win the Europa League. They would win the FA Cup, right?
Yeah, we get you.
So maybe they just misplaced their fate. They did not actually have that thing going
on. Sorry to cut you in, my guy, but no, you're absolutely right. But I do want to pick up on something that he said before. Kind of before I forget it, because we're talking about whether we think it's right or not, and I know where you're going, because look at what Man City's doing. Even with that Naipan guy, remember the guy we were looking at, the little youngster. They own Girona, so they can buy out the bar, send these players over there, and they're taking the piss. It's like monopoly of the game, right? So I agree that is not fair. But the reason why I say just let bygones be bygones, because other teams have benefited from this before. Chelsea, Man City, you know, in terms of they was allowed to spend all their P. So now everyone else that might get a little what? Look at Newcastle. They've been taken over since 2021 by the richest people, I think, on the planet, and they're not even allowed to spend nothing. So I don't know. I understand, because you want things to be fair. You don't want it to just be all monopoly. But that's, as you said, consumerism, capitalism. That's how the world works. If it's all right for them lot, why isn't it all right for someone else? So then they might even have a chance to say, I'm going to try and challenge at Arsenal or challenge City. So I understand there's two good points, man, but I'm kind of in the middle with it. I don't think it's fair because you're monopolizing the game. But at the same time, if you're allowed to do it, don't stop anyone else from doing it. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
It's the Chelsea and Man City stuff that screwed it, man, because they allow them to do it for so long.
Yeah, they are the ones with the multiple ownership on different leagues, right? They are just buying the business off and doing all of these mad things. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been any problem, because Crystal Palace, no matter who says anything, like the owners of Crystal Palace had higher ambitions in it, and he backed it. He backed the club. Crystal Palace. There are so many players in the team of Crystal Palace that we would happily take in our teams. That means they actually have quality.
They
But
do.
now they're going to get stripped off of their, if they get stripped off of their Europa League. And I think Brighton is like one of their actual rivals in the
Yeah,
Prem.
it's
So
it's a rivalry, not a derby. But you're right.
yeah. So they would be fucking pissed, and their fans
I'm
should
not-
be justified.
I'm not even a fan, and I'm pissed, Everest. I'm not even a fan, and I'm pissed.
Same.
Same.
I think
That's
it's
my local
unfair.
team.
And see, because as a person, obviously, I always love the underdog story, right? Crystal Palace beat Man City to a final. That is like Man City, Pep Guardiola to a final.
All the
They
money in
deserve-
the world, all the money in the world,
Exactly, man.
Everest. Yep.
Yeah, so they deserve to get the Europa qualification. They deserve to play in that. Even though whether they win it or not, it's up to them. But they deserve that. They deserve the trophy wholeheartedly. How they played in the finals. Everybody can say Dean Henderson should have gotten the red card. I don't think so, and that's up to the referees to decide and whatnot. But they actually played really well. They locked up the defense. That final was really enjoyable to watch. And so
I'm kind of with Chinks a little bit, man. I don't know. The more I think about it is, I don't know if I'm just in the middle, but it's actually a piss take, bro. You're allowing one team to do it, but not other teams. But then if that team does it, they're literally monopolizing the game. It's mad, isn't it?
And then it's what's the word?
Exclusionary.
Yeah. Like it stops other people from being, because you got all the money in the world. You can buy whatever you want. You can just buy every club then. But then what about all these other people that might want to get on the ladder? What about all these supporters funds and all these people that want to get back involved and get some power in the say of their club? We're just letting these people with all this money come in and dumping money in. And this is why, as much as I hate PSR and fair play and all of that shit, yeah, it makes sense because this Club World Cup Championship, I was listening to Daily Mail the other day, they said that there's a semi-pro team in there called Auckland City or something. They ain't even got, their players are still fully employed. And they're going to get 2.5 million off of being in this tournament, whether they win or not. They're going to
participation amount,
something stupid like that. And all these clubs that are from these places where I think Argentinian teams are in it, they get a couple $100 grand if they win the league. And they're going to get all these millions and they're going to go back and it's going to fluctuate their market. And then it's not sustainable. And then we don't know where the clubs are going to end up in the long. Look, Portsmouth almost died.
Who died?
Do you know what I mean? And all this money. Once the guy who's funding the money says, you know what, I'm bored of this, and fucks off, it just leaves our game in it.
Like Chinks, look at the history of all of the former clubs in the Prep. That when we were growing up, we saw the Charlton, Bolton, Blackburn, Stoke, Swansea, Leeds, even like Portsmouth, as you mentioned, Reading. A lot of these clubs had the one problem, that is the greedy owners. They siphon the money out of their clubs to fill out their own pockets. Most of the time did not do any welfare for the club, and now those clubs are festering in League 1, 2, or Championship. They can't even escape from that one league. They are either getting demoted or just staying in that league or not getting the chance to get promoted at all. So we have seen domestically how awful it can turn out to be. Now imagine some team from New Zealand or Australia or from like the East Asia or like the African team that have never seen that much money in their lives, and their owners suddenly get the chance to play this Club World Cup or whatever, and they see so much money come into their into their club. They will start siphoning in their team off. Like they will just get that money off and put it in their pockets. They're selling the not to offend anyone, but some African countries sell off their own assets, own resources to the big places like their mineral resources, because they want to live a lavishing lifestyle with their family.
Short term.
Yeah, exactly. And who wouldn't say that they will do the same for their club? Everybody's
right.
Everybody's selfish and greedy, and they want the money.
Which is mad, because you see what you said about them siphoning the money out here, Everest. Now that you have to clear your books and you only can spend a portion of what you earn, it actually puts the magnifying glass on your finances. So now, if you've earned this much, you have this much to spend, but yet you're not spending it. So where's this money going?
Right.
So it kind of stops, even though it's annoying and we can't get the best players we want. It kind of stops the owners from kind of taking as much money as they possibly may have before out of the club as well.
No, good points, man. Good points, man. Let me get through a couple of these comments though, because I realize I haven't read none of them in ages. So people think I'm ignoring them, then people start leaving and that, like, clingy. So we got to spend some time with the viewers. Catalan saying Gyökeres has rejected United. Now, is this an actual bomber though? Is this actually news? Are you seeing this on Sky or anything, or is this one of those supposedly in the nose from a place we've never even heard about and a publication no one's heard about either? I don't know. This is what they're being said though. I probably will gonna have to check. Big up Dave. He said, yeah, Catalan, big up Puta. Oh Lord, let's not have any of that going on. Big up Catalan, nice to have you back in. Don't make me cuss you out in 5 different languages. That's what I'm saying, bro. It can get technical. I can cuss you out in your languages. Oh, leave it out. No cussing out, please. No cussing out. Big up Dave.
So views. Apparently it says The Sun said that here's the latest on Victor Gyökeres. The Swedish striker reportedly rejected Manchester United, with Arsenal now his top choice. I don't know if the Sun's trustworthy, but it's actually official on the thing it says there.
See me, I tend to usually, even Fabrizio and Ornstein, I don't believe everything they say. But then when I start seeing little things coming up on Sky, even though Sky chat shit, when I start seeing yellow paragraphs and things like that, I tend to take that a little bit more seriously.
I'm with you.
I mean, what do you guys think about this whole thing? Because for me, again, it comes down to perception, yeah? And I'm just going to say this because I don't think Sesko's a bad player. We're going to talk about Sesko and Gyökeres real quickly. I don't think he's a bad player, right? I just think he's unfortunate to be courted by the club at a stage where the club needs a little bit more. I think the whole world knows that we need a proper striker, a proper gunman. And to be chasing down this youngster, 21-year-old, for like 2 years, I mean, I don't even think there's enough sample size for this guy. That's my point. Every time I watch a compilation, it's the same goals because there's just not enough sample size. So then how on earth can people honestly be trying to talk down Gyökeres in place of Sesko? That's the first question. And then let me ask you guys who you would prefer and why. Anyone?
Go Everest. You're mute.
Maybe you put yourself out of the reckoning. I'm joking.
Sorry, I was checking up the Community Shield, team, and I saw that Corinthians was invited as the FA Cup winners. Cardiff City played them.
Oh, for the Community Shield. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah. Sorry, big up.
That happened only once, but at least it there is an example, right? So
yeah, it's not a real competition. That's my point. It's on friendly rules. But anyway,
and
sorry.
also one actually ended up in a draw, so that means both the teams shared their trophy. When have you seen any of the trophies being shared, like major trophies?
That's insane.
That's crazy.
Going on with half the trophies insane.
yeah. Break that dinner plate into half and
Hey, listen, make sure you guys are subscribing to Chinks as well. You know, football aside, he does every other podcast. He's a very funny guy. You understand football, you know what I mean? And
he plays Call of Duty as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Big up.
I ain't
know that.
Hey,
I ain't know that.
man's a shooter on the Call of Duty, bro. He's good. He's actually good. I'm no good at it. Man said jump on, not knowing that I'm 41, bro. Like,
bro, you're my age, bro. What are you talking about? We're at school at the same time.
Very fast on the screen, bro. I get busy and then. But let me tell you, Chinks is a shooter, so make sure you go and listen. Mods, get his link in the chat, man. Go and.
What's the question, by the way?
Sesko Gyökeres, isn't it?
Yeah. We was gonna go on to that, but sorry, Everest had a question. Who's that for Chinks? Go ahead, bro.
No. I mean, what did you ask before I was unmuted?
I was sorry. I was asking about Sesko and Gyökeres, yeah, because for me, I feel like we've had a big enough sample size of Gyökeres for Sweden, Champions League, 2 seasons in Portugal, several clubs in the Championship. And he's the right age as well, yeah. He's the right age. When I look at him, I feel like he is the I'm not saying he might come to Arsenal and not flop, because there's a possibility for anyone. Shevchenko come to the Premier League and flop. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying as a calculated risk, market opportunity, how are people trying to say that he's less of a calculated risk than or more of a, what's the right word? You know what I'm trying to say? People are trying to downplay him to say Sesko is the guy to come in right now. He's never even played up front on his own. Yeah, he's only had 2 seasons in the Bundesliga. not even got 15 goals. He's very young. What I'm trying to say is there's not enough samples. If we're in the kind of, most Arsenal fans want us to win something now, yeah, whether that's the FA, Carabao League, whatever. Arteta's been at the club over half a decade. He's kind of expected to get us across the line now. So I'm saying that if you're trying to say what's the least calculated risk, surely that would be Gyökeres, right?
Yeah, and look at one thing. Last season, Gyökeres actually scored a hat-trick against Man City. When has Sesko ever done that? As far as I remember, Sporting won 4-1 against City, and Gyökeres had 3 of the goals, or 4 of the goals, as far as I can remember. And Gyökeres has statistically and with eye test been way better than Sesko in terms of things. Yes, Sesko is obviously young, and Gyökeres had his stinker at like what was the team in the Premier League or the Championship where he played?
Coventry, was it? Coventry?
Yeah, I guess so. But the thing is that
he played for 2 different ones.
Yeah, and player slowly starts to rise in it. So if it is seen that Gyökeres is actually on the upward trajectory, strike the iron when it's hot. Take him off Sporting's hand and get it in yourself. And also Gyökeres, I believe, in terms of like the release clause, way less cost than Sesko. So
no, but does Gyökeres have a release clause? I heard that because is it Gyökeres or Sesko whose agent is having an argument with the president at the moment? Which one is it?
Both. It's both of them. It's both of them. And let me explain why. Because they both got a release clause, and both of their release clauses are 100 million euros. Yeah. So Sesko, obviously, his team never made no Europe, not even conference. So these men have to sell, otherwise they're going to be broke. Yeah. So that's why they're trying to sell Sesko. With Sesko, we've been doing the little, texting and all this other bollocks, all this behind the scenes work, and we kind of had it agreed. With Gyökeres, we also went for him. Other teams went for him in January. They went for him last year. He was going to leave, but said no.
Out of respect or something.
Out of respect, yeah, because the old guy, I think he's not even the president, the old sporting director of Sporting and Gyökeres' agents had that agreed. I'm going to stay. I've won you the league again. I've won you the cup again. But now you're going to let me go because I'm 27 and I need to think about my career.
Yeah, is that the 60 M's 10 mil add-on thing or something?
Yeah, the 65 million. That's what it was agreed on. Now Sporting, obviously, as a business, they're going to want to try and get as much money as they can. But you put that agreement in place. Leipzig are doing the same thing with Sesko. They're doing exactly the same thing. We agreed that we might be able to get him for like 65, 70 million euros. They're trying to make it 80, 90. They're trying to make it get as close to the release clause as possible. So I understand that. But Gyökeres is the cheaper option. He's 27 years of age. He's played in the championship. He scored 17 plus goals in the championship, by the way, as well. We've got a much better sample size. So my point is, it makes too much sense to go for Gyökeres. And that's why I'm so pissed off when I see Arteta, once again, Mick Diddy, going for the guy because he's younger. And I'm hearing Arsenal fans saying, but there's no resale value. Things like that.
That's what I heard as well.
No, I'm trying to win.
Like, but you know what? You see, I think that from obviously the top gooners, you lot would call them. What I've heard from them is that the whole thing about the price is not clear on Gyökeres because they said there was a gentleman's agreement apparently for 60 million plus 10 million add-ons, but the president's saying it's a lot more than that. And then the Sesko, the release clause is currently at 70 million euros, and it says with potential to reach up to 18 million depending on goals, games, and all that blah blah. Yeah, but I think the reason we're negotiating is because that release clause you have to pay it all at once, and if you don't want to pay it all at once, you have to pay them probably a bit more, but over more time.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? So that's what I think the negotiations with them are.
That's what we're doing with Zubimendi as well. But I'm sick of it. And obviously we got a Liverpool fan here. I understand why we do things. I understand the history of the Arsenal. We've always been slow. We've always chatted shit. We like to spin PR, this, that, and the other. We always like to get things for cheaper. This is the whole Zubimendi thing. Also, the fact that we're going to start with the first payments in July, so we can be the good Samaritan and help them with their business year and things like that. So you're right. We are going to.
And we got a good relationship with them, views,
Bro,
we bought a few players from them. We sent Tierney there on loan, and their style of play is very similar to us. So I think that's the those are safe bet transfers. So maybe I'm being a bit too sympathetic.
No, you're not.
I understand.
Sporting is very right. Sporting is, but the reason what I'm trying to say is this, right? Is I understand the point of the money and everything as well, paying, because like I said, we're doing it with Zubimendi. We are going to pay slightly more than what the release clause is, because we are going to be paying installments. So you're right. You're absolutely right. I just want us to show for 1 year. Can you just show me a little bit of intent? Can you show me a little bit of ambition? Can you show me that you are going to just try and because you took a risk with us last season by not getting anyone in, not getting sufficient cover in. You took a risk because any business should be prepared for what's going to happen the following year. You would have known about 3 international breaks before Christmas. You would have known that there was going to be potentially extra games in the Champions League. You've also known about the squad size and that you can have 25. So why have you then rocked up with 19 to 22? Why have you not got no depth in the squad?
That's on the club, man.
No, of course. I'm not saying it's just Arteta. I'm saying everyone. Like, as a business, you should be prepared for what's going to happen, because you know all of these things. You would have been informed about these things. So that's why it gets on my nerves, Chinks, and other people like me, when Arteta's trying to come out with, oh, but we've had all these injuries, and oh, but we've got a small squad. This is by design. You would have known about this stuff. If you fail to prepare to fail. It's easy work. It's not rocket science. So when you want to do the Spider-Man meme, don't try and point at anyone else. It's Arteta, it's the club, it's all of you. As a business, you have failed. You have not been prepared. You know what I mean? So for me, like I said, every player is a risk, every single player. But surely, just off logic, off the eye test and off logic, you've got a much bigger sample size with Gyökeres. Gyökeres has been in much more different scenarios. He's already been in England in the Championship, which ain't a shit league, by the way. Very physical. He scored 17 goals. You've gone and been the top scorer twice in Portugal. No other person in Portugal's got close to your numbers. You played 8 games in the Champions League and you've scored 6 goals. You score for Sweden. I mean, am I going mad?
You know what it is, and I don't want it to sound like I'm trying to discredit what you're saying or go against you saying. It's just, you know, the questions that you're asking. Yeah, I sat down. I've probably had so many people ask these questions, and I just think, fuck, for my own sanity, yeah, I need to go and look to why this club thinks this makes sense. And the only thing that I think makes sense of this is Sesko's more. What's the word? You know, the whole Pep not have a striker shit. Because when the striker's not scoring goals and he's not contributing to the team, he's a dead weight. You know, that whole philosophy why strikers are dying in our game and the wide forwards and all these things are taking over, and there's not as much complete number 9s and strikers as there was back in the day when we're growing up. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing that is making me think what this club is thinking. That Sesko will be an easier fit into our squad and would have to alter what we're doing a bit less than if we got Gyökeres. I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that whatever their thought process is. That's the only thing that I can put my brain on to try and make sense of this, because it don't make sense as what you're saying.
Yeah. No, you're right. And because he's more of a yes man, yeah, because Gyökeres has probably got more of a personality. But again, do you not think that's at the detriment of our club though, guy? Because we can't get any, like, we missed out on Kvaratskhelia. He was under 60 million Great British pounds. Marmoush cost 56 million. Like, we always miss out on these type of players because of personality, or they're too much of a character.
No, but I think Kvaratskhelia, his wages are fucking absurd or something like that. PSG's squad ain't expensive, but I think their wage bill is. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just trying to make sense.
I understand, but
that's the type of person I am. I try and make sense of stuff.
And I'll let you come in now, Everest. Sorry, I just want to put this up. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Stop standing at the bar looking. I don't need to know why you're standing at the bar. Maybe you never got paid this week, brother. I don't care why you're standing at the bar. I don't care why you're standing there. Can you go and tap her for once in your life?
You might not even need no money. Just talk to her.
No, you'd be surprised how far you get. Because you know, Chinks, just like I do, bro. I've been in the club bare times, seeing dickheads spending bare money. I've gone home with that girl, bro. I ain't spent a penny.
Yeah, facts. I hear you.
I'm tired of staring, bro. Can you just? I understand why. Oh, it's a money. Oh, it's a risk. Oh, it's. But if you want to be at the big table, bro, you can't be here at the big table constantly looking at the exit, or you can't be at the big table and you can't afford to pay for your meal, bro. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I hear you.
And that's where we're at. That's where we're at, and that's why. And I understand what you say because it will affect the business if they come out and said there's no value to the product. I understand that. Bang, I understand that completely. But I just like I don't know, man. Can you just be a little bit transparent with us? Just let us know a little something. Just to, can we not be on the same page? Because when you're telling us to be excited and I'm getting goosebumps over the transfer window, that was only a couple of weeks ago, bro. And then we come into the window and it's like we ain't even got a clue. Like we ain't had no plans in place. And I don't think that's right. And that would be disingenuous of me to say that we had no plans, but it looks that way from how we're moving. You know, so just for once, man, stop staring, bro. Go and say something, brother. You understand? You might get your willy wet. You never know. Go and say. So, but it's perspective again, isn't it? It's perspective again. Like you said, it's all about how you're going to look at things, how you're going to look at the process, how you're going to look at the procedure, and maybe how you are in your own life as well. Like you said, for your own mental health. I came away from Arsenal, 2019 to 2020, COVID years. I never watched Arsenal. I just watched Match of the Day. And my mental health was great. I get it, Chinks. I get it.
I hear you.
But you know what I was still doing? I was still checking Sky for the results, though. I was still watching Match of the Day, though, because I can't just ignore it. The same way people say to me, it's all publications. They're all rumors. Just ignore it, bro. Don't stress yourself. I can't.
I hear you.
I wish I could. Especially as a content creator, when I've got to come on here and talk football, like, what else is there to chat about? Honestly. You know what I mean? So... It's wild, man. It really is, man. It really is, man. But we've been going 2.5 hours, man. I'm gonna probably round up because I want to go and smoke my joint and I'm baking up. Any kind of last things that you guys want to kind of go over? Big up both of you for coming on as well today, man. I appreciate it, man.
Go on, Everest.
Well, I was just I want to rebuttal on the Kvaratskhelia thing because the thing is, if you do not actually show any intent and don't give fans any way of positivity, then obviously there will be backlash in it. Because Kvaratskhelia saw that PSG's project was running smoothly and they were showing some intent in their own league. Obviously, it is always like a freebie, like PSG will win their league on. So they will win their league. They also did the domestic after getting Kvaratskhelia in. And after that, obviously the Champions League, they thrived in it. They beat three Premier League teams, and everybody bigs up the Premier League like bread and butter of all the other leagues, and they just blew past all of us. So obviously it's gonna be a thing. But the thing is, in January, Arsenal did not even try to go for Kvaratskhelia. They did not even show anything. They did not even there was no news of Arsenal is being linked with this and that, because the owners already had put a full stop on it, that we're not going to buy anybody right now, and you just look at somewhere else, or you just...
They didn't want to pay Everest because they went for fucking Oli, and then they tried to give 40-point fucking stupidness like that again, like idiots.
And in terms of like the wages, right? Kvaratskhelia is I just saw in the chat someone put it that Kvaratskhelia is around 300k. Gabriel Jesus is on 260k.
Kai Havertz is on 285. And what has he ever done in the game? That's wild. So, and let me say this as well. Sorry, Everest. Nico Williams, that a lot of the top gooners have been after, he wants 400k.
Yeah, that's absurd.
You want Budge?
Bro,
oh my
bro, look at this. Florian Wirtz, I think, will earn 400k. Where is Florian Wirtz's level and where is Nico Williams's level?
When you're talking about Wirtz, you're talking about arguably the best 10 in world football at this point, because we know that the levels have gone down to what it was. Right, but even Florian Wirtz, I'd still probably have, all right, maybe. Do you know what I mean? But Nico Williams, 400k, he is on food, bro. That is insane. But with the Kvaratskhelia thing, for me, I mean, maybe he might have had high wages, maybe it's a bit of a risk. But what I'm saying is, these players are out there. Osimhen at Napoli, we need to get them while they're at these teams. Isak at Sociedad. Oh, but he never scored loads of goals, and they're trying to use that as an example for Sesko. But have people not got eyes? Did you not look at Isak and said, "Right, that looks like Thierry Henry reborn"?
And you know what? You gave me another thing here. This is my only thing. You see that Isak transfer? Newcastle put up the 75 M's when nobody else wanted to. That's what I think that Arsenal think they're doing with this Sesko thing.
They think they're doing.
Yeah, that's why you see this, because no matter whatever they spent on Isak now, whenever they sell him, it's going to be worth more than that. So I think that's what they're trying to more go for that. They think Sesko's not going to be the next Isak, but it's next.
Yeah.
that next kind of, we're gonna buy him before he turns into the guy, and like that's what I think.
And now you want to do
And-
it now?
and-
Sorry, I'll let you come in. Now you want to do that for all these other years? Because I knew about Kvaratskhelia 2 years ago. I knew about Marmoush.
I never heard of him.
Bro, I did, and I knew.
I did as well.
I did,
I
and I
was,
knew about Marmoush. I knew
yeah,
about.
he was
play- who
bowling
did he
at the
play for?
Euros, man. Remember the
Yeah, no,
Kvaratskhelia was bowling at the Euros.
He
who did they
bought
buy him
Napoli.
from?
Napoli,
Okay.
Yeah.
just like
And
Oshin,
also,
bro.
I would say another thing. Remember, Ching said he's a big Wenger fan.
Yeah.
Do you remember how many names Wenger had in his mind that the owners didn't back him up on, and they went to a different club and tried, had lots of successes.
I think Wenger had
Wenger
part
had
to it as well, man. Wenger didn't want to spend certain money. He's got a business economics degree and all that shit. He's Mr. Fair Play fan. He didn't want to spend some money in some instances as well. I can't blame it all on the board as well. But go on, sorry.
yeah, but at least he actually showed intent of some names that I mean, he had the talent ID. That's what I'm trying
Yeah.
to say.
Aubameyang. He bought Aubameyang. And what are we doing? That already dunks all over Arteta. The only reason that we got Ozil and Sanchez is because other things were going wrong at other clubs. This is the only reason that we're ever in for these players, and that's what gets on my nerves. The reason why it gets on my nerves is because I heard when people say it's not FIFA. Well, actually, in the modern day, it is FIFA. If you don't keep spending, you don't keep winning. If you want to win, you've got to spend. If you don't want to win, say you don't want to win.
You agree? You agree with that, Everest? Even though you just won the league, not spending anything, you lucky bastard.
You're right. But then look what they've done now. Look what they've done now.
Yep.
Facts.
And we made our own luck as well, because Slot came in first season. Nobody expected anything from him. He, locked up the controlled football as well as maintaining the aggressiveness. And look what we ended up doing.
Can I ask you something, Everest? Yeah, as a Liverpool fan, yeah,
Thanks.
and you lot didn't win the league for 30 years, and you're a much bigger institution than us, yeah. And I understand all the other trophies and all of that stuff, yeah.
6 Champions League. Don't go there, Chinks. Mind
No.
you.
But I'm
Mind
going to
you.
ask you a question, yeah, because you lot are like, say, 16, 17, you finished 4th, and you won trophies along this way. I'm just talking about the league strictly, because this is what I hear about the with Arsenal fans. Yeah, you finished 4th, 16, 17th, 4th, 17, 18th, 2nd, 18, 19th, 1st, 19, 20, 3rd, 20, 21, 2nd, 21, 22, 5th, 22, 23. 3rd, 23rd, 24, and then 1st again, 24, 25. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 to 9 seasons of constant fluctuation of going up and down, and you won it twice, yeah? Do you think that we're being a bit too, what's the word, like, a bit too entitled for thinking that because we've been competing for 2 or 3, not, you can't say 3 because this last year not, because we were competing and almost close to winning it for 2 of those years. Do you think that we're a bit entitled as Arsenal fans, thinking we deserve to win it when we didn't?
You have to always have all of the trophies in mind, right? Just one league and one progression in one thing or stagnation does not fully define you. When we stood 5th in that season, I was really mad because I did not want to be in that stage because of what Jurgen Klopp actually got us through, and the progression, all the trophies, everything. When he stood 5th, I was really pissed off, which is normal because I do not want to see my club decline in any stage.
Mhm.
I always want to be in a position where I'm either getting any of the domestics or getting higher up in the Champions League, probably winning it as well, and do for the league. And remember what Klopp lost twice by just 1 point. That is just, in any other day, if one of the draws ended up in a win, we could have won it. We lost just one match during the 97 points tally. Just one match. City actually lost 2 matches, but they had less draws. We had more draws. That ended up hurting us. So I would, at the end of the day, always want the club to outshine anybody. And obviously we had the legacy, and we took a long time to get to the Premier League title winning. But now I do not want that stagnation ever again. At least at the time when I'm alive in it, because
I think the point, because obviously we were just talking about the Premier League and the fact that there was up and downs and all that stuff kind of before they've had the win, and the fact that it took 30 years to win the league and stuff like that. And I think you have answered it right, Everest. But I just wanted to kind of chime in as well, because like I said, you're going to get that. Do you think the pressure would be so much on Arteta if he actually won a couple of cups along the way, bro?
Sorry, Everest, go on. Sorry.
I mean, I would say the pressure would be at least way less.
Way less. I'm telling you, he's been here half a decade, and I know what Chinks is trying to say, because we can't poo-poo progression and things like that. But there's also a counter argument to that as well, because yes, Liverpool never spent no money last year, but they had a competent coach, so that also then poo-poos the whole process and phases and all that. Then, we've had plenty of examples of that. I think there is context in it. And like I said,
so do you think Arteta is incompetent?
I'm questioning his competence. And I'll tell you why. Because he's been there. Right? Let me tell you what. Let me break this all the way fucking down, bruv. Yeah? Because everyone gives Emery a bad rap. Emery finished 5th in his only time that he was allowed to finish the season. When he got sacked, he was in 7th. Our time when we finished 8th was this Arteta of Nazareth. Everyone keeps acting like he's fucking Jesus, feeding everyone for 5 years with 1 loaf of bread. He put us in 8th. We missed out the Champions League to Spurs. That was him. So he's been here for 5 years. He's only had 2 good years. You challenged twice. Last year, that wasn't a good year, bro. All right, we had a good cup run, but you challenged twice. Last year, yeah, the year that's just gone, this is why I'm now looking at you and saying, I don't believe you're the guy to take us forward, because I'm seeing these incompetencies. I'm seeing some good things you've done, and now you're poo-pooing your own work. We were talking about 22-23, how expansive we were, yeah? How scary we were to the rest of the league. No one was expecting that. All you had to do is tweet that. But it's like you've had some...
tried.
Bro, he has. I don't think he has tried, because he's just gone completely defensive since then.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. He didn't. If you remember the season after, he was a bit more pragmatic towards the beginning of the season. But after Dubai, he let the handbrake off, and we were flying. We were slapping teams 6-0.
People are giving him credit for that. Hold on, we had January. We only had a good January after we came back from Dubai. Let's not do that. We had a good.
We scored about 30 goals in like 6-7 games.
We were beating teams 4-5-0. After that, we was back to the 2-1s, 1-0s, 3-1. We was back to that. We still got beat by Aston Villa. You showing your incompetency, putting Kai Havertz back down into the midfield. Like, bro. For me, you know what it is? Let me not even get upset. What it is it's perception, isn't it? It's perception. Because for me, you lot might say he's only had 1 bad year since he's been at Arsenal, right? Which is the year just gone. For me, he's only had 2 good years, because you had everything going for you. No injuries, players, everything. Playing good football, and people give him all that credit for last year. We just started off slow. I'm like, really? You're really giving them all that credit? Maybe it's just perception, because you're not the only one, Chinks, that has said that. You're not. So let me not try and single you out. You're not the only one who said that. We started off slow. Loads of people were saying we're doing that on purpose last year. I didn't believe that. When I'm looking at the team, I didn't believe we're doing that on purpose. So it might just be only perception. Just like I'm saying with the 2 good years that I think he's had, versus the 1 bad year that a lot of other people. You get where I'm trying to come from? Yeah. You understand? So let me not try and get too hyped. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that for me, you're happy to take risks. Like last season was a risk. You went out and got 2 players that nobody asked for. They're 2 players that don't come in and make the first team better straight away. Are we in agreement with that?
Make the first team better. What do you mean, like the starting 11?
The starting 11. We went out and got squad players, Chinks, that no one asked for.
Yeah, he raised the floor instead of the ceiling.
And that's not what we needed.
But the season before, he raised the ceiling and not the floor.
How?
Weren't that when he bought Havertz and Rice and all that shit, or am I wrong?
I think Rice was the... Rice 22,
I can't remember, to be honest.
Same.
I can't remember. You know what it is? Because I hear what you're saying, but you see me, I'm so Arsenal. Anybody who plays for us and is with us, I don't want to get online and slander and disrespect them, because I don't think that's positive for our players. I actually value Calafiori and Mourinho. I don't want to shit on them. My caveat and my bridge would be
for them, Chinks.
Pardon?
Was you asking for them before they came? Was you even aware?
I
of
didn't
that?
know who they are. I'm not a person who sits down and asks for players because I don't put my time and energy into stuff I physically can't make a difference about. That's just the type of person I am. Because what I hate is because I hear this so much. We shit on our players so much who are just coming in to try and do our best. Because there are points in the season where Calafiori and Mourinho did help us, and I don't want to poo-poo that and throw that out the window. What I will say to lead into your point is there should have been more money spent in other areas to address other parts of the team. Do you get what I mean? So I don't want to shit on them, but we should have bought other things to fill out the squad more. Do you understand me?
Go on, Everest.
Let me chime in on that. I was just having a side conversation on the chat with Mr. Battard. Mr. Battard actually did said a nice thing, like critiquing is not slander, though it needs to be addressed. And the thing is,
I don't think there's critiquing though.
Let me get the point across. The thing is that everywhere in your life, in your situation, you will need to face accountability, no matter where you go, whether it's your own personal life, your marriage, your job, anything. Football for the players is also a job. They're employed to perform. They're employed to entertain the fans, but as well as bring in the profit. And obviously, they come up with a heavy baggage with the wages and with the transfer fees and whatnot. You need to put your money where your mouth is, and you need to, give up your worth, show your worthiness. And whenever it's not going well, I know that lots of fans in media or like in the Twitter, they kind of say lots of like horrible stuff, which I obviously do not condone. Like they go for after the family members. Like I think Havertz's wife got attacked on the stadium last season. I definitely do not condone that. But there should be accountability. People are obviously, they're spending like 1,500 or 1,700 euros for the season tickets. They definitely are entitled to question someone's loyalty and performance of the players. That is that there has to be a way. It's obvious. You can.
No, I think you misunderstood me, Everett. I never said you're not allowed to do that. I just said I don't choose to do that. If you choose to want to do that, that's your prerogative. I'm not having a go at you. I'm not telling anyone not what not to do and what to do. That's not what I'm trying to do because I don't like when people do that to me. Yeah. I'm just telling you that's not the way I operate. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. You can critique and slander all you want. You're free to do. I'm not here having a go at anyone about their views. You're entitled to your views, no pun intended. Lock in that. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm just saying I don't operate from that.
I hear
that's all I'm saying.
No, and I'll give you credit for that because you've always been like that. But the way I look at it, bro, is these lot are not my friends. I don't know them personally. They don't share my surname, brother. They're not my family. They're not my family. They get paid a lot of money. They go home and they're rich. They're crying in their bedroom. But in my bedroom upstairs with my fake green screen.
Can I say, like,
get it in quick, bro.
Even if someone was your friend, who was a player, you should not fully blindly back him all the time, because you as a friend you should feel what's the best for him, and obviously sometimes you have to show him the proper way. If you're always a yes man to your friend and he's always in a delulu land, that is not a good way to support your friend as well.
Good point.
And this is the difference because people assume that because I say that I'm not a person who critiques people and slanders people publicly, they assume that I'm a retard who's the whole world's positive and the glass always half full. I just don't choose to do it publicly.
Yeah.
So I'll speak to my friend privately and say, yo, bro, you need to brush up here. But external of that, we're a unified front. Because at the end of the day, I want the best for you. And I know that me going out and discrediting you publicly, you may not be a person who receives that well. So I'd rather speak to you directly. And you get what I'm saying? Instead of going out to the world and then making it seem like I care about you when really and truly all I care about is my own reputation. And I want to be viewed as... Do you get what I mean?
I hear that. But that's much more... what's the word I'm looking for? That's much more relatable in personal situations, bro. Are you looking at 50 Cent the same way? These men are celebrities, bro. These men are rich. These men get paid a lot of money to be in the public eye. Me, do you know how much times I get cussed off? Oh, your glasses are dirty. Your internet shit. Who's peddling in the corner? This, that, and the other.
That's the difference, though. Is that good? Is that good stuff?
No. But I put myself in the public domain. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's what comes with it. These men are rich. They're crying in their Range Rover. I'm up here, bruck, trying to make my draw last. These man are rich, bro. You understand what I'm saying? What are you doing?
You need to clip up some of these. Just spitting bars still. Spitting bars.
Things, bro. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I understand. And let me make this perfectly clear. And it's not the first time I've said that. This is what Chinks is like all the time. And this is his view and the way he holds himself in his life. And I give him respect for that because that never changes, no matter who man's around. So, and I hear that. But the way I'm looking at it is, I understand that. You know, we're supposed to support the club and you keep things, but like a marriage and all them kind of. I understand that, but at the same time, I'm looking at it where you're right. I do feel like I'm in a dictatorship. I do feel like I'm in a where I can't affect anything. So if I don't come out and say what I've got to say, like, I don't feel like no one's ever gonna get to hear what I've got to say. And when you go online, let's have it right. We are the minority, people of my volition. The minority.
You think so?
Absolutely. All this shit about just talk bad about Arsenal to get views. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? If I was to come out here saying, "Oh, Mikel Arteta, he's so handsome," and I was backing every single little thing, I guarantee I will be on double my numbers, bro.
You know what? I think maybe I'm viewing it wrong, and because of what I think that people more. I think that on the majority of streams I go on, I think majority of people more share your view than mine. Because think about it. So say there's Igal. How many streams you see him on getting abused and battered and disrespected for what
only on the certain streams, only on the same ones, on Lee Gunner, on Dan Potts. I don't see him anywhere else getting terrorized, bro.
I see him never foul sometimes because even I get abused.
I haven't always seen him on the channel. I never. I have seen him on Football Terrace and that, and people still kind of get onto him, but it's not. He's got 30,000 followers, Chinks. I've had my channel.
And not only that,
for every subscriber. Do you know what I'm saying? You got people like.
Let me add something as well.
Yeah, go on.
Look at AFTV. That is the biggest, platform of Arsenal fans in the almost like in the whole wide world. Facts. And look at what they're preaching, right? And their preach will, reach most people because most people are subscribed to them. Most people watch them a lot, and people like Views or even like Shane, Normski. Aaron, they do not have enough platforms or places to be able to reach all those many people. So when someone is being like the happy-go-lucky and going off like everything is sunshine and rainbows, and they're constantly preaching that in every single platforms, and also you have to.
Because I don't watch AFTV as much, but I think that they have like only Julian and Ty, them man there are ultimate.
Crispian, Top Gooner.
I don't know.
Top Gooner.
Robbie is
black
himself
guys
is a top
Gooners.
Robbie himself is a top Gooner,
bro.
So this is what what's the Top Gooner?
There's someone that so you don't believe, right, that being too positive can never be negative, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he hasn't drunk tonight, so he's not gonna slap my face off. Like that's positive, yeah. Or the house is on fire. But it's all right. It's all right. It's all right because we're gonna wait half an hour for the fire engine instead of using our extinguisher. That's what I'm trying to say. You're seeing the house is on fire and everything's just blessed with you. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what it comes across to us because that's how we see it. Do you understand what I'm saying? They see it, whereas there's nothing that the club can do wrong. Everything that Arteta says has to be right. You're backing him over the club.
That's stupidness, though. That's you do that. You don't have your own thoughts. You don't have your own. That's just you're just a sheep.
So when we call you a top gooner, it's like you're physically getting upset because we've heard that, and even in the early days of AFTV, fuck off AFTV. You're ruining the club just because certain fans were coming out saying Wenger out. Do you understand what I'm saying?
On AFTV they were saying Wenger
right
out.
At the beginning, Troops, Chris Henson or whatever his name. I used to watch it right from the beginning, and I thought it was a good idea, Chinks, because I'm tired of watching old men in the studio talking about my club. I want to hear what my actual fans think. So when it first came around, I was like, this is brilliant. I love it because we're actually hearing the fans are going to the game saying, what is this shit we're watching? I'm not happy. You know,
Mr. Bat is right. Chinks just wants to support Arsenal. Poor chap is caught in a civil war.
No, and it's like most Arsenal fans. It is like most Arsenal fans. And I'm not the celebration, please. That's why I have people that have different opinions to myself. I don't want it to be an echo chamber, but I do want people to understand that just being too positive, like, oh yeah, he slaps me around a lot, but he pays for all the bills and he's really good with the kids. Like, come on, man. Like too much positivity is negativity as well. And at the end of the day, when you look at me and say this guy's negative, he's always just cussing the club, he just wants to win trophies. I don't understand in what universe that's a bad thing, brother. Because if we win trophies, Arsenal's doing well, we will all be at the parade together. Everyone.
I hear you, man. I don't know, man. You know what it is as well? I think I made a joke because I used to take my daughter to netball, innit? And I had to get up early on a Sunday morning and I was tired, bro. And I made a joke like, why am I wasting my fucking time taking her to netball? She's not going to be a professional. I'm just here freezing my bollocks off for no reason. Why don't you do, like, do you get what I mean? And then she always wins. And like, I said that out publicly and it could be seen as negative, innit? Because it's not supporting us all the way through.
Always wins, yeah?
Yeah, she always wins. And I'm like, she's not.
Hold on.
About time.
Just gotta wait for the sound, otherwise you'll get me. Sorry, carry on.
Like I was like, yeah, they're not progressing. So if they played a better competition where they might get to go through some, because if they come up against someone who's near enough or near half good, they're not going to be ready for it because they're just used to winning all the time. Right. And my daughter's mum hit me up and she was like, yeah, man, she wasn't really too pleased about your message, man. It kind of hurt her feelings a bit. And I was like, oh fuck.
What did you say?
I actually kind of. What did I say? Like.
Just along the line. So it weren't like, oh, well done for participating, or was it, well, you're gonna do better next season? Because I know what I say to my youth.
No, you know, I was like, it's a what did I say? What one was it exactly? Because I do it so much, but I was just like, it wasn't positive, innit? It was like, if she would lose some, or what was it? What did I say exactly?
I know, I understand I think I know what you're getting at. I think it should be,
like, but it could be deemed as negative on her behalf, innit?
Right.
From my daughter, innit? And then I never forget, like, my baby mum came to me, she was like, yeah. But I was like, yeah, I was just joking. Like, I didn't mean it, like, seriously. But it kind of affected her, innit? So since then, I've been a bit, I don't want to treat other people's children different to how I treat my children. Because I feel like I think that's wrong, innit? So I'm just, maybe I'm being an idiot and putting my people's viewpoints upon people I don't know and I don't have no personal connection to. But I'm just thinking that, right, if this was my child or someone who I support playing, and I'm hearing how not everybody, because some critique is fair and some is a bit overboard, I'm just thinking, like, as a human being, I know you're getting all your money and fuck it, shut up and put up and all of that. I'm just thinking that some people, it can affect them. No, negatively.
It can. They're humans. It does affect them. But like I said, that's my point. You guys are compensated very well. Look at all the things going on with Diddy and 50 Cent, but you man are not in. You're not looking at him like, I'm gonna treat you the same way as I treat my youth. These men are celebrities, bro. These men are rich. So, but I understand your point, and that's just you as a person. And here's another example as well, right? Because this is what I heard from someone else, and I thought it was a great point. It's like, say for instance, it was me, right? Say for instance, Saka finished playing for Arsenal. We heard me saying that, you know, he's tore up his hamstring. He's not playing the same way. Maybe we might need some competition because Arteta's run him into the ground and all this other stuff and all the stuff that I'm saying, right? He might look at that and say, oh, he's being a bit harsh or da-da-da-da-da. But I'm just, what do I know? I'm just a dickhead that chats shit on YouTube, right? But if you've got Gary Lineker, or if you've got an ex-football player saying that about you, then that means a bit more, doesn't it? It feels a bit personal because you two were in the same thing. You two were on levels. You two were in the same group, if you know what I mean, the same industry. You actually played ball. Wouldn't you think it would be more hurtful for them to hear criticism from someone that actually kicked ball than any other dickhead YouTuber that, you understand what I'm trying to get at? So while I hear it, so say for instance 50 Cent or Jay-Z or P. Diddy was getting called all of these things by normal people on the road. It's whatever. This is what you're in the public domain. But if you're getting run down by 50 and he's doing fucking freak off matters and all this other shit that we've been seeing, that's gonna hurt more. These are people in your industry. These are people that, you understand, do the same thing that you do. So there's that point as well. So when I say I don't know them, they haven't got my last name. It's for that reason. But you're saying it because that's how you operate as a person, and I respect it. I do. I'm not. But that's just so you kind of understand where I'm coming from a little bit. I'm not going to look at 50 like that's my boy because he ain't. I don't know him. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if 50, if say for instance you're Eminem or Jay-Z or you're up and coming rapper Meek Mill and Jay-Z saying your shit, you're going to take that more to heart from Jay-Z than you're going to take it from any old blogger. Do you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So there's also that angle as well that you might need to think about, guys. You know, they are millionaires. They get compensated a lot. When they go home, Ben White don't even like football, bro. But I like the fact that you've come out and said it. So now I'm happy because if I see Ben White sitting on the bench, I'm like, cool, you're happy to sit there. You're not into football like that. You don't want to go on and be more. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I think we've all got points. I think we've all got points here. I really do. I think we all got points, man. Let me try and get into one or two of these because we're about to hit 3 hours now. We're getting mad. I'm dying to smoke my zoo. It's baking up in here. You know what I mean? One more thing, the fake Arsenal fan that's now a Tottenham fan. He's been self-promoting since 2019. I mean, look, there's this guy Pinkus, yeah. He's on Instagram, bro. And this is another example that I want to use, and I'll tell Chinks and Everest about it, yeah. Remember this David Coote guy, you know, the Liverpool, yeah? He was on the LGBTQ, HDMI, PS5, all that kind of stuff, yeah?
Before you go on, did you see him delivering a parcel the other day?
This is what I'm going to talk about. Right? Right? And don't get me wrong, yeah? He's delivering a parcel for every or something. It's shameful from where
from where he was, it is.
Where he was, right? Okay. You've got this guy Pinkus, yeah, Papa Pinkus. He's an Arsenal fan, apparently, even though I've got a picture of him with a Spurs scarf talking about leave the geezer alone. You know, he might have a family to feed, even though he swings for the other side. There ain't no family to feed, but whatever. Yeah, you know, he's got family, just uncles and aunts. It ain't gonna be wife and children. But anyway, you're saying leave the guy alone. But you know what? You've also got going on. You've got the Oxfam, or you know when you get the charity, you know the really dramatic music in the background, bloom, bloom. You know the really charity. You're saying leave the guy alone. You're showing the footage of Coote delivering the package, and you've got the cheat to say leave the guy alone. That's, for me, that's like you going to feed the homeless and taking a picture of it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And these are
just that second part that annoys me, you know. But it doesn't annoy me that the people are filming it, because there's people online who don't help homeless people, who are critiquing people who are actually helping homeless people because they're filming it. Because at the end of the day, at least they're helping someone. You're at home on your internet on free Wi-Fi, probably discrediting someone for helping someone when you're not doing anything to help yourself. That's the only part of that I don't like.
No, I hear it, but can't you see the hypocrisy in that? If you're going to feed the homeless out of a good thing in your heart, why do you need to film it for? Do you get it?
Yeah,
so
I want to make content in it, I suppose.
That is another problem.
And this is the Pinkus.
Why are you like making your profit or making your money out of like showing us some generosity? Generosity knows no, like, there should not be any reward based, apart from, like, if you're a believer, you would want blessings. Otherwise you should not be thinking about getting the I took this video, I took this photo of me feeding the homeless. Now people will give me donations or give me praises online. That is getting me some good viewers, good following, blah blah blah. That's not the game.
Yeah, no, you're right. And you're both right. At least that person is doing something. So the context is there. But the point I'm trying to just kind of get back to the main point, is that you're saying that all the negative people have more of a presence. We don't, bro. I promise you that right now. We go for all the accounts on YouTube. We do not. It's people like this, right? Now, this guy's apparently is apparently a QPR fan. He apparently supports Arsenal. Yeah, this Pinkus guy, he's been doing it from young, right? Getting put into certain positions. Yeah, people like so it's these people. He's got over 100,000 people following him on Instagram. It's the people like this that always sitting there saying, calm down, Arsenal. You're overreacting, Arsenal. Think of the business, Arsenal. Think of Arteta, Arsenal. It's never Arteta's fault. It's just the board's fault. It's people like this that are the Arteta sexuals that get all of the numbers and the traction. And this is what I'm talking about, Chings. I mean, listen, you might not know about it. You might not be in the whole YouTube space as much. I've seen so many, and it's people like this that do nothing but back the club. These are the people getting pictures with Pep Guardiola. These are the people getting TalkSport gigs. These are the people towing the line. Why do you think AFTV gets all of the shit that they get? Because they toe the line. They toe the line. And so I think, like, if these people can have a platform,
I think.
Go on.
Sorry. No, I think AFTV, of course, there's a lot of stuff that coincides with the club, but I do think, because I don't just want to discredit them, because they were out there when they weren't a big deal. So I think a part of why they are where they are as well is due to the work they've put in. Because I don't just want to discredit and seem like it's all for happy-go-lucky singing. I think there's some work they've put in as well.
Let me give you.
Not totally though. Not totally.
No. I'm discrediting the change. You understand when they say, money makes people different, all that kind of stuff. Or now that you've got some links, You're not the same with other people that you was because you feel that you're bigger because now you've got links. I've seen that happen on YouTube. So that's my point. So I understand what you're saying. I'm not discrediting the work. That's not what I'm discrediting. That's not what I'm just saying that if you toe the line, then you're going to be going to South Africa and getting into the press conferences and getting pictures like this and getting on Talk Sport. Yeah. If you're troops, if you're Turkish, yeah, you're not getting on Talk Sport. Do you see what I'm saying? If you're Lee Judges,
Yeah,
you might get on Talk Sport. That's so all I'm saying is
is positive or negative?
I will say like this. Let me say, AFTV when it started and when it had the vision of getting the fans' opinions, actual opinions, that's when it was thriving, and that was the true essence. What happened is gradually when they had so much, larger fan base, and when they started getting into the mainstream media, competing with them and even outshining them, they became a sellout. And that is the main problem. They started mixing up with sponsors. So obviously when you mix up with sponsors, you always want to be on their good side, and that ends up in you actually not voicing and actually not staying to the true essence of your channel. The true essence of your channel was
What if you genuinely changed though? Because you know what it is, yeah, Everest. I was a very pessimistic, violent, upset person from a bad environment, and I was just upset at the world. And if you say the wrong thing to me, I'll probably kick the shit out of you. I've got the criminal record in the arrest records to prove it. And then I hit an age in my life here where I saved some money and I set up a rubbish clearance business, and then I started making a lot more money. And I tell you what, yeah, Everest, I wasn't as angry no more. I had a different outlook in life. So sometimes money can make you have a more positive perspective. Genuinely, I understand the links and that, but sometimes a lot of people are upset about stuff, and it's because they're poor. It's because they're not where they want to be in life, and they're just projected. Some people
go and do something else. Then go and do something else. Don't grift off us. But you know what? This is what I'm saying, because as a person, that's how I feel. Because the only reason I say that is because Robbie Lau is a QPR fan. How about that?
Fuck off. AFTV Robbie.
He's a QPR fan. That's how
he grew up around that area, and he has, like, in his old days when he was doing like the DJ career, he used to be a DJ, right? Doing the Afro
in QPR kits. How about that?
He used to be a former fan, but the thing is that obviously, sometimes people change in it, in order to like.
And sometimes, Chinks, you're right. Things do change. They do change, but like it's like, you know what it is? It's like if we start. Even if it's Arteta, the guy to get us across the line, I'm saying about this guy. I've got him on screen. He says he's an Arsenal fan. He's actually a QPR fan. Here is him in a Spurs scarf. Yeah, that you couldn't pay me money to wear a Spurs scarf. Yeah, and yet he's representing.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a. If you paid me enough money, I'd wear the scarf. You. Sorry, I'm a piece of shit. I what £1 million wear a scarf. You're doing it, Views. Don't lie, man. I'm doing it,
brother.
If I did that, then what I'll do? If I did that, then and I'll be honest with you, I just delete my channel afterwards. Then because
that's the thing. Yeah, you have to.
You know what I do? I'd wear this scarf, and I'll post it on my socials, and then the next post after is, I only did it for money, don't hate me.
right. And some people will respect it, and some people won't.
Yeah,
just like the elderly lot when I was talking about West Ham saying, "Oh, it's not like how it was. We're not a family club no more. Things change." I understand that. I understand that, and even me, I have to, swallow some of my shit and say it is a business, and so. But cool, but if that is the case, then why have we got so many apologists and enablers then? Because that's what I see when you're like, "Oh, but he's had a hard day this week. Let him off, Dad. He's all right." That's what I see. For me, that's how I see the fan base. I see it as the strict parent and the enabling parent. And maybe there needs to be a
balance in it.
There needs to be.
Let me give another example, right? Dele Alli was being considered as like one of the hottest prospects in the English Premier League, right?
He made me
when
laugh.
he started,
bro.
Yeah, when he started closing
sorry, Jinx would be there with the Spurs scarf. I might have glasses.
If the money's right, I'm telling you.
Say less. $1 million. I just delete my channel afterwards. Like that.
No worries. Look at him. Like when he started declining and whatnot, he went out of the public eye and everything. What he did, he made a PR stunt of getting into Gary Neville's channel. And obviously, when you are affected at a certain point in life, when you are very young, he said he was groped by his uncle and whatnot. The thing is, you were underperforming in the Premier League. It has nothing to do with you getting groped at childhood. That was way before, and afterwards you actually succeeded. You were doing lots of great things in the for Spurs when your first couple of years. There was a stagnancy, and then there was a huge decline in your career. That's why people were critiquing you. You do not have to come up with the excuse of obviously I had the trauma from the sexual molestation by my uncle, and that made me get very, very upset, and that's why I started underperforming. There's no correlation between these two. If you were actually traumatized,
you're just looking for
you would be
sympathy, innit?
Yeah, if you are traumatized from that experience, you will be traumatized from the get-go. Like when you are being brought up, when you're actually getting being raised at a certain point, and when you starting learning about sex education, then you will corroborate that, oh my god, my uncle that who did this to me, it is unfair, it was bad, and it will have happened to you at the age of like 12, 13, not when you're like 16, 17, or maybe like at the age of like 27 or 8 when you had that interview with Neville. That does not actually make any sense. So same also like as you said about money thing, Igal had a dare, like he painted his entire face blue and sang the Chelsea song or whatever. But that was even Lee plays a clip of that. Like it was a dare thing.
I respect him for going through with it, because I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
There's like a 4-line of a chant: blue is the color, Chelsea is the name, of blah blah blah. That's something like a thing he had did. But it was a dare, right? Same with like D and Lawless, I guess. They say that whoever finishes higher in the league has to wear the other person's shirt. Yeah,
little things like that. But what was Tinker's excuse, bro? He's in his home.
Yeah, exactly. The fun banter and these types of things are obviously understandable. But when you are completely switching your thing just for monetization purposes, just to earn the big bucks and to attract, you're switching from QPR Forest to Arsenal because higher fan base makes bigger money. That is not.
And let me just point on that, Everest, because it's a grift. Terry Flowers does it, and I got no problem. I understand the game, but I am going to point out the game. Yeah, because I'm here to put you on game. You understand what I'm saying? Henry Wright, a Spurs fan. Most of his videos are about Arsenal. What the fuck are we doing here, bro? Yeah, everyone does it. Everyone does it. You go and watch any other YouTuber now, you're gonna see them doing videos about the other clubs because they're trying to get that little bit of, you understand, that bit of traction from the other clubs. But let me say this: Arsenal specifically are one of the biggest online. If there's Arsenal in any type,
we are. Don't be nice about it. We are the biggest online fan base because of AFTV. We are the biggest, right? And that's why we get so much hate. That's why we get hate and crucified like a big club that goes holier than thou and wins everything. Exactly. When realistically we're not, because we have such a big brand. We're the online fan base, and football. Arsenal run this thing. Exactly. I don't want to hear no one else say we invented fan football. Not invented it, but we pioneered it. Let's say
right with AFTV, with Robbie or whatever back in the day, with all of that, right? And you're exactly right. And these guys know that. That's why they're being sympathetic to Arsenal. Why are they not? Why is Terry Flewers not coming on saying, "Fuck, what's going on Arsenal, mate? That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? What, they're not getting Gyökeres yet?" No, every video he does is Arsenal was scary. Oh, Arsenal, these 2 signings could make Arsenal a challenge next season. Why? Why do you think they do that? Because they're pandering. They're pandering.
He believes it.
No, he don't believe it. He don't believe it. He supports Man United and he gets accused of being a fucking Forest fan, bro. He don't believe it. He knows the game. And Chinks, yeah. Since I've been in YouTube, yeah, I'm no one big in this thing. You know that. I'm starting out. I'm new, but I have been behind the curtain a little bit, and I've seen plenty of things that make me think, pussy Clark, is that really what's going on? Arsenal is a massive money maker.
You give me another viewpoint, views, because you know what I thought. Because you see, like whenever I see people speaking positively about Arsenal, I gravitate to it, and maybe it's my own algorithm and it's my problem because the internet feeds you what you interact with, innit? So I thought that these little pockets, because I don't really watch AFT that much, AFTV, because I remember the origins of it and what it's transformed into, and I'm more of the grit and I like the new up and coming stuff instead of the polished stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? So, but I thought that these fans that speak positively about Arsenal, get so much views because us Arsenal fans are tired of being critiqued by the big media and the mainstream people and all these people who pile shit on us.
Right.
But I'm hearing from you that it's not. It's actually the other way around, where there's so much positive that the negative is the minority. And I thought that the negative was the majority and the positive was the minority because everybody views football through the lens of you winning stuff. We don't win stuff.
Right, exactly. No, you're bang on. But and you might be right. There might be some of them because even me, I've had good words to say about Spurs. I've had good words to say about Liverpool. I've been I've been fucking creaming over Slot the whole year because I think he's a really good coach. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I'm not sitting there. You're not going to come onto Views on Sport and see Liverpool amazing, Liverpool scary. You know, like all the kind of clickbait titles that he does. And he might believe it a little bit, but he's not stupid, brother. You understand? That's why Henry Wright, who is an out-and-out Spurs fan, go on his channel right now, count his videos. I guarantee there's more Arsenal videos than there is Spurs because there is people like you, Chinks, that naturally gravitate to wanting to hear people talk nicely about the club. There is. And there's more of those people out there. There really is. I'm telling you that right now. That's why someone who supports QPR could just come over to our club, make a little something. All of a sudden, you got 100K followers. All of a sudden, you're getting interviews on your podcast from people that are from the club. Why aren't they coming to me, bro? Why aren't they going to Lee? Because they know what they're going to hear.
Yeah, I hate because you know what? In the podcast industry, I know there's guests we don't get because we're a bit too unfiltered and we ask a bit. We're a bit rash. But other people I noticed that are a bit more prim and proper and they're not as pressing on issues and stuff like that. They do get a lot better guests.
And let me just jump onto what you said quickly about the media as well, Chinks, yeah, because we've grown up from it. We're more or less the same age. We've grown up from that era where the Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher, they used to hate Arsenal, bruv. Anytime
they still do, man. I hate hearing them talk about us. Man. It's such a biased perspective, man. I hate it.
Exactly. And we've been getting shit from the media for time, but now all of a sudden with Arteta, do you not seem to think that it's not as bad as that? They're asking him dumb.
Man, you know what? No, they prop up Ange, man. They treat Ange like the golden child. They slander Arteta, man. I think maybe it's the way I view it, and I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a Liverpool fan, and even I hate Jamie Carragher's commentary and biasness and punditry. He is just unlikable in so many aspects because of his, nitpicking of everything, whether it's his own club or some other clubs. Just be consistent and be like sensible with your comments.
But what I've noticed, and I'll let you lot come back in. What I've noticed though recently, and I'm not the only one that's noticed it, it's like when you're having, it's like the questions are screened for Arteta. When that's what I'm talking about, you're saying that they're slating him. How? They're not asking him difficult.
And not when he's there. I haven't really seen him interact when he's there. I'm talking about when he's not there. So you might be. Maybe I'm looking.
When I watch these press conferences, and I'm saying, what this people was qualified to in media, and you're asking him questions like this. You're basically setting him up. You've had so many injuries this year, Arteta. What do you make of the season? Instead of saying, why didn't you prepare? Other stuff that they ask other managers, bro. Look at Ange. You're saying that they're treating him like the poster boy and that. I think Ange has had a very hard time in interviews, especially after the games, after another loss and stuff like that. And then look at the time that the one media guy slapped it on Arteta. Well, don't you need a striker? What's going on? Man just walked off. He just walked off. So now I'm looking at it like when we were talking about Eric Ten Hag and all the rivals are like, nah, keep him, bro. Because while Man United keep Ten Hag, they're shit. That's what I feel like is going on with Arsenal. Arteta's doing a great job. Keep him. The media not asking him no difficult questions. Why? Because we ain't going nowhere, bruv. I don't know.
Even if someone tries to, ask him some hard-hitting questions, he either just, politically answers them around it, or maybe sometimes just disregards.
He's very good. He's very good at talking in the media and that. That's what I'll give him.
Deflecting, yeah.
He should be in politics, bro. That's what I will say. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah, and I remember there was like a female journalist who tried to ask him something, but he just, flaunted.
Yeah, now she's not there anymore, innit? Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't get into the, the press journalists list anymore. So yeah, if you just constantly, silence everyone, that would become like North Korea,
And that's what I don't want it to be, and that's what it feels like. Certain times, just certain times, like I said, at the end of not the season just gone, but the end of 23-24, when we missed out to Man City by 2 points, and Mikel Arteta came on the pitch and said, "Don't be happy with second. Feel this pain." Do you know how much I was riding for that done right there and then? because you actually showed me something. I'm actually seeing something now. I can actually see. But then when I start, that's why I'm on you this year, because this year you've made a bag of mistakes. You're not even saying the right things anymore. How can I ride for you when I don't believe you? Do you know what I'm saying? Yes, last year you said second ain't enough. Feel the pain, and I was there. I was feeling the pain. I'm like, that's my G, that's my manager. Yeah, we're riding out next season. What are you talking about? And then you go and have the summer that we have. Do you know what I mean?
And also, how can you say that the best team lost in the Champions League semi-finals?
That's what you're embarrassing me now. You're embarrassing me. You're not saying the right things, brother. You're making me feel embarrassed. Have some accountability, just like Pep.
Now, the only thing I say, it's not necessarily because he's speaking to everybody, but he's speaking to the players at times. I think he has to do shit like that to make the team think, fucking hell, like, because he's going to lose. Was he meant to come out and say, oh, we're whack, everything I said was wrong, I did everything wrong, I got it all wrong, the team shouldn't follow me no more, and I'm the, you know what I mean? I think sometimes he's speaking to the players and we interpret it as, because then that's another contradiction, because everybody doesn't ask him questions and lifts him up with what he says. There's something he's put his foot in his mouth and people batter him with it.
But the thing is, you have to remember that when you say, do you think that players are actually getting some sort of motivation if they are saying that the best team lost in the semi-final, the best team got knocked out?
Statistically, we had more shots. I think we had more possession. Just that PSG won the game in the boxes, and I understand that this isn't the time to be saying it, but factually, I understand why he's saying it.
Mate, let me give you a clear and concise.
We won the Champions League on XG, yeah. So we should have a trophy sitting in our cabinet right now. Then, yeah?
Also, let me just say another thing, right? No. The thing is, if a player, when he watches that interview, someone who is playing for Arsenal, when Arteta says that the best team lost, that's kind of in a way very passive aggressive. Like he's telling you that, ooh, you should have been the best, but you actually lost. That means you did not perform well. So you guys suck. It is a different way or different perspective to see. And also, you cannot fool the fan base or anybody by saying that the best team lost.
Fooling though, man. Sometimes the best team does lose though. Is that a fairy that, or is that not something? Chelsea won in 2012. Bayern were way the better team. Sometimes the better team loses. It's a fact. Because we just act ignorant to the point. Because this is the thing. And this, so you know what? Yeah. If Arteta's words hold so much weight, why do you only refer to them at certain points? In January, when he wanted to sign a striker and he was saying we need forwards, we need forwards, and the board let him down. Why don't you refer to his words then? Why do you only refer to his words when you want to criticize him?
All right, fair play. So why did you not pick up on the first 2 weeks of the transfer window when he kept ultimately denying that we wanted a striker? Because that's what he did for 2 weeks until Havertz someone else got injured again, and then he changed his tune. Like I said to you, my bro.
So cool, bingo. So that's the way you operate, and you hold him to gospels for his words. So why did you choose 2 weeks before when 2 weeks after that he said the latter thing? Isn't the most recent thing the more relevant?
But it's what you want to choose your argument for, because it's all contradictory. You just contradicted yourself, not you, Arteta.
How?
Just contradicted yourself, because you said you didn't want to, and now you're saying that you do want to. So how's that not a contradiction? You know what I'm saying?
Injuries. First of all, Havertz got injured. So at the beginning of the window, he didn't think he wanted players, and then later on he realized I do need attackers. But you're going to crucify him on what he said in the first place, but not in the latter place.
So when we turn up and we're flat, when we turn up and we're shit, and he's made bad management decisions to why we haven't won the game, and we're getting told, why are you beating up on the manager? But why, when the team win, it's always Arteta's credit when the team win. But when the team lose, it's nothing to do with him. That's what we get.
It's not though. Who says that? Who says that?
Let me come up from a
maybe you aside, but that's how it is. It's the same energy. Like Robbie, where's the?
I think you lot just hate Arteta and you just look at everything. I think you just look at everything negative he does and just pile on him.
Oh no! Now you're doing what Robbie does on AFTV, which I think is
how,
because when he tried to say to Yardman, go and have a drink, you've got an Arteta agenda because he's coming out saying he's
what some people do though. Bro, we had someone earlier on the channel who said from before he was hired, I didn't want Arteta, and then we're up here letting him speak about Arteta. It's clear he's biased.
Can I come in? Can I come in? Because both of you are Arsenal fans. You are obviously on the polar opposite side of the spectrum. I am a
No,
Liverpool
I'm
fan.
not on. I'm
Obviously,
not on.
treat man like he's their family.
I'm not on a spectrum or anything.
No,
Whoever's at the
not
club,
like that. No,
whoever's at the
you know
club.
what I mean.
No, but I mean in terms of football, whoever's at the club, I want them to do the best, and I'm not gonna get online and start discrediting and slandering people when I know
No, I
ultimately,
respect that,
when I
but
know
let me-
ultimately,
okay.
when I know ultimately, my viewpoint makes no difference in the grand scheme of things. So I just play devil's advocate in all these debates because really and truly, either way, I'm going to have a good and nice and happy life, innit? I just speak up when I hear contradictions. I have no dog in this race. That's my standpoint.
Okay, no worries. I will come from a different point of view because of I have no like stake at Arsenal, but obviously I respect the history, the legacy, the way the Wenger operated, and all the successes. Obviously, I have way more respect for Arsenal than Manchester United because they're my rivals, and I hate them a lot. But the thing is that whenever you are going through certain phases and points, and people are bringing up all these buzzwords like we're retooled, revamp, it is not a rebuild, it is phase 4, 5, whatnot. These are just ways to what is it called, coping mechanism. These are just coping mechanism, nothing else. Because everybody, whenever you saw
Perspective.
that
Really is.
whenever you saw that your team did not have enough injuries, at that time you did not win the league. Whenever you had the injuries and you did not do anything, you saw in November and December and even in late October that your players were getting constantly injured. You did not do anything to caveat that, to tackle that, to challenge that at January, and then you ended up you were not even challenging for the title because Liverpool was number one all the way. Arsenal never even were in the front in front of Liverpool. So at the end of the day, you are always getting the same. You're going to be held accountable for whatever you do, and this is not about Arteta. This is about the benefit and wellness of the club. Whenever you're seeing that someone is not being able to provide the certain change, why not start with a certain amount of little tweaking of the club? And they need a new voice. They need someone. Obviously, since you're not being able to change the owners overall because there's not enough protests happening or whatnot, at least start with the manager because the manager is the one who has been here the longest. So,
So two things you said then. You said coping mechanism, yeah? So what is a coping mechanism? It's something you do to cope because there's external to you. There's nothing you can practically do about it. So you develop a way to cope with what's going on to make yourself feel better and get through it. That's what a coping mechanism is, right?
it can be something that you can do. There are some things in instances in life you can do, but you choose not to do, and you just cope with the whatever is in front of you. Like for example, you have money in the bank, and you know that you need an essential item in the thing, but you're saying that okay, the tap is running decently, although it's breaking down sometimes. If I twist it hard enough or gently enough, it works. So he's coping with that situation that okay, the tap is doing well despite I have enough money to repair that, but I'm not going to change it because it is another way of coping mechanism. You have the means and things to do, but you're not doing it. There could be lots of reasons, but you're not doing it. That is another definition or another example of coping mechanism. It's not like everything is out of your it's not like everything is out of your means.
I think we're kind of going a little bit off though, because I think we're all right in our own way. Yeah, we all. Yeah. Because it's all perception.
That I think, yeah,
it's all perception. It's contradictory because at the same time, like you said, why listen to some words and not listen to the others? I hear that. You're right with that. But at the same time, why say things that are not true? Because we don't. Are we a fly on the wall? Do we get to sit in the meetings? Do we know anything apart from whatever information the club give us? So of course we got to take that for face value, right? So when and like I said to you, Chinks, when he was there at the end of the season, I don't think you were telling me, like you said, oh, the team's shit, we can't score, we're rubbish. I'm not saying that. He just said, don't let second be enough. It's all about how you put things. I'm not saying you have to downplay your own team to say we weren't good enough. Just say the right things because you're the guy that we all look to. We don't get information from the club. I don't get an email every week with the minutes and the highlights of the week. We don't know that. All we're doing is guessing.
Ain't that the problem then?
It might be.
Because I'm the person, if I don't know something and there's no way for me to find it, I don't sit down and bellyache about it. Because you know what? I think that you don't think that me coming here and giving you my viewpoint is a way to think that I'm I'm downplaying you, or I don't care about you lot, or what you're doing is wrong. I'm just, because I think that when I see people who have a mindset that I used to have, and then I've grown and developed and got past it, I like to think that instead of me being a prick and sitting back, I sit back and I think to tell people a way of how I've got to deal with things and become a better person and develop ways to deal with things to help my own mental health in it. So I'm not here telling you you're right and wrong. I'm just trying to tell you what works for me to not make me be upset to want to come online and just discredit and cuss a team and put people down and be negative about a club, because I don't think that's beneficial. I just think I'm trying to be helpful. That's all I'm trying to do, because I don't think that.
And like I said, it's perception, because in my eyes, I feel like I'm being helpful, because I'm not just going to allow my child's hair to get all matty, and no one's going to comb Matty's hair just because I don't want to be horrible and tell him your hair looks matty. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's just perception, bro. That's all it is. But the thing that I do want to point out,
would you go online? Do you think it's beneficial to your kid's hair to go online and tell the world how nappy his hair is?
My kid's not a millionaire, bro. My kid ain't in the public eye.
No, but with it.
No, but
okay, so hypothetically speaking,
the context, bro, you have to, because these men are celebrities.
So I'm adding the context then. So let me add the context. If your son had nappy hair and was a millionaire, do you think it's beneficial for him for you to go online and tell everybody about his nappy hair? You think that's beneficial to him?
The only context is this guy in the public eye? Is everyone invested in my son or not? That's
Whichever way you need to take it.
And he's got nappy hair and he's a millionaire. I'm gonna tell him, why are you a millionaire with nappy hair? Sort it out. You're my son. I don't want you to be looked on badly.
Also, you can. I'll say one
family member. These people are in the public eye.
No, man are telling me they've been supporting the club for 21 years. What's that got to do with it, bro? Like, I don't.
No, not like that. I guess there's a different context to the comment. I'll check that out later. The thing is that look at another example. Like when you saw that, Sam Smith was kind of moving a bit mad, with his with his like performance and with his outfit.
We don't even need to go here. We don't even. All right, so let's forget all of that stuff.
Okay.
Forget all of that extra analogies for it all to make sense.
Okay.
As the third most successful team, which means there's two more teams who've won more trophies than us entirely in the history of the sport. Even in terms of recency, in terms of the last 10 to 20 years, let's even just put it there, there's teams that have won way more than us. So in terms of recent history and longevity history, we're not the team who wins the most. Why the fuck do Arsenal fans think that they should be winning stuff every year back to back?
Why do you think that should be all right, though? Did you not just say that?
Because it's reality.
No, Chinks.
Because it's reality.
No, brother. Did you not just say you changed your mindset from negative to positive, like ignorance is bliss, like just ignoring everything?
No, not change my mindset to negative to positive. I just look at stuff and I grew up and I realized that, hold on, my standards and expectations don't equate to anything in the real world in terms of football. So I don't think it's safe for my own mental health to keep going into stuff with only my window of looking through of, if we don't win stuff, even though I support a team that doesn't win stuff all the time, that's not best for me to keep adopting that mentality when it doesn't make no change in the real world.
That's just how you see it, bro, because I just see it completely different from that. Just because
but the fact of the matter is, even though you look at reality different, we didn't win because we weren't good enough.
So is it a fact that we don't win nothing, Chinks? How would we be the third biggest team in the country if we don't ever win anything, bro?
I never said we don't ever win anything, because that's not a fact, because we do win stuff. But there's a lot of teams that win stuff more than us. So I think we're getting lost in this mix-up of football world of we're living by other people's standards, which is not what our team is. Because look at Static asking me, Chinks, why not? Why not demand to win a trophy every year? Because my demands don't mean shit. If I sit here and scream till I lose breath about my demands, it doesn't translate on the pitch. I'm just telling you what's logical.
Okay. So
I demand, listen, Jennifer Lopez, come through that door now.
Say what? Say that again.
My demand is Jennifer Lopez, come through this door here right now.
Oh, that's disingenuous, bro, man. It is, bro.
You can say this, but Chinks, you can say the same thing about the positive fans as well.
That's what I'm saying.
What does their voice actually mean in the online as well?
They can have a platform. They can just jump off a bridge because a man says so. That's what I'm saying.
I'm lost. So
No.
choosing to support a club. So
No,
choosing to support a club and be positive about your club, win, lose, or draw, is now a negative.
No, that's not what we
Is
said.
it for
The
being
thing
So what are we talking about then?
What do you mean we're talking about?
that is a
So
different
how
word.
does my
Someone like
point?
me,
So
someone like
you
me,
just said to
come
me.
online.
So hold on. You just said
Someone
to
like
me.
me
I
can't
just said
come
to me.
online. Is that what you're saying?
One
No,
at a
that's what I'm
time.
telling you. I'm telling
One
you.
at a time,
My
please.
demands. I'm telling you. My demands now are my demands, and my demands are what I'm living and dying by. Even though my demands don't translate to anything in the real world, and your response to me is you can say that about the positive fans. So explain to me how you can say what I just said about my demands about positive fans who don't have demands and choose to support the club, win, lose, or draw. So tell me how what I just applied in terms of demands applies to positive fans as well, because that's what you just said.
Demands.
No,
Demands.
It's you guys are confusing some things. The thing is that
I'm not. I said that my demands don't mean anything in the real world. And then your response was the positive fans do the same thing. So explain that to me, because there's a loss of understanding there. I don't understand that.
Okay. I'll be concise. Just like you said that, like our
There is no
not
demand.
our
There
like
is
that.
no
People,
one. From them.
people who are saying that you said that toxic and negative, shouting at the
Ignorance is
online community, that does not actually mean shit. That can be said of the same thing, like shouting positively online should also not mean shit, because online fan base or offline fan base, whether unless they're completely boycotting the stadium or not attending the sports or whatever, at the end of the day, it none of their opinions would actually mean shit for the club. But the thing is that players have their own mentality. Players want to play for the fans and to earn their livelihood. Whenever they're seeing so many negative comments and negative things, they turn off their social media, because whenever they're getting slandered
I don't
online,
think you understood my question.
You're not understanding what he's saying. He's saying that if he wants to demand Lopez to come through the door and she don't,
Okay.
because that's something that he can't affect. I understand that. I understand what you're saying. But these guys,
Thank you.
right? No, I do understand what you're saying, right? But
Because I don't see how that reflects on positive. That don't equate. That doesn't make sense.
how not? Like if you can see, I don't know, if you got a ball tire, bro, but you just keep ignoring it and never go for your MOT, don't you think that's ultra positive?
Sorry, say that again. I wasn't listening. Sorry.
So if you've got a ball tire, for instance, on your car, but you keep ignoring it, that's how I'm looking at these, man. There's things that can be done. You man are just allowing it like a lemon, ignoring it because the club or Arteta or whatever saying it's good enough, and you're saying that you're ignoring a problem just to be positive, just not to make any criticism. That's where I'm coming from. I'm not saying you're wrong because you're not. Factually, if I want Beyonce to come through the door, she ain't coming through the door. I hear that. So
the demands mean nothing then. That's all my point is.
we're
all at home.
So we shouldn't be able to come on and even voice our demands.
I've never said people shouldn't be allowed to do anything. No, I'm saying I don't choose to do that, and I don't think it makes sense when those demands don't actually translate into real world anything to do it. I'm not telling you what not to do. I'm just giving you my mental on people asking me about my own demands in the chat, when I don't think demands literally mean anything in the real world, when your effort doesn't contribute to anything to meet those demands. Is that not logical? Was what I'm saying not grammatically correct?
No, that
because you lot are saying a bunch of other stuff I haven't said when that's all I'm saying.
Well, I said that you've said certain things, or I've said that Top Gooner say certain things.
No, just about demands, because man's in the. Let me find the exact thing.
Who in the chat? Because I'm late in the chat. Go on, Everest. I'm late in the chat. So let me
so Static said, Jinx, why not? Why not demand to win a trophy every year? Come on. And all I'm saying is that's how you do football, and that's what makes sense to you. But you've been demanding to win stuff for how many years, and it doesn't translate. The definition of sanity is doing the same thing repeatedly and not getting no different outcome. I'm just telling you, I'm more logical. I do logical stuff. I don't think it's logical standing here every year holding people to standards and demands that doesn't translate or make any difference to the actual goals. I don't think that's sensible.
Damn. So none of us are sensible, man. I hear it though. That's where you're coming from. No, I hear it.
Is that factually incorrect?
Oh no. It's factually correct, but I feel like you're kind of missing that part where it's not in the personal realm, bro. Like otherwise, why are we even doing it? Why is anyone even here? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, why is there even?
I thought because we support the club.
Why is there a Premier League? Why is there a trophy? If none of that matters, then why is there one of those? Like, I think it's just perspective. You're absolutely right. We cannot affect anything. That's why I'm so frustrated, because I feel like a slave, Chinks. Do you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying. But this is in the public domain. It is a multi-billion-pound business. It is something that people look on like religion. It is something that people spend all of their money on. It is something that people go to and not spend time with their kids because they're going to the game. It is in the public domain at the end of the day. So you are right. You are an idiot. Maybe
because it's the same age. Chink logic would say one trophy from a possible 22 is good enough. No, whether or not it's good enough, it's fact. I don't operate in my own opinion of standards and expectations of what is the real world is we won one trophy in 22 years. And that's what happened. You can't go back in time and want to rejink stuff and think if people did what you did or had your imaginary standards, that makes any difference to that. The fact of the matter is in 22 trophies, we've won one. And that's where I operate from. Fact. I don't operate from fantasy and demand of what doesn't mean nothing. The fact is we won one trophy in 22 years and it's out of a possible 22. And that's what the fact is. I don't get upset because of my demand of the real world what doesn't align with my demands. That's silly. That doesn't make sense to me. How can no one not understand the logic?
We can understand the logic, but like I said, for me, it just comes under that. I don't think you're like, because you're talking like we're historically a club that like we don't regularly we won 5 years ago, bro. We ain't won a major. When's the last time we won the FA Cup before that? We do win. We do.
And so bingo. This is the perfect example. We don't win more than we do win. That's a fact, no?
But look at
in the last 20 years anyway. The last 20 years, not always, but the last 20
in the entire history of our club, we've not won more than we've won.
I don't know that look for sure. For the entire history.
I mean, Chinks, you said you're around the same age as you, right? You have seen Arsenal when they were thriving.
That's what I'm
in
saying.
The late 80s or during the Wenger era, even before Wenger era, when Tony Adams was playing for the club. You have seen lots of success, but and comparatively, right now it's not at the same place. But you have seen success, and when you were seeing the success, you were definitely enjoying watching the game way more than you're currently.
I don't think you ever.
No, we do.
I don't think you understand me, man.
We can't affect anything. So why come on and make demands?
Because just because Everest, you choose one specific period of when you do one stuff and throw away the rest of the history and use that one specific period to justify your mood and your attitude for the rest of your lifetime. You don't think that's nonsensical?
I'm not. No. I think you're also getting me wrong, because obviously I
literally quoted what you just said and referred to it, so I don't know how I got you wrong.
That's not exactly what I mean. Because when you
said about my life and my age and the period where we won, and then you used that to hold me to that standard for the rest of my life and my whole football career. That's literally what you just did. No,
it's not for the rest of your life, but it is for a. Whenever you're seeing that your club is just right on the cusp of things, but they're still failing. Look at Brendan Rodgers. Gerrard slipped, and we lost the title completely, and that broke us so badly that we definitely wanted a change to happen, because we saw that this guy was a nearly man, and he was not showing us enough to prove that he can actually get us over the line. But eventually, when we changed that, we actually got over the line.
So what makes him a nearly man? Because I'm sure Rodgers has won more trophies than some other managers. He just didn't do it at your club. So only based on what your club is, it dictates everything as what he is in his whole football career.
Because he's saying that you're allowing one period of time to form your whole opinion. That's basically what he's saying, which is relatively.
No, that's what he's telling me to do by choosing when I grew up when we was winning
I'm not
things.
telling you to do anything. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
You're a man of free will. You can do
insinuating or suggesting.
No, I'm just.
My viewpoint is wrong.
The only thing that I think you're kind of, you're not wrong, but the only thing I feel like you're going down the wrong path on is because you're using it to try and draw out how people are personally, because that's how you are personally, bro. Ignorance is bliss. I understand your facts are the facts. We have one. We haven't.
It's not
We're not
Why-
regular.
because I-
But now you're saying to me basically, because I can't change anything at the club, just delete my channel or whatever, innit? Like that's
What's
what
the
it
point
is,
of us debating over
Those
here?
words never left my mouth though.
I know. I'm not
No.
putting words in your mouth, but I'm saying
Yeah.
that's how it's kind of coming across a little bit. Because everything
Yeah.
you're saying is right. Factually, yeah, we've probably not won as much as we. You're right. You're right. But we are the third biggest. And then I also have another point is that if we are like this, why do we need to continue like this? Because you've said so yourself. For you to kind of deal with your own personal and your mental health better, you know, how you carry yourself as a person. You've managed to grow and change and say, all right, look, I'm not even letting it affect me like that no more. So now I feel like it kind of feels a little bit of not a personal attack, like you're trying to attack me, but that's how I look at it. I know that I physically cannot do fuck all at the club, just like the positive people cannot do fuck all at the club. But I feel the way I feel, Chinks. So now I'm just getting made to feel like I'm just being stupid because I'm coming out and I'm saying certain things that I'm saying because I feel the way I feel, and logically I shouldn't be doing that. Like, I don't know. It's
No, you can do as you please.
Hmm.
Everybody can do as they please. I'm not having a go at anyone. I'm just being questioned about my demands.
Yeah.
And look, even another one here. So Chinks, why back Arteta when he has done that one trophy from a possible 22, when he has been backed more than Wenger? And this is the thing. Like, I support Arsenal, win, lose or draw. I'm always gonna want the best for whoever's at Arsenal, win, lose or draw. Whether it's a player I don't want, do want, or if I have another player, or like that's my stance forever. And man's questioning me for that. I don't understand. I literally don't. So because I don't want Arteta sacked and him to do well, and I don't care about my opinion more than everybody else's.
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
No.
I just support my club.
You're not. But Chinks, what you
And
need
I get called
to
Top
understand
Gooner, Happy
right,
Clapper.
no. Right.
wanna
Me and
support
Abs,
my club.
hold on. Me and Abs fell out over this. Because I said you're moving like a top gooner, bro. Yeah, like I'm calling him a cunt or something. That's not what I'm saying to you. That's not what I'm saying to you. Do you understand what I'm saying? But no, Chinks, you are 100% right. The only caveat I've got to that, the only little thing I'm going to bring back to that is the nature of the beast on YouTube. This is what we're all here for. This is the civil war between Arsenal fans. Are you Arteta in? Are you Arteta out? People are fighting at the Emirates, bro. That only happened this season just gone. Yeah, that ain't nothing to do with you. That's nothing to do with me. But that's just the nature of the beast of this big brand, like you said, this big internet presence. So I might say something, and someone's gonna get vexed. They're gonna want to box their screen. You might say something, and I'm gonna be sitting there shaking my head. No, I don't agree with that. We're human beings. It's the nature of the beast. But you are not wrong. Let me just say that you're not wrong.
And you sorry, because I keep reading this over and again. So look, so Chinks, why back Arteta? Because now it becomes you like why are you supporting the club?
Yeah.
How dare you support your club? How dare you? Like, do you get what I mean? It gets lost, and it's just like, bro, that's what we're here for, bro.
Yeah.
Just because the guy who's in charge isn't exactly who you want, fuck everything. I want to blow everything up. Fuck the whole thing. That's not. What is that?
I get it.
Man's actually getting condemned for supporting my club now, and it's just like, right, like what's going on here?
Bro, same.
I don't get it.
But it's not. But what you need to get though, Chinks, is it's not one way though. So what you're getting is from your personal experience. I get it all the time. Go and support Tottenham then. You're just a mixed race league gunner. Why do you support us then? You're just a glory hunter. I get it every day. It's the nature of the beast, bro. It's the nature of the beast. So you're not wrong, and I'm not wrong. And we are both right about we are slaves to the system. There's nothing any of us can do. But when you do come on YouTube, it's the nature of it. And I've loved this today, man. I have fucking
we went for quite a long time, but we had definitely
fight in your battles, bro. Because I love it. I don't want it to be echo. I want to be challenged. I want to have to think about certain things. But I want you to do that as well, Chinks, because that's the one thing I don't know if you're taken away from it. You are absolutely right in everything you've said. But the only one thing I'll come back at, this is the public domain, bro. You know, your name ain't Chinks Jackson. My name ain't Martin Jackson. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, it's not. When you're in the public domain, this is part of the beat. It's part of the it's the belly of the beat.
Here we go, views. Look, he said it now. Chinks, I respect you as a man and fan, but my standards are... Oh, no, I read that wrong. I thought he was a Man U fan. I thought you said
okay.
as a Man U fan.
Okay, now, where is it?
Because
Where is
Man U,
it?
and this,
Go on.
no, it was Mr. Battered, yeah. No, not Mr. Battered. It was AJ
AJ.
Bayat. And this is the thing now. I'm not like Man U fans. You support Man U because they win everything. Do you get what I mean? So Man U fans tend to look down on me because their prism is football, is win or don't win. Hence why they support the most successful club in England. But I mean, I don't know Liverpool. I'm not up to date. But do you get what I mean? So those man,
you're valid.
That's what they're in it for. Do you get what I mean? So I can understand why they look down on me as an Arsenal fan who doesn't view the football through that prism.
Exactly.
But
and
then I got Arsenal.
Go on.
I got Arsenal fans, and they support us, who are statistically not the team who win all the time and are winning everything, and we're not. And you get what I mean? If you want to be a glory hunter, we're not the team to support, and that's why some fans will go, bro, why are you here?
No,
do you get what I mean?
Though, bro, if you want to be because most of the I mean, listen, unless you're literally a new plate, like born in 2000 or something, I can't even call that a new plate. If you were born in 2010 or something, I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. But just because something is a certain way, does it mean it has to continue like that for the rest of its existence? Can people not grow? Can things not change? Can you not want better? Can you not want to improve? So that's the only angle that I come from. So I understand, but I was born in '84. When I first started going to the game, we had a good team. We had Ian Wright. We was winning shit. So from that perspective, you're absolutely right. If you support Liverpool or United, you're used to them winning regularly. So there will be uproar. I understand it shouldn't be as heightened for Arsenal fans. It shouldn't. I agree with that. But it is. And that's just the facts at the end of the day. There is people like me.
And this is why I think this is the mixing of fans, man. We shouldn't mix, man. We shouldn't mix. We should just all stay to our own. But big up Everest. Everest is welcome anytime.
Everest is welcome.
No, bro, I enjoyed it as well, man. I love. I this is why I turned on my webcam and started joining on views. I just wanted to see different perspectives. If it was always like negative, Arteta out or whatever, like always slandering the club, that would not make a meaningful or fruitful conversation, right? We need different points of view. Even when even if you want to talk about my Liverpool, even if you want to talk about something our club is doing wrong, I'm always welcome to listen to it.
But this is the thing, Everest. I hear your fans bitching at times, and I'm like, bro, everybody's bitching.
Everyone's bitching.
Everybody's bitching. I'm like, bro, I'd give a relevant limb to be where you are, and you man are still complaining. And you man are still complaining. I'm just like, bro, fans are never happy. And surely we got at some point as a people and all of this football stuff, we at some point, we have to sit down, get in the room, and we need an intervention, with ourselves and go, bro, what is actually missing in our lives? Why we put so much weight on this thing of 22 men kicking the ball about? We don't know.
Maybe so. But like I said, I used to have a guy that used to come in there, chinks called Nathan, and I couldn't say not one bad thing about the club, about Arteta. And that's when it's too much. Do you understand? So we do have to find balance. We do. And you're absolutely right. It is perception. But there is no, I don't think there's any other club that's got the civil war like in the fan base like what we've got. I don't think there is. We're very unique in that regard. But every other fan club or fan base complains as well. Because I've been on Liverpool streams. I've been on Chelsea streams.
Yeah, you're right.
Streams. So we all have the same problems. But I think one thing we can agree, that there's never civil war like at the Arsenal, bruv, in any other fan base. I don't know where it's come from, bro. I don't know. I'm part of it as well. I ain't going to be a hypocrite because I have my views. Go on. The only thing that I will say
I think it's part of being the biggest.
Yeah, maybe so.
Obviously, online presence matters a lot. Online
presence. The age of social media, right? Maybe.
Yeah, because you're watching it on YouTube. But when I'm talking to someone in Bangladesh, an Arsenal fan, they don't give that much of a fuck about all of these Arteta in or out. They just want to see trophies. They just want their club to succeed. Who's succeeding or not, they're just they go about their days and whatnot. But obviously, they have a loyalty to the club and they want to see them thrive. They want to see them succeed. They want to see the armpits,
and you saw it. This is why views is different, because you see views, even though I feel like it comes from a place of wanting us to win, because I go on some of these things and there's men saying I don't want Arteta to win so I can be right, and it's like you care more about your opinion. You care more about you and you wanting to be right than the actual progress of the club.
Right.
Do you get what I mean? Because I've heard man live all say.
Yeah.
And
No, that's
also,
what I'm saying.
I don't
Views
think
is not
Views is
like
that. Yeah, because the thing is, whether as Views said quite a few, obviously an hour or two ago when we started this, Views is always ready to be proven wrong about whether Arteta or Arsenal winning the trophy, because everybody is going to be at the parade, whether you're right or wrong. They're going to be at the parade. They're celebrating. They would be celebrating.
And this is the thing, Everest. You know, like nowadays, it's hard to find good women, because good women are so on the feminist thing because they just want the rights for women that they be agreeing with shit that the hoes do. So hoes be dressing like hoes, misbehaving, doing all this nasty stuff, but the good women are right next to them going, yeah, women power, this is what we want. And it's like, how do I know who the good women are? So how do I know who are the true? Yeah, how do I know who the Arsenal fans are who actually want the best for us, and who are these men who just want to be right? And I can't differentiate because you all say the same things.
Right. And that's a very good point. That is a very, very good point. And I'm glad you pointed that out. Not just because I've said it, but there is people out there and I've seen it live. I'm not going to mention names, but I've seen it myself. I don't want this guy to win. No, I don't care if we get knocked out of this competition. Just so this, I wasn't saying that. Do you know how giddy I was? And I was trying to hold it down about this Champions League thing. You know how giddy I was, bro. I don't think you understand, bro. I'm telling, bro, make Arteta win that Champions League. I'm sitting there saying, I'll be the first one down there with the shovel to build a statue. You understand what I'm saying? Because I just want my team to win. If I'm wrong, you man are right. If I'm wrong, we're all happy. We're all winning. We're all at the
it's a win-win. It's a win-win for you, isn't it? Yeah.
And I said, if we win the Champions League, chinks, I'll have a whole stream. Everyone could just come on and mud me. Everyone. Just come on and say whatever you want to say. I'm here for it. And I'll sit there happy. If we get Gyökeres, I'll sit there the whole stream just doing that. And you can say whatever you want because I don't care. Because I know Arsenal's making good moves and we're winning. And that's all I want from my team. My dad died and never got to see a Champions League. When we got to the semis, my guy, bro, I was so giddy. I was trying my hardest not to show it. That's why I was so upset when we had the first leg and we was that flat, like an IKEA flat pack. I couldn't believe it, bro, because I'm like, oh my days, you're making me believe. And who done that? Arsenal. Who done that? You think I'm gonna say, oh, he's won the Champions League, sack him? No way. I'm out here to get mudded. Please prove me wrong, because that means Arsenal has lifted something, bro. And we'll both be at the parade. And you can call me a dickhead in my face, bro. I don't care. Just what I'm saying.
You see what Vanta Silva says? Give me 115 charges for Champions League. Would you take that?
I would fucking take that, fam. I want to see my team win. I'm tired. I'm tired, Jinx. My dad died and never got to see a champs, bro. He was 62.
Jinx, you know very well that Man City is never getting those 115 charges. You know, they'll pay like a measly 500k fine or something and just go on with their lives with it.
See, and this is why I try and be consistent, man. I'm hoping I'm going to be as positive as I can about the negativity that's going to happen to them. Yeah. I'm hoping.
But you know why, Chinks? You know why I don't think that's going to be the case? Because they obviously gave Haaland that death row contract. They spent like nearly 200 million last Jan. They've already spent nearly 200 million this summer. So for them to have those charges over their head, I just don't think they'd be moving like that. But let me just come back to this one point before I bring you in. Even Man City fans do not give a shit. Do you think they care when they've done a 4-peat, when they've won the Champions League twice? Or no, I think they've won it once. Well, you know what I'm saying? When they go into all of these celebrations, I've spoken to them offline and they said, bro, it's not good, but those memories you can never take away from me, bro. Do you understand?
I hear you.
I'm not saying I want Arsenal to be the grifter and to be the guy breaking the rules, but I would like you every now and again just to do a little something, just to make you understand, just every now and again, my brother. I'm not saying you got to go and rob the shop, but if a little £10 falls on the floor after the robbery, you see what I'm saying? Pick it up, my brother.
I hear you.
You know, so
like, you can see it another way. Look at Serie A. When Italian league was thriving, when they were the best league in the world, you know who was the president of Serie A? It was the president of Italy, who was later on found with the women's scandal and whatever, right?
Wow.
So they will never swap what he did for the league and how he made R9 and all of these Batistuta and I can't even conjure up the names, but all of these incredible teams he actually backed and funded. They're not going to replace it. All those memories of winning every silverware possible, even in the doing the things in the Champions Leagues, they're never going to replace that. Same with City fans as well.
They got relegated, didn't they, Everest? I'm sure Juve got relegated, but it started with a deduction.
But the thing is, that's only Juventus.
They did.
But
Okay.
AC Milan, Inter Milan, despite all the corruption, they had. I
Look
think
at
AC
Everton.
Milan got AC
Look at
Milan got
Everton.
relegated. Inter did not.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
swear.
Everton had points reduced. I think Nottingham. But listen, I don't think. I mean, listen, if they have done those things and it is proven in court, then charge them, of course. But the point I'm making about that is even when you talk to Chelsea about Roman and things like that, none of them will take back those memories, bro. Not one of them. Not one of them. And I understand it's not the right way. Arsenal's never done things like that. And I respect Arsenal for that as well. But it's just every now and again, man.
I hear you.
We're the third biggest club in. I'm not saying every year, but come on, man. Like sometimes, you know.
It's always a guy who don't want to fight that leaves the playground with a black eye in
With
it.
a black eye, you know what I'm saying? I love it, man. I love it.
hear you.
And as you said, the one gorilla versus 100 men. You best believe that the guys who don't fight, they're getting mashed up the first.
One top boomer versus 100 bottom boomers, you know, like vice versa. That's what we got online. So we've got a very special fan base, and we've got a very special situation where it started in the Wenger days. You know what I mean? The Wenger's in, the Wenger's out. People fighting, that whole civil war, this whole Marvel thing. I don't see that at any other club. So it's very unique. It's very unique. But nah, man, I think there's been some great points. And as my good friend BBK says, if everyone in the room is thinking the same thing, then no one's thinking. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm not here to be an echo, and that's all I say to you. I think you've got brilliant points, and everything you said's right. I just feel like it's the nature of the beast on YouTube. You know what I mean? It just really is. But yeah, man. Look, we 4 hours, bro. 4 hours.
I know, fucking hell.
Ask Clark, like, you
It
know,
didn't feel like it.
it didn't feel like it. Time flies when you're having fun, man. And you
Facts.
guys are always welcome. And I've loved being challenged. I get me, like I said, man.
And vice versa, man. You give me some new thinking points as well.
Exactly, bro. And that's what it's all about. And like you said, I want everyone to just take this message. Just take this last message, right? If Arsenal win, we all win.
Facts.
So I don't care about Arteta. I don't care if he's the guy to win. I don't care if he's not the guy to win. Please that is my ultimate message. Let me just say that. Yes, I want us to do better. Yes, I want us to go out and get us excited with some dopamine. Of course, I want all of that. But just so you know and everyone else knows, if Arsenal win, we all win. If you support this club. Last messages, guys. I need to smoke this joint now, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna bill it.
Man.
Everest, have you got a channel? Yeah.
He's on Twitch.
Oh, you're on Twitch.
I also have this YouTube channel. I'm currently inactive because I have my own career. Because I am kind of like more focused with my personal career right now, so that's why I can't stream right now. But definitely do give me a subscribe and follow on both Twitch and YouTube if you want to, because that
is your Twitch the same as your YouTube?
Yeah, exactly, the same name, same username.
And make sure you're following Chinks as well, Everest, because he's on Twitch. I started up a whole account just to follow Chinks.
Oh, big up, man. Appreciate
come on, bro. I'm not on Twitch, but
I fucking know this guy's killing it. He's got 311. You can get paid, bro.
Well, bro.
I also affiliated on Twitch, but the thing is that problem with Bangladesh is that we don't have any types of like PayPal or stuffs like that. So the direct donations or like the monetary income, it's a slightly problem.
It can go through to your actual bank though, but then that's when.
What about you see that thing you've got in the corner there? Views that buy me a coffee.
Buy me a coffee QR.
That's wild, no?
Yeah.
That doesn't work on Bangladesh either. I've seen Ko-Fi, Buy Me a Coffee.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, only thing works in Bangladesh is Skrill, but most people don't use Skrill, right?
I don't even know what that is.
I've used that before.
Skrill is a UK-based monetary service, and they're the one who actually kind of colluded with our government, and now all the other media are kind of banned. Because they're monopolizing it.
Yeah, that is wild. And listen, and like I say, even when I do get monetized, because I'm just waiting for it to come through, I have actually hit the hours. Like I do want to make this into a job. but I'm not here to dig off you lot's money. I'm not gonna change my viewpoint on the club. And hear what? Next season, I might even be a top gooner. Imagine if we start winning things. Imagine if we start winning things. You think I'm gonna come on here every day moaning if we're winning?
I hear you.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's all relative, people. I do want to make this a job, but no one feel obliged to hit that QR code. No one feel obliged to become a member or a super chat. Of course, if you want to help out, it's welcome, but that's not what we're here for. And you ain't going to see no different from me. Like I said, next season, let us start winning shit, bro. And you're going to see the maddest U-turn ever, fam. Do you understand what I'm saying? You think I don't want to be prideful about my team? You think I don't want to walk outside with my new Arsenal kit on? Give me a reason to buy one.
I hear you.
Chinks, I gave you a follow just now on.
Big up, man.
Twitch.
Yeah, make sure you guys are following up, man. And everyone in the chat, 23 of you, make sure you're following Chinks and It's Me Everest, not just on Twitch, but on YouTube as well. Make sure you're showing some love. Chinks, man, you got anything coming up, bro?
Tuesday 6, my bro. Tuesday at 6 we'll be here.
We'll be here under the leg. You get me? But I know you're doing kind of like little streams yourself. So you got anything planned before then, or?
I might play some game now, probably, man.
Yeah, man. Go on. Hey, Chinks is a shooter. You know what I mean? Go on. Modern Warfare. Like I said, I'm a bit of a unks and all that, so I can't really play that well. But Chinks,
you got console though views.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Xbox right now. This fucking S, whatever it is, Xbox S.
Yeah, because there's cross play.
There's cross servers, isn't it? Bro, you're good at bro. I don't want to come embarrass myself, but you never know. I might. But listen, Chinks obviously does his thing. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe to Everest. You can catch both of them here regularly. And of course, be back here on Tuesday, 6 p.m. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let Chinks do most of the talking. We're gonna hear about his story, all the things that he's been getting up to. Very, very funny guy, more than football. So make sure that you're here for that. And let me just pick up everyone, man. It's over 4 hours. It's been absolutely mad. There was no way I thought I'd be on for 4 hours today.
Go on.
Yeah, we got to get out of here, man. But listen, big up everyone, big up Everest, big up Chinks, always welcome. Big up everyone in the chat. What I am going to do quickly before I let you go is I'm going to see who's on live, because we're helpful out here, man. If I can help someone, then we help in it. So we're going to see if there's anyone that we can send you guys over to. And if there is, I need you guys to go over there and say views raid. Just having a look. Sarcasm, Timeless, Deji Spurs, everyone's coming up. No one's actually live at this point in time. All right, so what we'll do then is DJB, he's gonna come up in a few hours. We'll send you over there. Just go and like the stream, even if you don't stay there. But again, people, peace and love, man. It's been wonderful, man. It really has.
Big up, appreciate you, man.
Big up Chinks, big up everything. It really has been good. I love to be challenged, and definitely loads of thinking points there. But we'll be back tomorrow, people. Yeah, peace and love, man. Peace and love.
Big up.
Subscribe.
Bye, everybody.
Later, man.
We are back. Big up, man. Big up.